Thank you very much for joining us this morning for our City Council study session. We'll go ahead and get started. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson? Here. Gray?
Here.
Cheatham?
Here.
Lorick? Here. Ortega?
Here.
Stevens? Here. Glad?
Here. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is a CDBG Advisory Committee update. Representatives from the Community Development Block Grant CDBG Advisory Committee will discuss the committee's goals and projects as well as council's policy and expectations. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Heaton. I'm the chairperson for the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee, and I'm very happy to be here. Our committee has 7 members. We meet monthly and we advise the city staff on the development of the annual CDBG allocations funding from HUD. Our responsibilities include reviewing and voting on the subrecipient applications for the CDBG grant funds, assisting in creating the 5-year consolidated plan, assisting community needs in public hearing, project oversight, and fair housing education. For 2019, the CDBG accomplishments, we finished the new roof for the Bannock Youth Foundation and installed a new HVAC unit. It's taken 3 years, but we were able to complete the roof on New Day Products through 3 different grant applications from them. We support Aid for Friends by providing bus tickets for the residents, and we're helping to pay for the A&E for the new shelter that we're building with the CDBG funds. Did I not go down? Oh, here we go. We also supported NeighborWorks Pocatello rehab program and funded their mobile home repair grant program. That was new last year, and we were able to fund up to $3,000 for 11 mobile homeowners, where before there was never any funding out there available for them to do repairs for their mobile homes. So that's a really great project. We funded the renewal home repair program. We completed 4 rehab projects. We completed 5 home grant projects, and we completed 2 sidewalk projects. And there's some pictures of some before and after. We also work with the Lead Safe and Healthy Homes. They received 52 applications, and they made 40 homes lead safe. And the houses look much nicer after the new paint. And that's pretty much what we do, and I would like to thank Lisa for being our representative to help me out. Are there any questions?
Council questions for CDBG?
I have a question. Recently the council has kind of talked about some desires to do like some community beautification and those types of things. If we wanted to somehow get involved with CDBG funds, like in sidewalks or things like that, how would be the best way? Because I know you have people that submit applications. So if we wanted to do something like on the city level, how would be the best way for us to maybe have that considered in the future?
So that's a great question. And I don't know if you've seen the project on 9th Street between Sherman and Sublette. Mm-hmm. That is actually a CDBG funded project. With the sidewalk reconstruction, there's a stipulation. It has to be within a low to moderate income area, which is designated using census information. As long as it's within that area and we have the funds approved by the CDBG Advisory Committee, then you would just fill out an application. Or the sidewalk does have to be designated as dangerous by the right-of-way engineer, but anything with more than a 1/2 inch or 1/4 inch gap fits that.
Okay.
As a follow-up, could a sidewalk be installed where one isn't currently?
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. The funding is only able to replace sidewalk that is already in place. I had asked that question multiple times because of Jefferson. There's a small gap where there's no sidewalk.
Can it do curbing also, or just sidewalk?
It can do curbing, but the curbing is a lot more expensive, and we have limited funds. So I think for 2020, we have $50,000 allocated for sidewalks. That project on 9th between Sherman and Sublette was $36,000, and that was just with 1 corner curb cut. So we can, but it does get very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Chris?
You might have to help me frame my question because being new to this, but how do community block grant funds actually get allocated to Pocatello? In other words, would they not be allocated if your advisory committee didn't exist? Or is the city the official recipient?
The city's the recipient.
Right. So,
and it's for certain sized cities.
Right.
They have to have over 50,000, and then they get an allocation based on population.
Right.
I do believe the advisory committee is a requirement of receiving the CDBG funding.
okay.
It also helps make the process more fair so that it's not
Of
just
course.
staff picking pet projects.
Of course.
But we just make recommendations to the city council, and then they approve them.
Right.
You know, so we just look at the funding, like what's happened in the past, what we
Right.
think's going to happen,
Right.
and then we make a budget allocation that will
Right.
come
Right.
towards you guys, and then you guys get to look at it.
And I don't mean this next question to sound threatening. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, roughly around what the requirements are. So essentially, the money is granted to the city. The city then chooses how those funds are distributed. And
Yes.
the choice that we have made is to distribute them essentially through recommendations from the advisory committee. But is that required, or is that what we've chosen?
I think it's required to have an advisory committee. You can make, like, say, we wanted to put 100,000 into sidewalks.
Right.
Instead of, we make small grants to nonprofits,
Right.
obviously, from the projects there. If you guys decided we didn't want to do that anymore and we wanted to put all the money in sidewalks, then that would be what you would come back to us and say, this is what we want to do.
Okay.
I mean, you have the last
This goes
say.
to Heidi's question a little bit. So if, for example, the council decided that in particular low to moderate income areas, it would really help the safety and the beautification and the salability and et cetera, the quality of life, if we didn't have sidewalks that do this every 5 blocks. The city, in theory, could say, advisory committee, this is how we want these funds to be used this year. Would you please use your process to determine which neighborhoods, which sections, how that's going to happen? Is that correct?
Well, within reason, the city council can give some recommendations. However, you have to have a low to moderate income level.
I said that, right.
Okay, I didn't hear you say that. So when you do that, the city council will make the recommendations from the city council. The committee discusses and takes into mind. For example, you're talking about sidewalks. A few years ago, we started talking about how important it was to start focusing more on sidewalks. And they have, and they did. And so they do take those recommendations that the council suggests and go with that.
But who actually has who is ultimately in control of these funds? They're granted by the feds to the city. We have chosen to then essentially turn them over to the advisory committee, but ultimately it is the city that controls how those funds are expended. Is that right?
It always comes back to us for a vote. They bring us the recommendation, and then we
The
look at final
point of
listing.
the advisory committee is that there's certain rules and regulations that have to be met,
Right.
and I don't know that each one of you guys want to actually
Oh, of course.
do that piece.
No, I
And so
understand
that's
that.
part of what we
Right.
help with.
Right.
No, but it is the city's allocation, and the city had set up this particular process at some point in the past.
Right.
I've been on the committee maybe 7 years now, and we do, through our liaison, you guys let her know what it is you have in mind. They make suggestions to us as a committee, and then we as a committee talk about whether we think, like, I personally think the mobile home repair project was killer awesome because there were people living with no heat.
Right.
And they had no choice, no place to go. And here we helped 10 families.
Right.
You know, and that's a big thing for me.
Right.
But maybe you guys don't like that, and so I would be outvoted.
Yeah, and as I say, I'm not intending any of this to sound like there's some agenda or something. I'm just trying to understand where the decision points are and et cetera, et cetera.
It
So
is the
thank you.
council that makes the final decision
Thank you.
point. We just advise following the rules that are set for those type of things.
And whatever federal regulations come attached.
And there's only certain things we can do. We can't do just what we want. We
Right.
have to follow certain rules,
Right.
like the low to moderate income.
Yeah.
And certain items we can fix and certain items we cannot.
Great. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay, we got Roger and then Heidi.
Okay, just a comment. I don't know when, but I think the state of Idaho actually received CDBG until we became an entitlement city.
Yeah.
We got allocations from the state then. Once we became an entitlement city, then we became a stakeholder independent of the state. These funds fluctuate greatly. I mean,
Right.
$200,000-$300,000 differential from year to year. I believe that this still falls under the power of the council to control the purse. And so as long as we are able to stay within the guidelines, we can determine where this goes. So having said that,
I apologize for my interruption.
Yeah.
Another thing we are bound by is HUD requires that we develop a 5-year consolidated plan, and that we do a needs hearing. We try to understand what the community needs, and then we identify goals, and we have to stick to those goals within that 5-year period. However, if something does occur, we can do an amendment to that plan, but that is another thing that kind of controls the funding.
yeah, so, I mean, we can do the amending and all that because we approved the final policy. They're like other advisory groups to the council. We count on them to do a lot of the lifting for us and to then harvest their efforts and not have to invest so heavily there. The question I have after all that is what percentage of the funds go to nonprofits? And how much money and roughly what percentage of funds go to nonprofits?
That is an excellent question that I was not prepared to answer.
Okay.
However,
It's around 50,000 in there.
it's a substantial amount.
The total CDBG award is less than 700,000. Exactly, I didn't know that either, sorry. I think it was 673,000 last year, and I think we go around 50,000 to nonprofits, make available for them to use.
And how do they?
They make an application.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and we do
I-
outreach as well. We
Yeah.
invite them to a technical assistance meeting, and then we help them through. Our goal is to get as many nonprofits as possible to understand how to use our funding, because our funding can do things like roofs and HVAC systems, and a lot of times those aren't pretty projects that a lot of people want to donate to. So that allows the nonprofit to use their limited funding to really focus on their mission.
And then do you have a separate grant application consideration committee, or does your
The
advisory?
general group does it.
Okay. All right, thanks.
So if you got, let's say, $650,000, 50,000 went to nonprofits, where'd the other 600,000 go?
Well, so I've only been here for a year, but I can speak about 2019's funding. We actually received, in the past, we have received quite a bit. Last year, we received $441,414. 20% of that goes to the administration of the funds, so that's the federal reporting. That's Janae and myself. We did 60,000 for available to fund for nonprofits to use. We paid 20,000 for the Bannock Youth. I would say roughly half of it goes to nonprofits, or at least it did for last year, but we could give you an exact breakdown of those funding.
Yeah, my memory is that the majority of this goes to nonprofits.
It does.
By the time you look at the individual applications, they're almost all nonprofits. And the city gets some of the awards, so, I would say 200,000 to 300,000 went to nonprofits.
Yes, I would guess at least 50% goes to nonprofits, or I would feel confident saying that at least 50% goes to nonprofits.
Of the total.
Of the total amount that we're allocated every year, yes.
I way overballed it, didn't I?
You've been on there 7 years, you remember the highlight.
Which year are we talking about?
In the glory days, we did get that much. It's fantastic.
Sent again.
Okay, Heidi.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I just have a little further clarification needed for me on how we would go about doing the application if we wanted to pursue some of that. I can't speak for Chris and Claudia because they're new since we've had most of our beautification discussions, but I know Roger and Rick and Linda and I, we've talked about like Clark Street and Center Street and a lot of the curbs in that area. And I know your point is well taken that curbs are very expensive. And we know that there's also the concern when you start replacing a sidewalk, then does the city own that sidewalk and does the city have to shovel it or, but I mean, maybe if we just focused on the curbs that are really bad, does it have to be the property owner that's in front of that does the application, or can the city do that application as long as they're within that low to median income?
As long as it's in that low to moderate income area,
Okay.
the city can make the application, and that is actually what we did for that 9th Street project. Rather than income qualifying every homeowner who lives there, we were able to, because it was a low to moderate income area, just go through and repair those sidewalks.
Okay. So I don't know, is that something we want to kind of
Well,
ask them to look into?
I believe we can approach and amend so that it becomes a greater goal. I also believe that we have some leeway because I think there's been several matching grants, so to speak, where the landowner, they still own the sidewalk because they participate in the funding, and we can make that pretty minimal funding. But as long as they're a participant, they still retain ownership. So there are lots of constructive, creative ways we can work this.
Absolutely. And if it is just sidewalk reconstruction, I don't believe the consolidated plan would need to be amended because that is already included.
Chris?
And again, I'm not trying to sound like I have some, agenda going on here, but would this, technically, in reality, would the city actually have to make an application? Or could the city say of the funds allocated to Pocatello, the council makes a decision to reserve X amount for such and such, and then the remainder goes, through your typical process?
So I believe if the city council felt strongly about allocating funds, as long as it's within the federal guidelines,
Right.
which the sidewalks absolutely are, that you could.
All right.
And Claudia is on our advisory
Right.
committee, and so through that venue, you can be letting us know before decisions are even made
Right.
what your preference
Right.
is.
Right.
Because you are the final decision maker, and so we do want to make sure you're on board with our projects.
In fact, that's what we have done with the Aid for Friends, $50,000 each year. We've already said we're going to carve that out, and then you guys decide on the rest of it.
Oh, all right. Thank
That's
you.
what I was going to point out is that we have said that our commitment is annually to fund Aid for Friends at a certain level for their facility so they could get their financing.
And so if there were particular sidewalks that you guys wanted us to look at, there is no application for the city staff projects. You would just let us know where those are. We would talk to Jared Elliott, the right-of-way engineer, have him go out and scope them, and then...
Well, I'm going to suggest Center Street and then Clark Street. Well, they're our main arteries into our Old Town area and our business, and so I would just say that we have to focus on, and there's a lot of low income along those streets.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, and when we did our beautification maps, we had areas of town that was in the area that I was assigned. So I went through and actually documented with some pictures some of the worse areas, which are lower down, closer to like Fifth, Sixth, up through, you know what I mean? In that kind of area, there are a lot of really crumbling curbs and things like that. And so that should be in that GIS, I hope, maybe, but if not, we can look back into that. But, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to clarify one thing on that. That is very true. I walk that area all the time, and there's a lot of problems. But there's also one of the biggest issues is there's several properties with no sidewalks.
Yeah.
So we could not address that. Is that what you're saying?
I have been told that we are not allowed to install
Okay.
sidewalks if there were not sidewalks already there. Stephanie also did just remind me that there are some zoning requirements with the sidewalks. And so if it's a commercial area, I would have to look into that on whether or not that's allowable through HUD's rules.
But we could say, we would like you to take a look at this, and you would take a look at it, and you could get back to us and tell us, yeah, we can or can't do that area, this is why we can or can't do that.
Absolutely.
And I would like to not necessarily eliminate sidewalks, because I think, and I'm not, somebody will be upset about this, I'm sure, but I'm not talking about a half inch, I'm talking about the multiple places where it's a 45-degree heave, and for everybody, but certainly for people who have accessibility challenges, I can't even imagine what it must be like trying to get from point A to point B on those sidewalks.
Roger?
And we could have a comprehensive approach to this because CDBG can only do so much, but we could also be more aggressive in trying to provide limited improvement districts as well, where and I don't know if we can leverage that with CDBG, I don't know.
And I'm not sure on that.
You know, I mean, in some areas anyway, we could subsidize some of the improvement because I don't know how it works exactly, but I think you kind of do it like a TIF district. The limited improvement increment comes back, something like that. And so if we were to do it, you know, it's a way of raising values and raising the curb appeal of our city, literally, because we have curbs that can't appeal.
Well, along with that, and this is not really a CDBG, so I'm sorry if I'm slightly digressing a little bit, but one of my ideas, just as a reminder too, was that we could maybe do some things to encourage some of those real weedy areas in the
Median.
Yeah, in the strip between the sidewalk and the road, some zero-scaping or something like that in those areas. So if we could partner with like Valley Partners or
Pave
some
to the
other.
curb.
Well, or yeah, pave to the curb, just so it's not a weedy mess, you know, that, or do something to where we can encourage people if they want, maybe we could do the curb section, partner with some other place that helped do the zero-scaping in the middle section, and then if the owner would pitch in on the sidewalk, you know, that would be like a good partnership of all parties, something that we could hopefully work out. I don't know, it'd be great, so,
And that would help stretch the limited funding.
yeah.
Sure. Okay. Any other comments? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there's no reason, for example, because I'm going to the increment, I mean, we would, to do this well and thoroughly, we would have to phase it over a number of years. And of course, we don't know if, you know, what's going to happen with next week with federal funding. You never do. But there would be no reason why, if sidewalks, curbs, et cetera, were a priority, then we could build a theoretical phased project into your already existing 5-year plan, so that it would be there, and you know, we wouldn't have to think about it every year. It's like, okay, we know where we want to go, providing the funding is there to make it possible. It's easy. Everybody, all the city employees who would need to be involved would be able to know 3 years from now we're going to have to do this. So, you know, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
I imagine that's possible where we did carve out the funding for friends to do
Great.
that for sidewalks.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to agenda item number 3, Human Relations Advisory Committee update. Representatives from the Human Relations Advisory Committee will discuss the committee's goals and projects as well as council policies and expectations.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Respected council members and Mayor Blatt and everyone. I'm Rituraj Yadav, Chair of the Human Relations Advisory Committee and an international student. And that's Ms. Laura Judkins, City Liaison here. And I thank everyone for the opportunity for me to be here and speak on behalf of the Human Relations Advisory Committee. Sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint, and I think I should have it. So please bear with me. I'm going to talk about some specific things that HRAC has been through and what we have done and what we look forward to. In short, our mission is to advocate the human relations in the city of Pocatello for the citizens and facilitate the elimination and the discrimination of people based on colors or any other kind of things. And personally, 2020 has been challenging to me because of the pandemic and then the systematic injustice and all those things that has been going through the nationwide. And it has, in some capacity, put a hold on what we are doing, but yet we are up and we are acting again. And I really want to commend and thank the city leadership on how we have been acting through this whole scenario. I appreciate that. So, for the past 1 year, HRAC has worked on different critical issues and cases, and some of them, what we work on, for now we are working on Pocatello Resolution of Welcome, and that was initially submitted by Dr. Larry Gebhardt back in November, and sadly currently withdrawn, but HRAC will be taking on it. And this resolution, I see it as an opportunity to legally welcome the people from any color, race, religion, or without discriminating anybody from all over the world. And this is something very wonderful, I feel, and that's something SRC is going on. And I feel this resolution provides an opportunity for what we have been doing for so long. The city of Pocatello has been welcoming people from any background for so long and has done a great effort on that. And I myself, being an international student, I can see those positive efforts. So this resolution is just legalizing our duties. So that's the first thing we are currently working on. The second thing we worked on were feedback of international students at the Idaho State University. A few years back, there was a survey collected by some students and faculty at the ISU, and they looked at the scenarios about how ISU international students feel on the campus and in the community. Overall, the response was positive. By positive, I mean they were good. The students felt safe, and it was nice. But there were some specific cases that took our attention and we wanted to look at. And then we communicated with the Dr. Kelly under the Office of Student Affairs and to understand those cases. And we were briefed on what could have been there and then possible solutions, such as International Programs Office at the ISU re-updating their welcome series and those things that they do, and then developing more kind of like classes or more kind of trainings to help the students understand the cultures over here and what's the trend over here so that they don't get left out and they don't offend them, but at the same time more bring them into the community. So those kind of cases were done, and then I had a chat also with the Dean of Students, and he really liked those ideas, and we are looking forward to work with him more on this case. But again, because of the pandemic and the whole scenario, it's been halted, but we will soon catch up on that. And then the third thing that we do is the Human and Civil Rights Award. Every year we give out, we acknowledge the outstanding citizens in the city of Pocatello who have been doing their great work to promote the human relations in the city of Pocatello. And just like past 12 years. We did this year as well. And 2 people were awarded. Mr. Atari Callan, a great sportsman who teaches hope and human rights through sports. And then our former chair for the human relations, Mr. Ma Brown. So that's what we did. And in addition, we also attended the event called Ring the Bell to support the 100th anniversary of women's rights to vote. And yeah, that's HRAC has been some of the things that we have been doing. So HRAC currently feel hopeful to resume its work in this new normal as we move forward. And currently the board is deciding on our future events and activities, and looking forward to partners with the nonprofits and social organizations, youth, to better understand the cases or specific issues that are in the city. And we feel that once we know those specific issues, it will be better that's a better way to solve it, and then we can bring it to the city office, mayor's office, council itself. So that's what we are up to and we want to do. And then lastly, the HRAC would like to thank the council members and the mayor's office for their support with all those things that we do. And then we would also like to thank our city liaison, Ms. Laura Judkins, and then city council liaison, Ms. Chris Stevens, for navigating us through these challenges and duties that we have to go through. They really help us. So I would like to thank everyone for this opportunity and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Because, like with virtually everything, there are always multiple perspectives, and people end up taking sides, and that we certainly had some of that around the resolution. And so one of the things that I want to make clear to anybody watching is that the members of this committee approached the issue of welcoming and enculturating, or acculturating, I forget which is the right word, but making our international students and perhaps visiting faculty, etc., feel comfortable that the other half of that equation is helping people who are new to the community and to our culture understand how our side of the equation works, because it's a give and take. It's a two-way street. And we had an example a few years ago of what happens when cultures that are unfamiliar with each other come together with no education and no advising. And so I really, really appreciate the fact that the members of this committee have approached this with the idea that the current residents of Pocatello and our Idaho and American culture are valuable, and so are the incoming values and cultures. And so I just want to make that clear to folks, that this is not a one-sided approach that you folks have taken. It's been very thoughtful and very inclusive, including inclusive of current Pocatello residents. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. I just want to add that Ms. Chris Stevens has been amazing in that, for navigating us through that. See, her perspectives were amazing when we put these things into the board, along with the board members and how she presents on things, and liaison here. It's a collaborative effort, and I really, really commend the city leadership on supporting on this kind of things and then advise on these things. These are amazing work, and I really look forward to working on this as long as I'm here. So that's the case. But yeah, thank you.
ISU is they're planning to do face-to-face instruction, so I think that means you get to stay at least until things change tomorrow.
It's definitely uncertain, but yeah.
So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Super. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your work. It's exciting to work with you, and we do hope you'll hear for a lot longer.
Thank you.
We plan on you being here for a lot longer. Thank you. We'll move to agenda item number 4, is Japanese Japanese Sister City Committee update. Representatives from Japanese Sister City Committee will discuss the committee's goals and projects as well as council's policies and expectations.
My name is Doug Wally. I'm currently the chair of the Sister City Committee. We don't have exchanges this year due to COVID-19. It's been canceled. We were originally going to have our adult delegation this year, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out. Japan was concerned, we were concerned, and so we chose to cancel the exchange. So not a lot to talk about this year. Last year we did have an exchange, and it was a youth delegation, and it went well, and we didn't have any problems other than maybe some travel issues that in Denver was the problem. But other than that, everything went great. We had the delegation from Japan come, and everything went great there. And we didn't really have any hiccups or any problems, really. The cost of travel was down, so that was good. But I did provide you with a budget for next year. Currently, we're working off of this budget, which, as you can see, food's $1,400, fuel's $600, activities $800, airfare we're estimating about $22,000. Although I'll talk about something coming up here later concerning that with the Olympics in Japan. Gifts about $200, so we're roughly about $25,000 we're having to come up with for the exchange. The city contributes $2,500, and we have to come up with 22. Well, there was a typo there, but 22,500. We do get donations. On MI Semiconductor has been great. They've been giving us donations every year, which we're very grateful for on Semiconductor. We also get donations from other businesses, small donations that are on an individual basis from the delegates who go out and ask for donations. We have some goals that we've set for 2021. We want to establish a higher awareness for the program in the schools, send delegations to Iwamizawa, receive delegations from Iwamizawa, recruit and finalize host families, establish 2021 delegations with chaperone, and find more money for the program, which is always an issue with us. We're always looking for more money for the program. We do have an issue next year with the Olympics being in Japan. The airfare during the time that the delegates would go would be very expensive, just simply because of supply and demand on airfare. And we are meeting this Tuesday. It has been proposed by Japan, the other side, that we do an adult delegation next year, because the adults can go later, and the price of tickets are much lower later as opposed to in the summer where the delegates that are high school kids can go. But we haven't voted on that yet, but I think there's a consensus that that's probably going to happen. So that's where we're at. Do you have any questions?
So in Iwamizawa, the Olympics are not there. Now that will still affect the ticket price from here to Iwamizawa?
Right, we have to fly to Tokyo first. and then get on a domestic flight to Iwamizawa.
Yeah.
So we can't go
I
directly.
figured that was the case. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, we're gonna have a lot of kids.
Sure, we got Chris and then Linda.
Yeah.
What is the mission of our organization,
The mission.
or the purpose?
The purpose of it is there's three folds in the sister city. One is to foster friendship, and that's our arm. We foster friendship with Japan. One is business and one is humanitarian. And the African sister city is part of the humanitarian side. And our mission is to create a friendship between us and the city of Iwamizawa. That's really what our arm is, but we also do try to foster some business because we don't have a business arm. There was a time when they were talking about a Chinese sister city to foster that, but this program's been around since I believe, since Roosevelt. Roosevelt was the one that started this whole thing, and it was just simply, it was shortly after World War II. And they put this system together, or this program together for the nation and the world to try and foster understanding and friendship and business and humanitarian. And we have had this program going since, the date, I can't remember. What was it, 83? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I think it's been
long. Yeah, it's been 80.
Been a long time.
Early 80s.
Yeah.
And what conversations have you had with the schools? Because, clearly there's a benefit to having a small group of Pocatellans get to know a small group. But in terms of fostering the larger goal of global understanding and so forth and so on, as long as it remains contained within a total of, whatever, 200 people or something. So I was really glad to see this goal, and I'm just wondering what conversations you've had and what kind of plans might be able to be implemented once we get through this COVID situation.
We typically elect a chaperone, and this chaperone is in charge of the year of the delegation. And the chaperone typically takes the lead on approaching the schools. Like I went in 2016, and I went to each school and discussed it with each principal and gave them information concerning the program, and they're aware of it. Most of them are aware of it. Some are more responsive than others, but typically, we also take in McCammon area and anyone in Bannock County we take in, but mostly it's high school age kids, and we'll put signs up and posters in the schools, and then kids apply for it, and then they come in for interviews, and then we pick, as a committee, we put together a electoral board, a subcommittee that decides who goes and who doesn't go. And usually we try and pick people that have been involved with the program before, who have hosted families coming this way, and now have kids coming up. There are some stipulations that we'll ask. If somebody out of the blue wants to come, and then we have kids that have been associated with the program before, like a host family who had young children, and then now their kids are growing up, and now they are, but we also do look at grades, and we do look at other aspects of sociability and interview and everything. And then maybe I'll paint you a picture here. When the delegates come here, the Japanese kids come here, we are not in school, unfortunately. And so the socialization and the friendship fostering of that is mostly host family. We do take them to ISU, and we do take them to some other events in the area. On Semiconductor does a tour for them. We'll take them to Yellowstone. We'll associate. When we go to Japan, we're visiting schools every day almost, and we're going into classrooms and we're speaking English with them, and we're playing Japanese games, and we probably visited, I think when I went, we visited 7 or 8 kids or schools, and this last trip, Joan Sayer, I think, was the chaperone. She was like, she came back saying, you know what, we need to tell them to calm down on the schools, because that's all they're doing is the schools, because they give the schools over there an opportunity to see the Americans, and we're popular, and they treat us like rock stars over there. And so over there, I think we get a much better array or group.
There's more of a structure for you to get out.
To get out and get there. Where here we don't have. If they were coming during school,
right.
Yes, we could certainly go into the schools and have presentations and do that. But unfortunately, the schools over there, the way their schedule fits, they can't do that.
And how many, for example, Latino kids or tribal kids go so that, because the American experience is clearly very diverse, depending on a variety of factors, are there scholarship efforts to include kids from low-income areas who probably would not end up living in a house that could accommodate or would be suitable as a host family? I'm just curious about what we're doing to represent the diversity of the American experience.
Well, when the kids come here, we have taken them to the festivals up in Bannock County, but they have to be going to schools within our county, and anyone in that group can be a part of it, and have to be between, I think, 14 and 18.
Is there outreach, though, to communities that for which this might not be? I mean, this is kind of a middle-class concept.
Well, no, we've had people from all income base coming.
Right.
Because we do a fundraiser all through the year. We pick them, and in the fall, typically they'll know if they're going or not. And then by spring, but in my group, I know that we had several that were lower, they struggled, but we were able to fundraise and get them up. And we've had some minorities that.
And is that outreach, or is that just a teacher sends them your way or whatever? Or I guess what I'm asking is, are we actively trying to reach out to all aspects of our community so that all aspects of our community have equal opportunity to be represented in our delegations?
Okay. The process that we have done in the past and currently is like we'll post it on the website, and we will post it within the schools, and then within the schools they can apply. There is no active approach to go and specifically find types of individuals within the community to come with us, to diversify us, perhaps in a way that perhaps would matter. I don't. We have had in the past people from all different backgrounds coming, rich, poor, it doesn't matter. But involvement in the program in the past has been important. If they want to get involved with the program and be a part of some sister cities themselves, you have to join the sister city and pay dues in order to participate. Idaho Falls is like that, and we're not like that. We open it up to everybody, but recently we We've changed structure a little bit. They peeled off the foundation side off the city, and the Japanese side decided to stay with the city, and so we're still kind of figuring out, how we're going to do this. And we're working with the foundation to see if we can receive donations through them. But as far as, I think, actively trying to diversify our delegation, it's basically, I wouldn't say first come, first serve, but it's whoever wants to. If we have a group of, if we have an Indian or a Latino or a black or whoever who wants to come, we'll certainly allow them to come in and interview and go through the process. But I don't know if there is an appropriate way to say, well, because they are minority, they get,
yes.
they get
and that's
first.
not and that's not what I'm suggesting.
If they're involved with the program, we're going to have, they're going to have a good chance to go to the delegation, but it's expensive.
Right.
So and that's the way it is up front. It's a great youth program. I'll put it up against anything. It just changes people's lives. I can tell you every single delegate that goes, for the most part, will come back and say, I'm a different person, because you experience a different culture. And I can sit and talk quite a while on the cultural differences. It's very interesting.
Linda?
I
You still
think
remember.
Kind of irrelevant at this point. I was going to ask about cost, follow up on yours, but it doesn't matter.
Rick?
How many delegates do you send?
Typically, we're actually kind of dictated by Japan, but they don't want us to send any more than 10. But we sent up to 15, and in the past, I think the highest was 19.
And there's one chaperone?
No, well, yes, there's one elected, but typically we try and see if a spouse can't go with them or someone else can go, because we would like to there. And in the last 5 years, I think we've had 2 there, but we do fund the chaperone's ticket. That's one of the things that we do, but they do put in the work. They have to go to all the fundraising, and they have to sit at the cow ranch and sell guns or raffle guns and all that. And then so they put in their time, but and I've said this before, but if we can just get the liquor store to participate, fund them with guns and alcohol. And that's really a foreign thing to the Japanese kids. They don't have guns over there, and so when they find out that we fund part of it with, raffling off guns, it's kind of dude. So it's an interesting. They come over, and probably the first time ever they shoot guns when they come over here. So ride horses, and so it's been a great program for our youth here in Pocatello. Unfortunately, it is limited. I wish it could be expanded, but it's just expensive.
They typically send a dozen
Here?
from Japan to here.
Yeah, we'll take. I think we're willing to take up to 15. I think is what we've talked about. But we do ask for older kids, but that doesn't mean they send older kids. A lot of times they'll just send 12, 13-year-old kids if they don't. Their process is a little different. They pay half of everything the city over there does, and they don't fundraise through the whole year. They have a 3-month window, and they pick them. They have to apply just like we do, but and then they have meetings, and the city pays half, and then if they want to fundraise on their own, they can. But most of the time, it's just the parents paying the difference, and so. And when we go over there, we're treated, like I said, rock stars, and they have a budget of about, I think they told me $35,000 for this program, and they come over here, and we don't have the budget that they have, but we do have the resources in this area, which is nice, with Yellowstone and some of the other aspects. But what it really comes down to is, I think, is that host family experience. You go into the home and you're immersed in their culture and in their language, and it becomes this different world. And having experienced it, they're normal people who get up every day and go out and try and make a living. But when you're sitting on the floor eating dinner, it's a different feel, and it changes kids' lives. And it's a great program. Unfortunately, like I said, I wish we could have expanded, but funding isn't there unless the city wants to,
Doesn't sound like they want you to send too many more people there.
No, they have a problem getting host families, is the problem, from what we were told. But this last time, though, that for the adult delegation, they said we could send as many as we wanted. And so I don't know if it's just because it's kids or what. We had 19, I think 20 people ready to go, and Japan was fine with that, with the adult delegation, but with the kids delegation, I think it's too much. It's partly because they're busing them around and they're taking them to all these events and everything, where the adults are a little different. They don't have to do all that. So
Do you have a problem getting host families here?
Sometimes we do. For the most part, though, we're able to fill those positions. I have hosted myself 7 times, and so it's kind of like there's a regular group that we'll host. We're certainly willing to have new people and host. Where it's not this elitist club that it's just that we're sitting there going, who do we get? And I'm like, well, if you can't find anybody, let me know and I'll host. And I love the opportunity. It's a great opportunity to have a Japanese kid in your house and show him how to make pancakes, those kind of things, just little things like that. Make a hamburger, man, it blows their mind. So it's a great experience. So I think you guys, you've had people. Did you host? I can't remember if you hosted.
No, we have never hosted, but we've usually gone around when they're in town and chaperoned them and helped with that. Yeah.
So it's a great experience. Most families that host once, depending on their situation, like we hosted, our first one was great. We had a great time with that one. She was a little older, 16, 17-year-old gal. And I had daughters at the time in the house. And then the next year we got a 13-year-old, and she just hid in her room the whole time, because she couldn't speak the language. She was really shy and everything. And so it just depends on the experience you have. Like last year we had a very young boy come in. He was 13, but he was great. We enjoyed that. So. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for doing what you're doing. Appreciate it.
You bet.
We will move on to agenda item number 5, which is Pocatello Impact Fees Feasibility Presentation. Raftellus representatives will give a presentation overviewing proposed creation of impact fees for the city of Pocatello. The presentation will initiate council decision toward the feasibility of enacting impact fees. Presentation will be given through GoToMeetings. And so do we need to hook up here or on ours, or?
Should be good. Once Ken gets it all fixed.
All right. Grab a notepad.
We're becoming experts. Morning, Dwayne.
Morning.
We can hear you.
Watching your council presentation, it was very interesting about the exchange program.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Yep, he's just pulling up his PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. If we need to take a minute, we surely can.
Ken said that I might need to repeat questions to Dwayne, so.
Can Dwayne hear you now?
Dwayne, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So whatever questions folks have here in council chambers, I'll just repeat to you.
Okay, have you seen my slides?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your time this morning. We're going to have a collaborative work session where we're going to try to talk about impact fees. And the idea of this is to help City Council strategize and make a good decision about whether impact fees are a good fit for your community. I've prepared several graphics to kind of help you guys understand the implications of impact fees and what it might mean and some of the decisions that we might have to make along the way. So let me just kind of give you a quick idea of what you're seeing on the little maps. I know it's not a lot of detail, but it will give you some idea. The orange outline is roughly the city limits. This is the train tracks I-20, the interstate that goes through your community. This is the downtown area, so this is where Idaho State University is down here, south of Center Street. And so what we'll show you is several of these maps, and just to give you an idea, this shows median value of owner-occupied housing. So if we think about impact fees, we can structure them by size of unit, which helps make the fees lower for smaller, more affordable units. But there is the whole perspective of affordability. That is a fee, and you have to think about the amount of the fee in comparison to the market value of the house or what the sales price of the house. And so impact fees are only on new development. They're not collected like a real estate transfer tax where you collect it every time you exchange ownership. That's not how it works. It's just on new construction, and it has to apply for both residential and non-residential development. So this will just kind of give you a perspective that, it will affect folks differently depending on the value of the house. Generally, impact fees are more like the range of 5 to 10% of the sales price. Back in the old days when we had real estate commissions that averaged 6%, nobody ever says, well, the real estate commission is killing the sale of a house. So there's kind of a different perspective depending on who's paying the fee and the market conditions and things like that. But normally impact fees are passed along to the end user. So it's the person in a normal market that's buying the house or renting a business, a building for a business. Those are the people that are paying the impact fees, not us, the city versus them, the developer type of situation. Normally, a developer in a healthy market is going to pass those costs along to the end. Okay, any questions before I head on into the agenda?
We're good.
Okay, so we're going to start off by talking about revenue strategies and kind of some of the trade-offs, because impact fees would just be one mix of the revenue mix for the city. So there are some pros and cons of doing those. To help you decide whether you want to do impact fees, we'll go over impact fee fundamentals, and some of that is just kind of getting all of us to know the same concepts and terms so we can make sure we're consistently talking apples to apples. And then we'll talk about how impact fees are calculated, and then why local governments choose impact fees. And there are legal requirements that we have to meet. Idaho does have specific state enabling legislation, so we'll go through the requirements in Idaho, and then we'll, at the end, after you've kind of seen the presentation, I've got about a dozen slides that we'll just have questions and answers. So this map on this slide also shows population density. You have the kind of typical pattern where you have a little bit higher density in the older downtown area. You can kind of see the older area of town that has a grid pattern in their blocks. The newer areas, as you move farther out, you tend to have what we call loops and lollipops, or lollipops being cul-de-sacs. You have the kind of curvilinear development pattern, so you can see the newer areas on the outside of town, and generally the densities fall off as you pick from town. So we can structure impact fees to be lower in the urban area and the more walkable urban setting, and more expensive in the more drivable suburban area. So that's one consideration that we need to evaluate whether we want to do that or not. Because basically the idea, especially if you're going to do transportation fees, if you are in a walkable urban setting, you have more options where people can walk or bike or take transit if you have that to different types of land uses, then you don't have to have as high of an impact fee in a more walkable urban setting. Okay, any questions before I move on?
Yeah, we've got one, just a second.
I think you mentioned commercial, if a person is renting a business. So then how does that, because then I rent it for 5 years and then a new renter takes over, it's different than selling something I own. How does that work?
Okay. She's asking, could you hear?
I could hear it.
Okay.
It came through. It was a little marbled, but I can make it out.
Sure.
Basically, impact fees are normally paid up front at the time you get a building permit. And so it's the original builder that's paying the fee, and then those costs will be passed along. So it's not an ongoing fee like you're paying out of your monthly rent. It's a one-time upfront charge where it's normally paid by the original builder of the building. Sometimes some communities push it back and collect it as a certificate of occupancy, so it's not as much of a cash flow problem for the builder, but those are the kind of decisions that we'll make if we decide to implement impact.
Is that good, Chris?
That works for now. Thank you.
Okay. So let's talk some about the trade-offs. We basically have to think about impact fees being part of the revenue mix that are kind of shown in the middle section of this graphic. So at one end, we have special assessments, and that might be, for example, if you had a residential street that wasn't paved and people on the street wanted it paved, then you could do a special assessment and pay for that. Then you have impact fees. Different states have different types of special districts or improvement districts. Then you have utility rates, property taxes, sales taxes. So those are kind of the spectrum of different revenue mixes that we have in a community, and there's different ways of looking at it. If you think about it, on the left side of the graphic over here, you want to have a strong connection between the person that's creating the demand for infrastructure and who's paying the fee. So, that works very nice for special assessments and impact fees because the people creating the demand for infrastructure are paying for it. And so, on one hand, we kind of like that perspective, but if you think about it on the right side of the graphic, there's a very small revenue base that cover the cost of the fees when you do that. So every year, if you think about it for impact fees, you already have in Pocatello, 90% or 95% of the development is here today that will be here in 5 years or 10 years out. So you're only adding a small increment on top of a big base every year. So the people paying the impact fees is a relatively small revenue base, and that tends to make the cost per unit higher. So politically, a lot of times we like to spread that cost around, and if you don't have impact fees, you're basically saying everybody in the community is paying for the cost of growth by property taxes or sales taxes, or if you're doing water sewer fees, you're covering it in your utility rates. So those are the kind of trade-offs, and there's not a perfect solution, and every community won't land at the same point. But those are the kind of things that we'll have to help you guys decide and wrestle with as we go through the process, and if you choose to go down the path of impact fees. Any questions about this one?
Nope, we're good.
Okay. We'll move on. So let's talk a little bit about the fundamentals of impact fees. They fund the gross share of public facilities needed to serve new development, and the state of Idaho has actually defined what facilities you can address, and we'll look at that in just a minute. the one-time fee that's typically collected prior to development or at the time a certificate of occupancy is issued, but in a healthy market, it'll be passed along to the end users. And it cannot be used for operations, maintenance, or replacement. And that gets to be an issue, for instance, if you do like a fire impact fee. The cost of a fire station might not be that big of a problem to fund, but the cost of staffing a fire station and providing 24 hours coverage 7 days a week, full additional crew to man that station, that can be a real consideration for the community. So even though we are only addressing capital costs with impact fees, as part of the decision-making process with the management team, finance folks, and manager and all, we'll have to really think about operating and maintenance costs that go along with these things. So it's typically a big problem for public safety is operating and maintenance costs because it's personnel is they're a big ticket item. It's not so much of a problem for parks, but it's a consideration. So those are the kind of things that we have to think about when we're thinking about whether impact fees are appropriate for your community. Any questions on this slide?
So I do have a question. It says that it cannot be used for operations or maintenance or replacement. If we look at our community where it has grown, we have identified that we need to really move our fire station number 2 north and maybe even a little bit west. Number 3, we need to move it east to help with what we have right now. Could we not use that for those movements?
Yes, you can use it, but it's not an all or nothing kind of determination. One thing that we commonly do, or a simple way to address the problem, is if you make the station bigger, you can pay for the additional floor area with impact fees. So for instance, if you had a very small station, let's just pick some numbers now, that was like the size of a house with 3,000 or 4,000 square feet, and you wanted to build a station that was 10,000 square feet. Well, you could pay for 30% of it well, not 30% would be the existing development share, and the rest of it would be new development share. So you can do the math, simple ratios like that to come up with what would be the gross share that would be appropriate for development. So it's not all or nothing, but it's more of just deciding and having some methodology or reasonable method to allocate the cost between existing development and new development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So here's some of the common impact fee methods. We can basically look backwards and say, we've done things in the past that have been oversized and we want to recover the cost of those things. So that's a very common approach for water, sewer, utilities. We can also include debt service like that. So if you did, for instance, I built a nice new park or something, a community park, and you bonded it, and you have debt service payments for that, we can figure out a methodology to help, pay debt service on that because you built the park, growth over the next 10 or 20 years. A common one is the middle one where we call incremental expansion. We basically are documenting our current levels of service and both quantitative and qualitative measurements. So we might say we've got, X number of fire stations per fire station building space per 1,000 residents. That's our current level of service, and we want to maintain that certain level of service. And then we just do the math based on projected development over the next 10 years to say what's our additional need for fire station floor area just to maintain the same ratio. So that's a very common method that we can do. And then at the end, we basically will say, all right, if that's our growth need, what's a real capital improvement project that we're going to plan, that we're going to build to show that new development is going to benefit from collecting those impacts. The last one, plan-based, is kind of flip-flopping the calculation process where you're basically identifying a specific project that you want to do, And you're basically then going through the step of how we're going to allocate the cost to new development and make sure they pay their fair share. So it's more of a specific project-driven methodology. And most states have impact fees, kind of the best practices have been going more and more to plan-based methodologies. Idaho is one of the states that requires a capital improvement program. Your fees are very much connected to your CIP. Arizona is a state like that. There's a lot of the more recent impact fee enabling legislations have basically been going more and more to a more project-based, plan-based methodology. But part of the calculations that before you can adopt the fee is to figure out if there's a need for credits, because we basically have to make sure we don't ask anyone to pay twice. So for the same infrastructure. So we have things, there are really two different kinds of credits. There's one that's a revenue credit, thinking of how do we adjust the calculations to account for grants, or if we have dedicated funding for a specific type of improvement, like you might have a sales tax dedicated for certain projects, then we have to figure that in the methodology. The other one is more of a site-specific credit, where a developer might decide, I want to, because I'm opening up a whole new area of the city to development, and I have to have a fire station in my area because of response times, I'm going to go ahead and build that fire station, and then I'm going to want to credit back that either as a lower impact fee in my area, or you're going to pay me back, and the development reimbursement agreement can be worked out. So those are the kind of things that more on the implementation side that we do as part of the impact fee process. Any questions on this?
Not right now.
Okay. So why choose impact fees? Well, it does excuse me, help maintain level of service for residents and businesses, and that's an important consideration. If you don't do impact fees, and you're competing for general fund dollars to make these improvements, especially when lower budget times, it's tough because you're competing for those general fund dollars. Your levels of service tend to decline over time, and at some point, that'll be a negative for attracting businesses and residents in Pocatello. So it's a quality of life kind of thing. People are generally attracted to communities that have nice facilities, nice services, and so that's a place-making kind of consideration that you want Pocatello to be attractive for. It does minimize the need for broad-based revenues, and so part of the dynamic that happens that once people move into the community, they're all of a sudden don't want to be subsidizing growth, and that's what they'll say. They'll show up at meetings and say growth ought to pay for growth and that type of thing, and there's a lot of rationale for that, and so it does help to kind of counter that and say, well, growth is paying their fair share if you have impact fees. And it makes it more of a broad-based, a general policy decision rather than fighting over each individual development project that comes along and deciding what they should provide in terms of facilities. This makes it a more general discussion of what's new development in general, creating the need for infrastructure and how should we pay for it. So it makes it not so much a particular argument over a particular development, but more of a general policy discussion. And then the last point, it helps from the developer's perspective is that it provides predictable funding for system improvements that's shared by all the development. So it's the kind of if a developer's coming in and asking for approval on a particular project, they don't want to be the straw that breaks the camel's back kind of thing, and they're being asked to basically provide a whole bunch of improvements because the community is dispensing that the levels of service are going down. So rather than that developer just having to do a bunch of improvements, then you kind of remove it from that discussion on that particular development and you address it more systematically and say, yeah, these are the general improvements we need over the 10 years, and this is how we're going to spread the cost to everybody coming next 10 years. The legal requirements. people will always call impact fees a tax, and they're basically, that will happen. There's no way to prevent that but legally it's not. In fact, the tax is part of revenue generation, tax law. Impact fees are part of public health, safety, impact, welfare considerations. So it's more, can kind of think of it as a way, almost like a contractual agreement. It's not quite the right terminology, but basically the expectation is we're going to collect this money, we're going to put it in a specific fund, and we're going to only use it for the improvements that we say we've identified. So it's not a general tax that can be used for any purpose. It is an earmarked revenue that has to only be used for growth media. Part of the police power, that's the general legal umbrella that it's under. And as far as the legal requirements, people will talk in terms of nexus or rational nexus, and that's basically the idea of there has to be some kind of logical connection between what you're asking the new development to pay for, what's the need, and we're talking in terms of system improvements, not project level improvements, and then how is that fee payer going to benefit? And we have to think more short term with impact fees. We have to say, over the next 5 years or so, these are the projects that we're going to build, and this is how you're going to be able to benefit from this fee collection. And we have to make sure that these are proportionate. And that's important because we can't discriminate by type of land use. You can't just say we only want residential to pay development impact fees or public safety. Because clearly, if you build a new restaurant in the community, or if you open up a new big box retail store, it's going to make a need for additional public safety demand for facilities, and they have to pay a proportionate share of the cost of the impact. So we can't discriminate by type of land use, and we have to have a rational way to come up with impact fees and say this is what's fair by type of development, and it's a general, again, broad class of property that we're assessing impact on. It's not an individualized assessment for a particular project. And then we have the Idaho Impact Fee Act. I have a couple slides on that. But before we go on, do we have any question on these general legal requirements?
None for now, thank you.
Okay, so in Idaho, on the left, you'll see the fees are limited to water, wastewater, which most people just say sewer, roads, stormwater, park recreation, open space, and public safety. And everything has to have a useful life of 10 years or more. So in terms of public safety, that gets to be a problem for usually for like police cars, because typically those don't last 10 years. You have to turn them over faster than that. So those are the general types of facilities. And just on the bottom, we just kind of highlighted that it excludes schools. There are no school impact fees, although there's been people kind of asking maybe we consider that. I don't think it's gotten any traction yet with the legislature, and I think it's still in schools. Before we leave this slide, let's talk a little bit about where jobs are located in the community. This map on the right, basically, it's kind of like a heat map with the darker colors showing kind of where jobs are located today and more concentrated today. So you can see them in the downtown area, down along the interstate, and interchanges. You also see a couple of jobs. So we can kind of structure the impact fees, or like I was saying with population density, we might want to try to structure the impact fees so that they minimize the fees on non-residential development, but there will have to be fees for non-residential development. But where people both live and work, like in the downtown area, those are really good areas to try to minimize the impact fees. And you don't even have to collect impact fees for certain types of infrastructure if you have capacity. For instance, we've done fees in communities where they say, well, every new development needs to pay their share of plant capacity for water and sewer, but we really got adequate lines in this particular area of our community, so we're not going to charge impact fees for water distribution or sewer collection. So those are the kind of things that we can do to help minimize one area, like perhaps the downtown. Not sure if that would be applicable in your community, but you can vary the fees geographically. It just adds some complexity calculations, and then, so there's some trade-offs there, but that's something we can do. Any questions on this?
No, sir.
We have one.
We do have one.
So if we have to expand for service from a 16-inch line to a 24, but we have an area that needs to be served that has a capacity to go to 30, could we charge the impact fee for the difference or for the whole thing? Or?
Dwayne, could you?
Yeah, I think so. He was saying if you had to basically upsize a pipe to provide service to a new area, can you use impact fees for that? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a possibility. And again, it's not an all or nothing kind of equation. You can basically do more of an engineering type of consideration that, you know, the flow capacity of a small pipe is X and then the larger pipe is Y. You take the difference between those and that's how you figure out the growth share. So yeah, we can definitely do that. And we often do that with like lift stations if you have to have those for your sewer collection system. You often have to upsize those and they don't have that long of a replacement cycle. So the next time you get to replace that lift station, if you oversize it or upsize it, you can pay for the difference, the additional capacity that it has.
Thank you.
Any more questions? All right. So Idaho, one of the things we have to have, it's just a great idea, we usually recommend this anyway, is to establish a private advisory committee. It's often, there's specific requirements in the legislation, but it's basically trying to get some private sector perspectives, developer perspective into the giving you advice on the impact fees. They aren't decision-making, they're just advisory, but you do have to present them the land use assumptions, the capital improvement plan, get their input on that. And elected officials will have to adopt the land use assumptions and the CIP. And then you'll have another round of hearings to adopt the development impact fee ordinance, that's what DIF stands for. And then you have to set up implementation mechanisms to basically track the dollars and make sure that you're spending the money the right way. So there are some requirements for annual reporting. It's basically just a simple process. It's not project by project. It's just, you know, dollars in, dollars out, what's our fund balance at the end of the year, that type of thing. And generally, we have to spend the dollars as soon as possible. One that's not a good scenario to sit on the fund and build up millions of dollars. We try to keep the cash flowing, keep projects being built. So you need to spend the money within 8 years, or in Idaho, you have to actually refund it. So you do have to track who paid the fees, but you're not doing your accounting on a project-by-project basis. And they give you a longer time frame for water and sewer. So you get, sewer and stormwater, you get 20 years for that.
We have a question, Dwayne.
So Dwayne, does that 20 years apply to water as well?
I think not, because I don't think that's an oversight on the slide. I think that's accurate. Now, it's kind of surprising because usually they have water together. But yeah, we'll definitely check that on the legislation, but I think that's accurate. Doesn't make sense to me, but I think it's accurate.
Thank you.
So if it is not spent within 8 years, then we need to reimburse it back to the original owner or payer? Or what happens with that?
Yeah, that's the one that varies by state to state. And we'll have to check the requirements in Idaho to get the know for sure. I think it goes back to the property owner, but not the developer. I think it goes back to the property owner, so but we'll check the legislation to make sure.
Is it the original property owner, or if I buy a house and then Roger moves into the house 5 years later, and then the money is not spent, does Roger get that money or does the original owner get that money back?
Well, that's what I just said. I don't have that answer right now. What do you?
My assumption would be that the cost recovery has occurred in the transfer of ownership, and therefore the holder of the property would be the one that gets.
That would be my assumption.
And Dwayne, I also understand that you can apply for an extension on that 8 years, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And usually to do that, if you have the money encumbered, you put things out for bid and haven't, got through the purchasing and selection process yet, or it's scheduled for, next year in the CIP, that kind of thing. Those are the kind of situations that you can do that.
Jeff, I just didn't hear what you said. Apply for an extension?
So yeah, let's say you hit your 8-year mark and you got a park that's in planning or hasn't gone out for bid or whatever, and you anticipate it's going to take you another year to spend the money, you can apply for an extension on that 8-year period.
Okay.
Apply to whom?
It's not the state, isn't it, Dwayne?
I think it's a little breaking up, but yes, you think about how typical big ticket capital improvement program works. You often have to do design engineering work up front or buy land, so you can use impact fees for those dollars, and then you have construction process, and it might be multiple years. All that upfront money, design work and all that is actually, the basic concept is on the impact fee accounting, it's, first in, first out kind of thing. So as long as you spend some money to do the design engineering work or buy land or something like that, then you're actually spending dollars on the part.
And Dwayne, a follow-up question was, if you do apply for an extension, who do you apply to?
It's the state that's authorizing you to do this, and I think it's just part of the annual reporting process that you're basically trying to say, because the way the legislation is written, I believe, is that the fee payer is the one that has to apply for a refund, but I'll have to check the correct wording on that. It's not to see if it's who's responsible for that, if it has to be the fee payer initiating the process, or if the obligation is on the city to meet that requirement.
I'm not sure if he's on this, or go ahead. Roger has a question.
If I'm reading this right, impact fees presume fairly rapid growth, because it's real hard to get a project off the ground if you don't have the substantial usage that it requires. And so I see that there's some assumption of growth and being rapid here. I don't know if I'm right or not.
That's correct. Impact fees are a better fit for communities that are having more rapid development or significant development. Because if you think about it from a cash flow perspective, if only new development is paying the fees and you aren't collecting very much revenue, then you're not going to be able to do a whole lot with that money. So that's part of the reason why you have to lay these assumptions up front, to make sure that you kind of have some idea of the amount of new residential units expected in the next 10 years in the non-residential floor area. And then you can, do some simple math. If we, get $2,000 per unit or $4,000 per unit, in fact, we often do a matrix like that to help us evaluate it. Then we'd have $1 million or $2 million over the next 10 years, and what can we do with that amount of money? So we can. That's part of the kind of feasibility that you need to think through, and that's part of the process. And if you're not experiencing a significant amount of growth, that's probably not going to be a good fit.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, getting near the end, a couple more slides on the Idaho requirements. You have to document actual costs or reasonable estimates. You have to apply the same level of service as well as standards for existing and new development. You have to evaluate credits. We talked a little bit about that. Debt service and size certificate. There is some determination of service areas. For instance, it's more of a problem for, say, stormwater because water flows down hills. You have to think of drainage basins and that kind of thing as to who's going to benefit. So there is some geographic evaluation. Generally, it's simpler and easier to try to do fees citywide, so we try to minimize the need for service areas, but that is something we'll have to look at. And it's just not as big a problem for a small city or for a city as it is would be a big like water sewer district that serves multiple jurisdictions or a county that has a big service area. Then you have to make sure that the fees are reasonable and there's a fair formula to establish what the proportionate share is by type of development. And then you have to have a schedule for residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial. A lot of communities really just try to keep those as simple as possible. They have 3, 4 general non-residential categories. A lot of times you just treat an agricultural business as an ancillary use if it's residential and maybe don't even have impact fees on it. If it's more of a large-scale operation, maybe you have to have a fee on it for industrial, but that's kind of a rare situation, especially in a city. There's not a lot of new buildings built for agricultural purposes. So generally, think of it as residential and non-residential, and you probably need a couple categories. Generally, people break out their non-residential fees like industrial, retail, restaurant, and then everything else. Any questions on this slide?
No, sir.
So some of the procedural requirements, we talked about having an advisory committee, adopting a capital improvements plan, and updating the CIP at least every 5 years, which is kind of a typical CIP horizon that most jurisdictions are already have. One of the things to consider is your community pattern in your community. So the graphic that you see is from the U.S. Census Bureau, keeps track of the quarterly workforce data that every employer has to submit, and they have information on where the businesses are located, where the employees are located, and so we kind of get a sense of commuting patterns. So Pocatello is a bit of an employment center where you have more people coming in the city than going out. Approximately 13,000 folks live and work in Pocatello, which is good because that minimizes your commuting patterns. But you have another 13,000 or so coming in every day from outside the community, and there are some folks that leave, about 11,000, and they work in their other communities. So those are the kind of in the details of the calculations when we do, especially transportation fees. We consider these commuting patterns, and we include that in the proportionate share calculation. Any questions on this?
I don't think so.
Will we get
Just one.
a copy of this? I'm particularly interested in this slide.
It's on our iPad.
Oh, okay. All right.
And there's a website, it's called On the Map. If you just type in On the Map, it'll pop up, and then you can look at this kind of information. It's pretty much available across the United States. The only trouble is it's a little bit of a lag time. That the latest available one is 2017 data. Okay, so in Idaho, we have to have a capital improvements plan, so you have to document your land use assumptions, you have to identify service units applicable to new development. So a service unit, it's basically, think of it simple, for a park impact fee, it would be a person, and then we would use persons per housing unit as a way to translate the need for, or to match up the service units per development unit. Then you have to talk about your existing facilities and if you have any deficiencies, because impact fees can't pay for it, infrastructure deficiencies. So that's part of the analysis of looking at the current capacity, also thinking about committed uses or future capacity, and that helps you determine your future need. We want to project the demand for improvements up to 20 years, but generally, we're looking at a 10-year horizon is about as far out as we're actually going to go for the purpose of actually providing the fees. We have to describe system improvements and their costs, give a rough schedule of when those are going to happen, and identify other sources of revenues that, as part of the revenue credit process that I already talked about. So a little bit of a process to go through this, and that's why a lot of communities just use outside consultants, a lot for staff to take on in addition to all their other duties. And so, in a lot of ways, the impact fee consultants love these impact fee enabling legislation because it's like a make work thing for us. But the home builders, a lot of them thought, I think, originally that establishing enabling legislation would prohibit people from doing impact fees. But that generally has not been the case, at least in Arizona, where I live right now. Impact fees, most of the communities, they adopted a whole bunch of new standards in 2014, and most all the local governments decided to comply with the rules and kept their impact fee nominated. Any questions on the capital improvement planning process? So a lot of this you're already doing it. It's maybe just not as transparent or as open or as published. But staff, is very familiar with this process. They already kind of go through this stuff on their own. But this just makes it a little more transparent and a little more public policy kind of discussion rather than just a chart.
I don't see any questions.
You have any?
No.
Okay. So what makes a good partnership as far as for doing impact is really we need the elected officials and staff and the advisory committee, everybody to be engaged and more of a collaborative effort and really think critically. We want to help. We want everybody to kind of, rather than undermining the process, really to think critically and contribute so that we actually, kind of derive or come to a consensus building process and identify what's important to the community, what are we going to do to prioritize our improvements, what do we need to do over the next 10 years to accommodate new development. We want to help come up with realistic costs and growth shares because we're trying to identify the true cost of growth and then decide, should the development pay for all of it or a portion of it, or are we going to split the cost 50 or some other way. So those are all the kind of things that's, again, more of a policy kind of consideration. But we try to tailor the fees and the policies to Pocatello. It's not like a canned approach where we just ask you to fill in a bunch of numbers, but it's more of an iterative process back and forth. And especially if you're doing more of a plan-based method, you can basically say, all right, here's 10 projects on this list of road improvements, but the fees are, the general understanding is the fees are just too high. We can't support that. So then you say, all right, well, which projects are we going to cut off the list? And that'll make it go down. But those are very transparent kind of trade-offs that you have to make and kind of arrive at a socially derived, what's right for Pocatello. So we do expect to try to build consensus through the process, working with stakeholders, having work sessions with elected officials, working with the city's management team that includes, finance, city manager, planning, legal department. All those people are going to be at the table and are going to help guide the process. And we want the management team to, also kind of monitor not only the amount of the cumulative fees, but that the fees are being spent and projects are getting done. Because the worst case scenario is that a department is just so busy with day-to-day operations that they're not getting their capital improvements planned, they're not getting the design work done, they're not getting it scheduled, and not getting contractors. So that's kind of all the processes. We're not just doing this to build up revenue. We're trying to actually provide infrastructure. That's a key kind of process. So we want to make sure that everybody's on board and that we're actually building things that benefit the DBAs. Okay, any questions on this?
We have one.
Yeah, we do.
So I guess the big part is to do an analysis of whether impact fees are appropriate. And so is there, there's the consulting when you're deciding how you're going to use impact fees, but how do you determine whether impact fees should be explored deeper and more expansively, and for what projects? There's got to be some demographics that feed this in terms of growth and trends and things like that, because it seems real arbitrary if you don't start with something like that.
Yeah, very much so, and that's the kind of thing that I think the planning department already has, probably in maybe some of the utilities folks. Everybody has projections that they do for their master plans, and for transportation planning purposes, you have projections. So you could take some of those, basically, here's the number of people and jobs that we expect to show up over the next 10 years, get some idea of the number of new units, and just do some back of the table, back of the envelope kind of calculations to get an idea of the amount of revenue that you might see and whether it makes sense or not. And you can also, the department heads have some idea of, for instance, do we need a new station over the next 10 years? Or like you already talked about, we really need to relocate 2 of them. So can we do that? What's new development going to pay for versus the existing development? Can we fund the existing development share? Because that's a huge, if the existing development needs to pay for 80% of that fire station, can you realistically come up with that 80%? So those are the kind of questions I think the management team and department heads can look at, and we can help with it if you need a little more dialogue back and forth. But you're right, there does have to be a process to make it a good decision, and you don't want to spend money on the study and then get down to the end and say, we decide not to implement the fees. Pretty much need to think it through, and not determining the amount of the fees up front, but you probably don't want to start the process if you're not going to have something impacting it.
We have one more question.
Well, this is not necessarily a question, but it's just a statement to the rest of the council. I would be very interested in having some kind of a public hearing or a town hall on this subject to kind of get input from people in our community. I imagine the building contractors will have a lot to say about this, and I think we would be a lot better off going down that path first and getting some feedback and thinking through some of the pros and cons before we jump to the next step of creating the committee with the stakeholders and the utilities and that type of thing. So that's just...
Well, and I would even say that I think that we need to even see it more feasibly at that point.
Yeah.
Because to me, there's a launch point for doing this.
Right.
And it's where you see growth reaching at a predetermined rate and stuff like that, rather than ancillary, regular growth, slow growth.
Right.
I think there's got to be a dynamic that triggers and says, you have launched into a new era. And how do you then get out ahead on that era with all these other things?
Dwayne, do you guys suggest or recommend a growth threshold that would, solicit cities' interest in impact fees?
Not really. It's really the local decision. We just, for instance, just did a online presentation with Pickton County, Colorado yesterday, and it's a big, they don't have a lot of growth, but when they build houses, they're like 10 or 15,000 square feet and big mansions out, and they have a huge amount of impact. So even if they only build, 50 a year, they still want impact fees, and they still have them, and they've had them for 20 years. So it's kind of just up to you. Your community is unique, and you have to decide what's best. But I definitely think if if your population is pretty flat and it has been for 10 years, then maybe you need to really think about whether it's worthwhile or not. And I kind of talk to the department heads and city manager and kind of give you their perspective on the growth related needs. And those are the kind of things I think you need that input staff and everybody kind of, like you said, get together and decide with the community whether it's a good idea or not. A lot of times the builders are for it. Like in just if these, this is just my kind of like wrap up slide. This is just marketing stuff for you guys to consider. But I mentioned there in the last bullet point, we did fees in Meridian, and they have to have advisory committee. And actually, the builders in the Boise metro area expect to pay impact fees. They're not necessarily against them. They just, it's a cost of doing business. They know that they have to have the infrastructure. So usually it's more about how the fees are done and trying to make it reasonable and not giving them any big surprises. They of course don't like it if you make radical changes without allowing them. Like if you go from no impact fees to adopting impact fees, some communities, if you haven't had them before, they phase them in over 2 or 3 years just to make it less monotonous. But that's the kind of implementation specifics that they're concerned about. They're not necessarily against impact fees. They just want to make sure that they're reasonable. And the guys that build it, the firms that build it on the small end of the market, the more affordable units, they're the ones that have the hardest time with impact fees because they have much slimmer margins. So that's why we usually recommend that you do the impact fees that vary by size, rather than have one size fits all. Rather than having an average fee for a single-family detached house, it's better to structure them like small, medium, and large, so that you have some variation in the smaller units, like a Habitat for Humanity house would pay a lower impact fee than a 6,000 square foot house out on the edge. So those are the kind of things that we do to help with affordability.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. That's my contact information. Cristiano is part of our firm. He's worked with you guys for many years doing the water sewer rates. He's been part of our team, and he's been listening in on this, and we'd be glad to help you guys if you decide to go forward.
Super. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions and decisions? I'll hang around if you want to talk.
I don't think there is any right now, and so we'll go from there. If we have any questions, then we will run them through Jeff. Or Jen, I guess, will probably be the one reaching out. Thank you, Dwayne.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to drop off. Bye.
Council, do we need a few-minute break? Let's go ahead, before we move to agenda item number 6, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then we'll be right back.
You have to treat everybody.
So thank you very much for joining us after the break. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item number 6, Idaho Suicide Prevention Hotline presentation. Members of the Idaho Suicide Prevention Hotline, ISPH, will give a cost savings on suicide prevention brief to the City Council. ISPH receives high volume of calls from Pocatello, and representatives are seeking council support to help fund the hotline. The meeting is also through GoToMeetings, and so let's see how this works.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. My name is Lee Flynn. I am the director of the Idaho Suicide Prevention Hotline. I'm new in this position. I just started in May. Appearing with me today is my colleague, Wendy Young. And we know you have many, many more items on your agenda, so we will be very brief. I want to start by just acknowledging and thanking you very much for letting us present to you. We really look forward to being there in person, but appreciate the ability to present via video since the COVID infection rates in our area have dramatically increased in the last 2 weeks. So again, thank you for your time. Our remarks will be brief today. I'm going to address 3 areas very quickly. First of all, what the hotline is, how we operate, and then before we close up, we're going to ask for your partnership in terms of a financial contribution and a collaboration. So we've shared in advance with you a one-pager, kind of a fact sheet about us, and we want to acknowledge right up front that we have limited data available to us. Specifically, what I mean by that is some of the data that we have on our end is collected by the county, rather than by city. Another limitation that we have is we do, when people call the hotline for assistance and support, we do try to gather demographic information from them, but as you can understand, depending on the severity of their crisis, that doesn't always work. If someone is extremely suicidal, we don't press them for demographic information. So suffice that to say, we gather data as we were able, and we're increasingly trying to improve on that data collection. So, the 3 areas. First of all, again, I'll start with what the hotline is. The hotline is Idaho's 24/7, is the only statewide 24/7 accredited hotline in our state. We provide crisis intervention and suicide prevention services to all Idahoans. We receive right around, give or take, 1,000 calls a month, and we get calls from every county in Idaho. The calls range from people who are regular callers who may have severe mental illness, to those who sometimes, and it happened just a few days ago, sometimes we have people on the line that have already taken steps to take their own life. So for example, on one end of the spectrum, as I mentioned, we have people who are mentally ill that call us often. And what a typical scenario for that could be someone who is schizophrenic, for example. So we have callers that feel like they're in crisis, and they call us fairly regularly, and our phone responder helps de-escalate that person. So what does that mean for local municipalities? So in that situation, and we want to encourage people to call us, but in that situation, we have callers who call the hotline, and previous to the hotline existing, these are the types of callers that would typically call 911, and emergency responders would have to go to their home to check on them. So again, we encourage people to call us for whatever reason. And on the extreme side, we obviously get people who are very, very high risk of taking their own life. And that happens regularly also. So in that situation, again, our caller helps the person de-escalate so that we can try to get them through that day and connect them to services. I don't want to forget to say and really emphasize that suicide is preventable. Most people who consider suicide, they don't necessarily want to die. They're in some sort of pain, whether it's physical pain or emotional pain, and they want that pain to stop. That is a big part of what we help the person get through. So that's what the hotline is. Next, I'm going to talk about, or just briefly mention, how we operate. The hotline is a 501c3 nonprofit. We have paid staff. We have 4 full-time staff, 15 part-time staff who primarily serve as phone room supervisors. And then the foundation of our work is based on 80 highly trained volunteers who serve as phone responders. That would be incredibly hard and unsustainable if we had to pay people to be phone responders. These volunteers receive over 50 hours of training and they commit to serve a minimum of 1 year and to serve 4 hours a week as a phone responder. So highly trained, highly committed volunteers. And then next, I'm going to go on to the last part, and this is the partnership, the request for partnership and collaboration. One thing I want to mention, because I realize it's not on the sheet we distributed, is I want to highlight, we have several public-private partnerships with entities across the state. Two that I want to highlight that may be of particular interest to you are our partnership with the Bannock County Jail. That partnership, and we have partnerships with other county jails, and we're working to increase those partnerships across the state. But what that means on the ground is that inmates at the Bannock County Jail, if they feel in crisis, if they are feeling suicidal, they can call the hotline at no cost to themselves. And that helps, obviously it helps the person who's incarcerated get through that tough time, because if they're in jail, they're probably going to do some time and then they're going to get out of jail. It also is a partnership that helps support the people who work in the jail to alleviate some of the pressures that they may feel. So partnership with the Bannock County Jail, and we also have a partnership with your crisis center, the Southeast Idaho Behavioral Crisis Center. And one of the ways that we work with your crisis center and other crisis centers across the state is sometimes we get callers and we make a referral to the crisis center, so we can help de-escalate them in the moment, and then the next day or that night or whenever they can get help through your local crisis center. And then we partner with the crisis center to provide follow-up care when the client leaves the crisis center. So that's a little bit, that's not our only partnerships, but that's a little bit about some of our partnerships. And then the last thing, we do want to ask for your support formally in two ways. We want to ask you to collaborate with the hotline by helping us make introductions in your community. We have some, but we realize to be as successful as possible and to serve as many Idahoans as possible, we need to continue getting the word out. We don't have a marketing budget where we can just, hit the airwaves and that's very expensive. Partnerships are more valuable to us. So we want to ask for your collaboration, ask if you would be willing to work with us to make introductions in your community to those agencies, individuals that you think we should know of and be working with. And then we also want to ask you for a $10,000 investment in the work of the Idaho Suicide Prevention Hotline. As I mentioned earlier, suicide is preventable, and working together, we can reach more people and we can really help people in crisis. And by doing so, that helps our communities and that helps families. So thank you very much. I will stand for any questions you may have. And again, I very much appreciate this opportunity.
Questions? Chris and then Roger.
Do I talk to somebody
Just
as an
talk.
intermediary or just talk?
I think just talk and see if she can hear us.
Okay, so the county is really charged with and collects taxes to fund the indigent fund. So I'm just curious, to what degree is Bannock County already on behalf of Pocatellans contributing both support to needy people in crisis and also to the kinds of other activities and directly to your budget? How is Bannock County, because Bannock County, as part of the overall tax ask, collects money for indigent funds.
Okay, let me see if I have that question. I think I heard all that question. I think your question related to are we receiving any kind of support financial support from Bannock County? And the hotline does not receive financial support from Bannock County at this point.
And then, so then, for example, the purpose of the indigent fund is when people who cannot pay end up in the emergency room and so forth and so on, that there's that, and then of course there's the state catastrophic fund. Both of those are tax funded. And I'm not suggesting that that's a good system, but I'm just, I'm just wondering where the county, which is charged with county emergency unpayable medical costs, where they are in all of this before it trickles down and becomes a city obligation.
Right. We have no affiliation with the County Indigent Fund or the CAT Fund. I'm very familiar with how those operate, and I'm uncertain if those will continue to exist in the future due to Idaho adopting Medicaid expansion earlier this year. But it is something we will think about. At this point, again, we don't receive any county funds. We do receive some funding from the state. The state of Idaho helped with creation of the hotline. And as we operate right now, we really see ourselves as an important part of the entire behavioral health system in the state of Idaho, and often we are the entry point. And so I would say, in regard to your question about the CAT Fund and the Indigent Fund, those are, as I think I heard you mention, those are systems that by the time someone seeks help on that level, it's already very, very much downstream. The work that we are doing at the hotline, we see as more upstream than that, and it's because we really provide crisis intervention and suicide prevention upstream. And again, we want more and more people to call us, even if they do not feel suicidal, because we can help bend the cost curve for healthcare, and we can help people get the help they need early on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger.
Yeah. I'm on the similar vein. Have you approached Bannock County about funding?
We have not yet approached Bannock County.
Okay, then my follow-up is, as I look at the, first of all, this is a countywide demographic you're illustrating here. Second of all, the savings to emergency department costs, that's directly a county issue, not a city issue. And also the EMS issue is a county issue because they fund our EMS. So I really think the county is the first line responder for funding on this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those points.
Okay, other questions, comments?
Oh, by the same token, I think, it would take council discussion, but I think the collaborating with you to create opportunities and introductions and awareness in our community, both of your existence and potentially if we had a few citizens who wanted to volunteer, in this location, however that structure works. I think that is an easy discussion to at least say, let's talk about that and see if we can make that commitment and what that would look like.
I think just a follow-up on that point, I think would be interested in knowing what entities you have found the most success in, and I don't think there's ever a problem with us assisting making those connections without a doubt. That's not an issue.
Right.
So I would be interested in knowing what entities actually you have the best results and the best success with.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear if there was a question there.
It was kind of a statement, but I guess a question, if you would like one. What entities are you finding the best success with in a community? Because we could definitely make those introductions.
Okay.
I wouldn't know which ones would be the best to introduce you to.
Okay. We appreciate any introductions that you can make, and we also have considered reaching out to counties. We started out reaching out to cities. Our most recent presentation was to the city of Eagle, and they invested $10,000 in their last fiscal year, the tail end of their last fiscal year, and then invited us back to do a presentation for consideration of their budget that's in the works right now. We also have other requests into other cities.
Okay.
I have a question. I'm just looking at the bottom part of the front side of the sheet, and I noticed that the demographics, like Roger pointed out, are primarily county demographics until you get to the end. How are you able to figure out how much you saved the city as opposed to the count, as opposed when all the other demographics refer to the county? How were you able to pinpoint $188,000 and $868 savings to the city in direct costs and $8 million in indirect costs?
Right.
All right.
So hi,
Wendy.
my name's Wendy. I'm the fund development specialist here at the hotline. And the first thing, just to reiterate what Lee said, the way that our collection works at the hotline of demographics is that we can only collect things based on the county numbers. So that's unfortunate that we can only get county numbers, and the fact that the callers' numbers are so low for you. We know that there are more calls that we are getting in from your area than we can list. So those numbers are the only ones we have hard numbers for. So when you look at the population of your county, and then look at the largest population center in that county, is how we determine those numbers and that amount.
Okay.
And I would just add, when we talk about direct costs, we're talking primarily medical costs. And indirect costs, according to national research, when someone completes suicide, the direct costs are high for medical costs. The indirect costs are even more high, or higher, I should say. And that captures what essentially are the ripple impacts. If you think about in a workplace, if someone dies by suicide, the employer has to fill that position. There's the emotional impact on everybody they've worked with, in the workplace. There's the emotional impact to their family and friends. And so the indirect impact is often a big part of that is seen as lost productivity, which I know may sound a little harsh when talking about suicide, but what we're trying to present is, of course, you all understand the emotional impacts. There's also a financial impact when someone either attempts suicide or when they complete the suicide.
Okay, questions and comments anymore?
Well, I realize how prevalent suicide is in Idaho. I haven't worked hotlines here recently, but I've worked hundreds of hours on a hotline. And I've talked people down off the shelf a couple times, in those things, and had the follow-up. But I really feel like the city gets pressed as the main population center to carry the load for all the county and all the cities. And by my count, there's 5 or 6 more cities in our county than just Pocatello. And So I would go to the place where all those cities configure for healthcare, and that's the county. So, I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate the nature of your request, but I really feel like we're not the starting point here. The healthcare trust here might be another starting point, because they are somebody that inherited the taxpayers' hospital and have a foundation based on what that inheritance was. And that inheritance should be taking care of healthcare issues, because that's where it came from.
Okay. All right, super. I see no more comments. Thank you very much, Lee and Wendy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We really appreciate the chance to visit. Please follow up with us if you have any questions.
We will indeed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, then we'll move to agenda item number 7 is the police union quarterly update. Members of the Pocatello Police Union will give an update of their union activities for the last quarter. And Al's behind us. No, you came in the right door, Val.
I can get one if you want.
No, thanks.
I figured you guys spent enough time in here earlier, so I'll try to keep our time short. Greetings to all the council members and the mayor. Thank you for your time and support here. Some things that our officers have been involved in the community since first of the year. So we've answered the call for help from some of our members and helped them with donated money and some other things, helping them with different things that they need. I don't want to go into great detail just because they want to be anonymous type situations. We donated to the food bank in lieu of negotiations, attorney costs. And we feel that's helped in helping people that have lost their jobs and might be suffering to meet their basic necessities, and we wanted to help out with that. Some other information we'd like to talk about nationally, violent crime, and as well as here in our city and community, violence against police is on the rise across the country and here. I feel that currently we're prepared to deal with these situations, but things are changing in the world we live in. We're very fortunate to have the support of this community. Many, many times we've been contacted by members of the community to thank us for what we're doing and let us know how much they appreciate us, and that can't even express the words of how important that is to our people. And they do appreciate it. But these dangers, it only adds a difficulty in recruiting and maintaining qualified officers. The last application process, we had 11 applicants, 7 passed the written test. There was 15 online that are going to take it at some point. I don't know where those stand. But historically, 22 years ago when I tested, it was with over 250 people in an auditorium up at ISU. So that kind of gives you a picture of where we're headed, and it's not a good one. We continue to lose our veteran officers to other agencies, to the INL site. They look for better opportunities, money, safer working conditions at times. We currently have 5 officers in the field training program. That's no easy task, because the field training sergeant trying to manage the schedules and make sure everything's flowing continuously. Some of our FTOs have been promoted up, so they're no longer FTOs, they're over detectives and doing other things. So we have to bring in new recruits, and we don't want to get into a situation where we're using people with less than 4 years training officers. They don't have the experience, they don't have the knowledge base at that point to really deliver it to a recruit. So I try to keep that above 4 years. Right now, our patrol division is suffering. It's dropped down, and its percentage is probably to less than 50%. or under 10-year employees. Training new officers takes a lot of time, takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of commitment, and the difficulty that it puts on our current field training officers going from one officer to another, with essentially some of them are not getting any breaks or being relied on heavily for that. It's going to result in burnout, but I try to manage who I'm using, how often I'm using them, but as you're losing people, it makes it more and more difficult when your numbers diminish. That's why it's very important, and it's a better investment that we retain our veteran officers and we keep them here. And we build, we can stop losing, but we build what we have. There's been many high-stress situations that our officers have dealt with this year, and it's only 6 months into it. There's no doubt that their training and experience helped them deal with this situation at the time as it was rapidly evolving, and the aftermath afterwards. Preparing somebody for those types of situations takes years and years and years of training and experiencing different situations and being able to adjust to family lives and everything else around these situations when they do happen. Being able to communicate with your wives and your kids and your family members over what occurred and how you're going to deal with it, being able to express that to them. As police officers, a lot of stuff that we deal with, we don't take home and let it out to our family members. It's a burden that we carry. It's a burden that we keep to ourselves for the most part. The city has a very resilient and dedicated group of police officers, and the community that we work for recognizes it, and again, we appreciate that. I believe that recruiting and maintaining professionally staffed department is paramount to us, upholding our department mission and community commitment. This year, no doubt, has been much worse for our people, and many are struggling for a reason to stay in this line of work. I hear people say that we have chosen this line of work, and yes, we have chosen it. We recognize that. That's why we're here. But at some point, what happens when qualified people fail to want to do this work anymore? And where we go? That's all I have.
Questions for Val?
I just have a comment. I just want to thank you all for all that you're doing for our community. And I know these times are really difficult and challenging, and we just greatly appreciate you being there and helping our people. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's not really enough words. I mean, that was well said, but words fall short, especially in this current climate. It sickens me. And my concern is what you just expressed, that we're going to get to a point where the good men and women are going to say, you know, why am I going to do this? I'll serve some other way. And so we really need to change.
Right now we have a very diverse and experienced group of policemen and women. We took a shift picture and kind of split it up, how many males we have and how many females, and all the different demographics that are in there on my day shift on the weekends, and it's really impressive. And I didn't even know it, didn't realize it until one of the dispatchers said, hey, have you realized this? I'm like, no, I never really thought about it. But that's just how we are. We don't see each other as different. We're just all the same people looking to do work for the community.
Right. Well, I for one really appreciate, like Linda said.
Doesn't our department, and I know, you know, we are always looking to do more, but don't we have the highest number of women in our police department than any other city?
I would say we probably have the highest percentage of women on our force than anybody in the state.
That's encouraging. I like that direction.
Yes. Very good.
You know, once you talk to some of the male police officers, they would not like to get in a fight with some of the female police officers either. So.
Well, and I was along those lines. I was really struck by you know, one of the incidents that we had this year with you know, use of force involved a female officer, and the person she was engaged with or trying to subdue in some way was a very large male, and that goes to your point of the importance of training, she's a fairly small woman, but was very effective and did an amazing job in trying to, handle the person that she was dealing with. And I think there's no way that she would have been able to do what she had been able to do without the training. So it's critical that we do as much of that as we can and more.
Training's very important, and it's part of the puzzle. The other aspect of it is experience. If people don't experience these situations, then training does not help you.
Because I think if you're fully trained, but it's the first time you've ever done it, you're probably going to make mistakes or, not be able to react as an experienced officer would. So both of those things are really key. And I think that speaks to the issue of doing everything we can to support the department, that we keep people, the people we've invested in, that we keep them here.
In the short time I've been here, I have appreciated the openness and the ability that your folks and the representatives of your folks have demonstrated in having the courage to have unvarnished conversations. I firmly believe that no functional organization no organization can be functional if the people within it cannot have straightforward conversations. And I know there are all kinds of legalities around what kinds of conversations and under what circumstances, and I appreciate and understand that, but I look forward to maybe even more opportunities, not just to have, 3-month reports, but where we're really, really having honest conversations based on the realities in which we all exist. Because I think at the end of the day, we will collectively all do a better job if we can all talk straightforwardly to each other. So I want to just say thank you for the opportunities I've been able to have thus far with you and your folks.
You're welcome. Anytime anybody on the council wants to ride with our people, more than welcome to.
I'm waiting for I did my winter version, now I'm waiting until it gets really hot and steamy, and then I'm going to do another summer ride along, which I'm sure will be different.
I think you rode with Officer Namahala last time.
What was that?
She rode with Officer Namahala last time.
Right, and it was an exceptionally quiet night, for which he kept apologizing, and I said, no, this is a good thing. This is a good thing.
What a quiet. Well, I might just add here that we appreciate everything that you do. We really, truly do. And I have not one time heard any member on this council say defund the police or don't do this for the police. And so I can proudly say that we've got a council that stands behind our police department. And I believe that we have a council or a community that stands behind our police department as well. And so thank you for what you do. I would love to be able to see more. We hear all the negatives. I would love to be able to see more press and more things on the positives. The food bank donation and stuff. I don't remember seeing above the fold front of page big story about that.
I'm going to break a story. The news will probably yell at me for it, but one of our officers was photographed changing a tire from an old lady's car.
Yes, I saw that.
They're doing a story on him today.
It's good.
And there's so many things that you guys
happens a
do
lot.
in the community.
We don't like our picture taken, we don't want to be publicized, we just kind of do our thing and get out, but it's important that the public knows what we do.
Yeah. Some good PR is a good thing.
That's the thing, is you don't like to stand out there and say, look what we did, but everybody's throwing you out there when the one time there's a negative thing that happens, everybody's throwing you out there. And so at some point, we've got to figure that out and get that positive story out as well.
That might be a great, like, annual goal for our city publicity person. I know you have, I believe the department has a person who, a public relations person, but sometimes it's awkward to blow your own horn, and that might be a great goal for our city PR folks to collaborate and say, you know.
But we just need to figure out how to get that out there. Roger,
I thought I was after Chris about 6
I'm
minutes
sorry.
ago.
You probably were.
First of all, for years we've been hearing that we've lost officers to INL or the state police. How many have we lost this year?
I don't know.
Okay. Because if we're losing a lot,
probably 2.
Okay, it would seem like INL's losing some officers too. Where are they going? You know what I see? I mean, if we're the front load, there's a back load somewhere. But I wanted to also speak to the reason I think you have so much support in our community is the interaction with our community, and I'm going to say the differentiation our department makes from some other places, in that people have a higher trust level in our police here, and the fact that you have exercised discretion, and I'm going to say that collectively as a department in some tight situations, and talked them down from what could have been a catastrophic incident. So I really think that's part of it, is the engaging the community is why the community supports you. I would agree.
And then I'm just going to mention this, and I'm only speaking for myself, that I know that everybody always wants to make more money. And in a perfect world, that's what I would want, to be able to give our city employees and our first responders more money. But this year, for me, this year, I've made it a point to support your department with equipment. You know, what your department needs to keep you, the officer, safe, to keep you doing what you're doing in the best possible way. And I know that it doesn't mean anything at the end of the month, but we don't live in that perfect world. And if I feel like if I have to pick and choose, that's what I chose this year, because I feel like it's important to make sure that you have what you need as a department. Because I don't think I've never met a cop or a Leo who got into it for the money. So I just want you to know that that's where I stand on that.
Super. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for coming in. We'll move to agenda item number 8 is Regional Economic Development of Eastern Idaho READY update. Teresa McKnight, Chief Executive Officer for READY, will be present to give the council an update of READY's activities and achievements.
Oh, PowerPoint's down.
Oh, can we get it turned up? Looks like Ken's coming out.
Shut down, run that. When you shut the computer.
Do I need to do anything there where it's locked?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to come and talk to you today and see how tech savvy I am here.
so we're going to see if it actually makes it to the screens also.
And I have no control over that. So I'll clarify.
All right.
Great. Okay, it worked, so that's good. Well, again, thank you for this opportunity, and I brought several items with me today to cover, but I do want to start out with this first slide. And this first slide was a slide that we were scheduled to present in April, but the meeting was canceled. Then we were scheduled to present in May. That meeting was canceled as well, but we wanted to follow up to the question that was asked of us in the January meeting that we provided information to the mayor on. When the question was posed to us in January, I gave an answer of about 50-50, but I wanted to get back to you to give you the accurate numbers. And so the percentages that we provided to Brian was 48% of the funding came from the public side, 52% came from the private side. In the conversation with the mayor, we did talk about, we can certainly disclose who provides the funding on the public side. That's public, open information. But the private side is a little more difficult. We would need to call all the investors and get written authorization for us to provide their names and the amount that they disclose. So I did want to at least bring up 2019 because we closed our books out the end of January after the meeting that the question was posed to us, and that shows the breakdown of what happened in 2019. And then, of course, 2020 is the information that you should have received after the January meeting. So are there any questions? We didn't hear anything back, so we just made the assumption that everything was good and your question was answered. So any further questions on this particular topic?
So I have a question. Your private donations, is the INL considered private or public?
INL is through the Battelle. So they would be a private because it's through the Battelle. So the federal dollars can't be used to fund economic development, but the Battelle organization can fund.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. In addition to that, get my arrows here. In we have an annual meeting where the executive board and the advisory board come together. It's our December annual meeting. We rolled out at that time our goals and initiatives and new programs called Ready 2020. And I just wanted to show you the circles that we're focused on for the year 2020. Of course, business retention, expansion, and recruitment, workforce development and training, research and entrepreneurship growth, which is a big part of your economic development, investment and financial viability, and then strategic plan and marketing, which again is important. It's new programs, new initiatives, and the reason why we rolled out under Ready 2020 is because it's really strength and activity. You've got to show progress. You've got to be able to benchmark your progress and publish annual reports, but it's also strength in partnerships. And that's partnerships of everybody within the region, because economic development cannot be done as an island. It has to be everybody working together to make this happen. So with that Ready 2020, a presentation was given to both boards. We pretty much outlined it. There's 3 pages of information that we outlined for the programs that we're bringing forward. One of those was to revamp our website. We found a lot of issues on our website because through Google Analytics, we were not getting the hits that really are required for us to do economic development, because you can't be every place at one time, and so your marketing and your websites really tell a lot about your area. And so we launched our new website, which that's the website address there. We wanted the website to be more interactive and more informational driven, so I printed out a few pages here. And we really wanted to disseminate the information, real-time data. And so on our website, you're going to find an economic dashboard, which you see here. And again, you can look at it on our website. And basically, that is to highlight job growth, median wage, cost of living, corporate tax, median home value, and GDP growth. Those are all important pieces that site selectors like to see. In addition to that, we launched county profiles. So we have county profiles on the front page of our website. You'll see the state of Idaho map, and then you'll see eastern Idaho on the Idaho map. And off to the right, you'll see all the 14 counties listed. If you click on them, a county profile, which are about anywhere from 8 to 10 pages in length, that give you all the data on each of the counties, which is, again, really important for site selectors. And then we also launched the Eastern Idaho Roots Program, which basically, the Eastern Idaho Roots Program, the purpose of that is twofold. And basically, it's established to not only help employers retain highly skilled workforce, but it's also to recruit those that have left Eastern Idaho back to Eastern Idaho. In talking to a lot of young and middle and older generation that are seeking jobs who have left Eastern Idaho, they said, we'd like to come back, but we don't want to search 15 different websites to find jobs. If we could just go to one website. So we're working with our employers to be able to post open positions. And for organizations like an INL, where they have so many open positions, it actually, when you pull up Eastern Idaho Roots, you'll see INL, you'll click on that, and you'll click on the link. It brings up a box, and it will link directly to their job site. Again, because of the number, you'll see Premier Technology listed on there. So again, we are just building that program up and getting more employers to list their open positions. In addition to that, we rolled out the shovel-ready sites, and the shovel-ready sites serve multiple purposes. We want site selectors to be able to see what's available here in Eastern Idaho when they're searching for sites for interested companies, as well as interested companies themselves. And so on the shovel-ready site, it allows you to do a search by what's available for either development or that has existing buildings. So if it's a shovel-ready, that means it's a gold teardrop that says planning, zoning, and some infrastructure has been brought to the site. So that really helps to support them to know, hey, this site is ready to go. It's a green teardrop if it's bare land, if it needs to be developed, and it's a blue teardrop if it is a building that's available. So that is a great program, and we've seen a lot of activity. It's been fun with the Google Analytics report, which we get every Friday morning, very consistent, and we review that data to see what pages we need to revise or upgrade or do some work on in order to attract the people to the pages that we need to. In addition to that, our targeted industries are highlighted, so there's a page for each one. You can download them as PDFs, and those are the 7 sectors that we are focused on: advanced manufacturing, agriculture, banking and finance, energy, healthcare, and also information technology, which is really supportive of the cybersecurity side, outdoor products and recreation, that includes tourism. And I talked about our site selection. We also have a page that shows all the incentives that are provided not only locally, but also through the state of Idaho. So they can download those PDFs for additional information. Then we have a happenings page that highlights our news and events, which was really, really important during our COVID, because we were posting every federal organization and program, financial program, so a lot of companies were going to see what was going on and what new programs had come out that they could take advantage of. And then we have a section about ready strategies, and then our executive board and investors. One thing I want to point out, just to show you what happens when you have a strong website. Since we launched that on May 5th, we've had 5 prospects that I've either had Zoom meetings with or I've had conversations with and recruiting them here. And I just, I have to just bring it to the surface that of the 5 that I've talked to in the last 2 months, 4 of the 5, Pocatello was not on the list. Now, we are a regional economic development organization, and when we recruit and when we promote, it's promoting the region, which includes Pocatello. And so when they connect with us, one of the things they say, we want to go to X city, then we always promote. We would like to talk to you about this city, and this city, and this city, and this city for consideration. And so at the time when 4 of those 5 calls did not have Pocatello on the list, then we had good conversations about the strengths of Pocatello and what Pocatello could offer. In addition to that, I had talked about this briefly in January, but we're doing an annual summit. We're starting it every year. It will be held in May. It's called What's Up in Eastern Idaho! ! There is so much going on in Eastern Idaho. We really want to promote that. And so due to COVID, we had to cancel it on May 25th, so it's been rescheduled to October 8th. And I brought some flyers to give to you to hold that special summit on your calendar. Also, I have provided an outline of the speakers that are going to be presenting, from the governor to our DC delegation, to the Department of Workforce Council, to our Department of Commerce people. We also are bringing in a guest speaker, Jamie Kassup. He is from Google, and he is, they call him the Google Education Evangelist. So he'll be talking about the fourth industrial revolution that has hit multiple states. It's starting to come to Idaho, but it's all about, digital working environments and what the future workforce looks like. So we're really excited. He actually spoke to a group, he actually spoke to the legislators during the legislative session, and I was invited to be part of that presentation. And he's phenomenal. He's based in Arizona. He travels all over the world, and he's just an expert in what he presents on. We've also got a roundtable on public-public and public-private partnerships. We really want to see people, especially the companies regionally, do more work with our institutions of higher education. And what I'm hearing from them is, I don't know where the front door is. I call the switchboard. I'm transferred to 8 different departments, and I still don't get to the right person. And so we really want the presidents of the universities to talk about how you can do business with our institutions, including Mark Peters from Idaho National Lab, how you can do business with the federal government. And then we'll have a roundtable on education and workforce development. Things are going to change dramatically over the next 10 years here in Eastern Idaho, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And because of that, our workforce requirements are definitely going to change. And where does the education start? It starts in our K through 16 schools. And it doesn't start when they're freshmen, and it doesn't start when they're seniors in high school. It starts based on national studies. 5th and 6th grade is when we need to start to get these kids introduced in the education world for the workforce.
Teresa, I just have a feedback for you. One of the things when we first signed up for Ready that was promised to us was that we would not have meetings scheduled that would conflict with our city council meetings. But this Thursday, October 8th is right during our regularly scheduled recurring city council work session. So I'm not sure if you were not aware that that had been promised to us previously by someone before you, or if you did not have our schedule of meetings, but that's just an FYI on that. There were a couple things like that didn't ever come to be, things that...
I appreciate that. We'll certainly, make a note of that. We were not aware of that. Again, it was, we're juggling speaker schedules and councils and county and city and business. And so, I apologize for the oversight on that. We'll have an economic outlook, which will be by Will Jensen, RBDC, and then Jim Shipman will be talking from Colliers on our housing development. In addition to that, every month we have a Ready Economic Development Roundtable. These are all of the individuals that meet monthly with me. City of Ammon, Bannock Development, Bingham County, Butte County, City of Chubbuck, Custer, Great Rift, City of Idaho Falls, McKay, City of Pocatello, it was Melanie, now it's Matt, and the City of Rexburg, Salmon ED, and Teton ED. All of those ED we meet on a monthly basis. We go around the table at the very beginning of the meeting and we talk about what's going on within our areas, within our cities. And if there are projects in which cross-collaboration can happen, for instance, a conversation came up with Matt about, how do we, with the COVID-19 and opening for business, restaurants want to serve on, outside seating. And so how do we work that with the distance that has to be set up as well as the width of the sidewalk and people going back and forth around the people that are eating. And Idaho Falls had already addressed that issue, and so they were able to provide Matt with some information. So again, it's that cross collaboration. There's no sense of reinventing the wheel when others have already addressed it and have researched it. So it's really a good sharing of information. Impact of COVID-19, every city and county has an emergency plan if there's a tornado, a hurricane, a flood, a fire, whatever it may be. But nobody has an economic resource plan. So in other words, when our businesses and our communities get into trouble, where do I even go? Where do I even start? I'm just trying to keep my doors open to my business. And so Ready has taken on a project where we're going to create an economic resource plan that all EDs can distribute to the businesses. In other words, if we have a phase 2 of COVID, here are the steps you can take as a business. These are the people you can instantly reach out to get feedback and support, whether it's federal programs, state programs, whatever it may be. Maybe it may be just sitting down and re-evaluating the business model where you've got to pivot the way that you're doing business. So again, that is really, really important. We've learned a good lesson from this COVID. New business development investment. That is a topic that is very important to us, and we're talking about the incentives. What incentives do we have locally? What incentives do we have that the state provides for income tax and other types of incentives to bring businesses here? So what Ready did was we actually went out there and looked at multiple states. We put together a report for all the EDs to review, and hopefully they've shared in meetings that they've had with you, how we compare, how Idaho compares from tax incentives to recruit businesses here. And let me just say we've got some work to do in that area. The workforce development and training, and then the entrepreneurship. We formed EI Squared. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then our ED Roundtable objectives. Ready put together, and you're going to learn from working with me. I can't stand to meet. It drives me insane. When you meet, you put together, what are your objectives? What is it that you want to accomplish in that meeting? Everybody gets assignments, and then when you meet in 30 days, everybody comes back with the outcome of that assignment. And so Ready put together an ED Roundtable objectives. It's 7 pages long, and it outlines new business investment, and then it has initiatives under there that we want to accomplish. And then workforce development with initiatives under that we want to accomplish, as well as entrepreneurship and research. And it's really about outcomes versus outputs. So again, accountability. In addition to that, Ready had asked all of the EDs, we put out 5 worksheets. In other words, in order for us to do economic development successfully on a regional perspective, we need to figure out what's going on and where are our gaps. And the only way we can identify the gaps is to give EDs worksheets for them to be able to provide the information back to us. And I just want to let you know that we track who gives what worksheets back to us. And I just want to say that this particular area of the 5 worksheets we got back to. And that also includes what are the key assets in the region. So this is just what one city had filled out, just to give you an example. And we also are putting together a regional site selectors packet. And that site selectors packet is really to focus on, marketing the region and what each community can bring to the table of working regionally. So rather than individuals, what they were putting together in the past was very hodgepodge, very unprofessional. And so again, we felt it was important that we work on that packet. In addition to that, we put together the Ready Energy Nuclear Consortium. And the reason why we did that is because there's all these nuclear projects coming down the pipeline over the next 10 years, over the next decade, that's going to really impact eastern Idaho. And so for the first time, we pulled together INL, FLIR, the Naval Reactor Facility Group. These are the management, and NuScale and UAMPS around the table and said, look, we know your projects have already been approved. They're coming down the pipeline. We've got to map out when are they coming, what are the timelines for those projects, and what are the requirements, housing, workforce, all of that. And so we have mapped that out, and And our peak time right now, the NRF project has already started. They have 100 construction workers on site. Their peak is 2021. They'll have 500 construction workers on site. For all of the projects, right now 6 of the 9 projects have been approved. The peak is 2024, and there'll be 5,000 construction workers on site here in Eastern Idaho. So what does that do? It complicates our system that's already complicated. So from that group, we formed subcommittees. I'm having trouble hearing you.
My phone did that last week, and so it's your turn this
You never know who's behind the screens on your phone and your technology, so great timing. So we mapped out all those projects. We formed subcommittees, and that's housing, and we're doing an inventory, and we'll be putting a report together on what that looks like. Our workforce, and we called a meeting with all of the mayors. We had 2 different meetings, one on April 7th, one on March 25th, and Brian was able to attend our Zoom meeting on the 25th, which Wendy Seacrest had presented. And we wanted the mayors to fully understand what was happening with these nuclear projects. And we wanted to be very open and disclose that information, and we wanted them to understand what was going on in this workforce service survey that the Idaho Workforce Development and the Idaho Department of Labor. So this was a PowerPoint presentation that was shared. All of the mayors, we scheduled 2 meetings because of schedules, but hopefully you've been able to get an update on that report as well.
Teresa, we asked, if I remember right, we asked that they would go around and visit with the different communities. Now COVID's in the middle of an issue there. Have they been able to get around to any? Because I know she has not reached out to us to...
Not yet. Not yet. And I've got a meeting with Wendy in 2 weeks. Okay. And so I'll find out where they are on their schedule, because they've actually mapped out when those conversations will take place.
That's right. I don't know how...
COVID-19 has certainly thrown a wrench into everything that everybody's doing.
What was affected there? I know they were starting up north and working south, and so...
Yeah, I'll check with her on that. Also, in addition to that, the supply chain. So we are mapping out right now those companies that are interested in partnering with INL that are outside of our state that want to move to Eastern Idaho. And so I want to emphasize that if any time is a critical time for support of regional economic development and being a partner with us at Ready, it's now. Because good conversation that we had yesterday with a company in which 3 of the partners, one was in Seattle, one was in South Africa, and the other one was in Washington, D.C., and they're looking at bringing their company here. So this is just the beginning of the companies that we're talking about that will be part of this energy nuclear supply chain that are reaching out to Ready to say, what support can you provide and what communities should we consider? Our Eastern Idaho Entrepreneurship and Incubation Alliance, that is basically to provide assistance and support to entrepreneurs and startup companies. So what we've done, the first time ever, we've brought all of our service providers together. That's Ready, the Small Business Development Center, both in Pocatello and Idaho Falls, RBDC, which is in Rexburg, and that's Resource Business Development Center. You've got to love these acronyms. PTAC, which is Procurement Technical Assistance Center. They're in Idaho Falls, and they actually work with all the federal programs and help businesses to link into those federal programs for federal funding. The Idaho Innovation Center, the ISU College of Business, the BYU Idaho College of Business and Communications, College of Eastern Idaho, and INL. Those are all the partners that sit around the table that have worked together to put together a strategic plan of how we're going to be able to grow entrepreneurship and startup activities. Not only have we identified a strategic plan, but we laid out KPIs. How do we really look at the key performance index and the results of the work that we're doing? We also built a pipeline for the entrepreneurs. So every single partner on this EI Squared knows where they reside in the pipeline of helping the entrepreneur and who they need to pass the entrepreneur on to the next person in order to provide the support that they need. The last thing we want is reaching the valley of death. If they do reach the valley of death, which some do, when you've given them a lot of support systems, we know how to get them out of that. And then we have on Thursday, July 16th, 16th, we're kicking off EI Squared and bringing entrepreneurs together in an outside event where we can practice 6-foot social distancing. So that will take place up at the waterfront of Snake River Landing. We will be alternating them. They'll be in Pocatello, in Idaho Falls, in Rexburg. So we're going to be alternating these quarterly events. But the first one's this Thursday from 11:30 to 1. Our virtual job fair, so we're working with the Workforce Development Council, Idaho Department of Labor, to do virtual job fairs. We can't go back to the normal, so we're going to have to be creative in the way that we help our local employers get employees. And so we're working right now on a virtual job fair. And then, of course, our post-COVID-19. The last thing I want to talk about is the master agreement, because there's been a lot of questions on that. We put the master agreement together because it replaces what was called the Memorandum of Understanding. It's a document that was put together by all the organizations, all the cities and counties and businesses that came in to be a partner with Ready on June 12th of 2017. Unfortunately, so I was 3 months on the job, I'm looking at all the corporate documents. It's a great document. I applaud what was done. But pages 1 and 2 are the purpose and principles of Ready. Pages 3 and 4 talk about the boards. Those are already outlined in our bylaws. And page 5 talks about, here's our objective, here's what we're going to do. That's a problem when you're trying to do regional economic development. So what we did was we called a meeting together with the executive board members in September 24 of 2019. Again, 3 months on the job. We were trying to better align Ready, the public and private partnership, and our responsibility. So we put together a 3-page document that was justification of putting a master agreement together. Let's get rid of the MOU because that accomplishes nothing. It doesn't say anything what the partners are going to do together, and we wanted action. And so in September, we held that meeting. Those are all the areas that we talked about, measuring outcome, the economic impact. Those 4 bullet points underneath there are the things that we're hitting on. On November 7th, we actually presented the full master agreement to the executive board. They asked for some revisions on that document. So in December 11th, we brought it back with those revisions and requested further discussion take place. In other words, the mayors wanted to go back and discuss it with their council members. And so we waited until February 14th to ask the board for approval on that. These are your executive board members on Ready. The mayors, city representatives. Some of the cities are allowed 2 voting members. So Pocatello has Brian Allen as the 2nd city representative for Pocatello. There's business representatives across the region on our executive board, county leadership, university leadership, and College of Eastern Idaho. So from the time we introduced it in September to the time it was approved in February, 5 months passed by. So this wasn't something we just quickly did overnight. In addition to that, we didn't quickly ask that this be approved this fiscal year. So the rate that was outlined in the master agreement is a baseline. It's based on best practices of economic development and also size of regions. And so the dollar amount that's listed in there is based on national standards, bigger areas, is quite low. Bottom line is the city and counties pay what their budgets will allow them to. But we had to set a base number. We had to have a number to start from. The important factors of this master agreement is the principles, responsibilities, and obligations of Ready that we are saying, we are refilling. We're taking full responsibility to fulfill those obligations and responsibilities. The effective date of this master agreement is not October 1 of 2020. It's October 1, 2021. It's for your fiscal year 2022. So it's not for this October 1 period. Again, we gave everybody 5 months to digest what was in the agreement and 1 year, year and a half, to actually figure out this master agreement and make sure everybody's comfortable. And if you're not, we go back to the table because we've got plenty of time to work through this master agreement.
Would you be willing to email us a copy of that agreement?
Absolutely. Yep.
Please.
Yep.
Yes, but directly to the I mean, I know you probably have given one to the mayor.
Yeah, Brian's got multiple versions of it, but the final one?
Do you still have?
I don't know if I have a copy final version, so I'd be interested to see what the final product is, to
Yeah.
make sure it's the same thing.
Yeah, each of the mayors had it in their packet. So in addition to that, our responsibilities and obligations and the responsibilities and obligations of the private and public investors. And then there's exhibits, what the private investor levels are. Our bylaws are Exhibit B. And Exhibit C is the joinder agreement. In other words, if there's other cities and counties that decide they want to come on board as an investor and partner with Ready, then that joinder agreement basically says, I join in with this agreement and I agree to all of the conditions outlined in the master agreement. And so here's our scorecard. This is what I put together when I came on board with Ready. This is the scorecard of how we're going to rank the things that we've accomplished. As you can see, there are green spaces. So being just on the job 1 year, we've accomplished quite a bit. There's several of these in processes that have already been accomplished. We need to update this, but this is the scorecard. And we're happy to share this with you, show what we've done to this point and beyond. So the points that I made.
Can you send a copy?
Absolutely, love to. Reiterate several points that we made on January 9th. It's about data-driven decisions. It's about using measurable, attainable goals, tracking our progress, having scorecards, which is important, and also for the first time Ready, and I talked about this in January, we're publishing a 2020 annual report. Will be the first of every year report to show the progress and show our scorecard of what was accomplished with Ready. So there's just kind of an outline of what you're going to receive by email. And I just want to end with the world of economic development has changed. And today, more than ever, companies and site selectors gather information through organizations like Ready because they want organizations that represent and promote the assets of the region. Because not one community can service businesses when they come in. It takes the region and the resources and assets of the region to support their efforts. Not one community can fulfill all those jobs coming in for a business. So that's all I have to provide. Any questions?
Just one observation that maybe you can respond to. In an earlier presentation today, I was struck by how many people work outside Pocatello. And that communicated to me the regional basis of our employment arena. And we have, I think it was about
11,000.
About a third of the people
That leave Pocatello.
leave Pocatello outside the parameters of the city of Pocatello to work. So it seems to me like regional economic development is on behalf of a third of our population.
Well, I have my office here in Pocatello, and I have the office in Idaho Falls. And as we all know, when you're driving on the interstate, you'll see the buses of INL that are shipping people out of the community to INL and bringing them back. There's a lot of buses going up and down I-15 from, Pocatello, picking them up in Blackfoot, picking them up in Shelley, picking them up in Idaho Falls, and taking them out to the desert. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Taking out to the desert. It's like a Guido thing, right? But for work.
Chris?
Yeah, would you help me understand from Ready's perspective, how is the communication between what happens in these very frequent meetings? What is your vision of how councils who clearly have potential and responsibilities around many of the issues being discussed, how does that communication, decision-making, getting back to you, how does that work best from your perspective, or what is supposed to, how do we get that information? So we can, if we need to revamp our system or train it up a little bit or something, we could do that in a thoughtful way.
That's a great question. So our liaison is the mayor. If the mayor schedule does not permit him to be that liaison, he can appoint someone on the council to attend those executive board meetings and to be that liaison. And of course, you've got Brian Allen, who is also, and I don't know if he's been appointed or how Brian became that representative, but because that was before my time. But you've got the two, so you've got Mayor Blatt and you've got Brian.
I'm sorry, I'm new.
He's come and talked to us a couple times, but he hasn't obviously since you've started in January.
Is he a city employee? He's
just a citizen.
The citizen.
Okay.
He's an ISU, not at ISU, he's a business professor, but not at ISU.
Okay.
But he was appointed like 2 years ago, I think?
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2.5 years ago, something like that.
Okay.
The city joined.
Yeah.
Right, then if we wanted to streamline and maybe train our communication process up a bit, then we would obviously want him, because he might be filling in for Brian.
He is at all of those meetings.
All right.
Religiously.
Yeah, he's a good supporter. He really is. He's very business savvy.
Yeah.
So that he would be a really important person for us to have. You know, if he gets stuff, then he emails it, whatever our system is.
Well, in addition to that, you can attend the advisory board meetings, which again, they're being held by Zoom right now because we can't bring everybody in the room, but you know, we can get that information out to as council members where you can log in and participate on those Zoom meetings and get the information firsthand. So absolutely. Packets are sent out to the executive board members and the advisory board members 1 week prior to the meeting. So that gives them time to go through the packet and digest the information and ask any good questions.
So that, and those are digital?
Yes.
Okay, so that was, kind of goes back to, I think, to my question / request from last week, is whether or not there would be a way for those packets that go to you and or Brian to then be, just as a matter of course, forwarded to council so that we can at least try to stay a little bit, I would like to try to stay a little bit more in the loop than I currently am able to.
So those historically have not been approved to go to everybody, the executive session packets and executive.
Yeah, advisory board would be probably more because that's public knowledge, but executive board is more about the governance of the organization.
Oh, yeah, and that's, what I would like to be able to at least kind of keep my fingers on the pulse of is, you know, what plans are in place, what projects are on the horizon. I mean, so yes, how you guys make it all happen, that's your problem, and I don't want to know about it.
And if we have an opportunity to make another presentation next quarter, you know, we're happy to bring up those projects, the 5 projects I just talked about.
Right.
They're code names.
Yeah.
The last one that we just went through yesterday was Project Ranger. So, you know, there are code names that they use for these projects.
But it's still, we can know something about, I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know, we don't need national security clearance to know that you're talking to a codenated company with the following characteristics or desires or whatever. I would really appreciate that, and I'm willing to, if I need to do that homework on my own, that I can live there, and if more of it can happen in this context, you know, I'm also really good with that.
The other thing too is, you know, if there's ever questions or concerns, pick up the phone and call me.
Okay.
You know, I'm certainly available to talk with you. And I've got some more business cards here to get out, so definitely. My mobile phone is listed on my business card. It's with me all the time, so you know, you certainly can call me, email me, text me.
Brian, thank you for getting this back on the schedule. Absolutely. I appreciate that, and thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for Teresa?
Appreciate you and appreciate your support.
I noticed that you had 5 business contacts, so to speak, relocation.
Since we launched our website.
Since you launched your website. That was kind of surprising that people were still exploring in the midst of uncertainty. And so that tells me that as certainty comes, there will probably be even a greater inquiry that will develop.
Our colleagues, my colleagues across the United States are extremely jealous of Eastern Idaho right now because of these 6 of 9 nuclear projects that are approved. The federal dollars are in place and the projects are going forward. Because that right now is going to place Eastern Idaho as an anchor for energy and nuclear that now is going to entice all of these other companies to come in. Oklo has been approved. There's been a public announcement on that. So that is a company coming into Eastern Idaho to partner with now just because of those activities. The call we had yesterday is the same scenario. So, they don't necessarily have to be out on the desert. They don't necessarily have to be in Idaho Falls. Pocatello.
I don't think we're much difference in travel time.
No, I travel at...
Perceptions are that they're closer, but travel time is very similar.
Yeah. So, okay, well, thank you all. I appreciate your time and the support that you've provided to Ready today. Appreciate it.
I have one bottom line question, and that is I am confused enough to believe that I've heard a variety of numbers around what our membership, what our contribution, whatever it would be called. I don't know what the number is. I feel as though I've heard from different places, everything from 30,000 to 100, or to, anyway. What is the formula, for example, by which that would guide a council in determining what their city budget can afford, as opposed to just saying, hey, make a donation.
The national standard that I had talked about that's on the master agreement that, again, still has another year to go.
Right.
And that could be changed. But the national standards and best practices is $1 for our size of region. It's $1 per population. It's the current census data that comes out.
Okay. Including children.
Whatever the census is. It's a head population. So
great, thank you. Appreciate that.
You bet.
But it could be negotiable.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's really your budgets that are driving what you support in these types.
But you would entertain a conversation.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that dollar on the master agreement does not hold your feet to the fire. Okay. And in fact, this is probably a good conversation for the council to have, along with the mayor, to say, in good years it could be $1.
Right.
If we have an outstanding year, and the events from Ready and activities has stimulated our economic development activities in our city, and we've done well in that area, we can pay the $1 per year. There may be a time where they say we can only pay, $30,000 a year, whatever that may be, but no, absolutely. At the end of the day, it's all about partnership and working together as a region. It's not about the money.
Well, and I appreciate your efforts toward measurable benchmark results, because for me, as an individual being asked to make decisions with public money, that allows me to feel as though I can speak clearly to the public about what exactly our community is getting.
Well, and I wear 2 hats. I'm Ready, and I'm part of your public.
Well, and
because I have a home here in Pocatello, so I get it. I get it. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. I haven't heard. Oh, lunch is here. So, council, do you want to hit the River Vision update first, or do you want to do lunch and then come back to it?
What's after that?
We've got cops hiring program, we've got the 3D scanner, public health emergency, and then the budget.
I want to eat, but I also think we ought to do one more.
Okay, let's get one more done. Then we'll move to agenda item 9, river updates, or river vision updates. Staff will be present. Staff will present council with an update on the Fort Neuf River Vision, including a proposal for funding its ongoing implementation.
Morning, Mayor, Council, afternoon, Mayor, Council. Hi, Hannah Sanger, Science and Environment Division Manager. Thanks for having me in today to talk about the river vision, where we're going. I, like Reddy, had originally planned this presentation for back in February, but a variety of reasons that didn't happen. And we planned it based on conversations we had with many of you, as well as many nonprofits in town, because we were looking for somebody to help with holding money for the River Vision and somebody to help with fundraising, and looked at just a whole myriad of organizations, and we were really initially trapped with, one, we're trying to find somebody who can do it cheaply, but it's hard to, cheap is great until you realize you don't have any money for them to hold, in which case cheap is not so great. And two, you want to make sure if you're going to have somebody do your fundraising and hold your money, that they have great accountability standards in place and they have the structure and capacity to do that. And it also needs to be a win-win for them. I mean, it has to be something that where they aren't just burdened with what you're providing. So ultimately, the land trust last December really rose to the top, and in my view, is a really ideal situation. So focus of today is on this land acquisition and fundraising. So just a little bit of background in case anybody is less familiar with the Sagebrush Step Land Trust. They're a local 501c3. They focus on creating win-win situations for private and public regarding land acquisition, habitat protection. They negotiate easements, they do land exchanges, land acquisitions, and their region is Southeast Idaho. And their big focus that they're moving towards now is community-based land conservation. So doing land conservation that connects people to each other, connects people to the land where they are. The other thing is that a land trust, they work only with willing landowners and willing buyers and willing sellers. So that is sort of central to their core, is that it has to be a win-win for the landowners as well as the municipality and the community. They also have the capacity to hold money to fundraise, and they are looking to build their capacity in Southeast Idaho. And that they don't have excess capacity, but a partnership with the city of Pocatello would allow them to build this capacity and would allow us to build our capacity to implement the river vision. So we were all set to move forward, and then this happened. And we put this presentation on hold for a while. And I'm actually grateful that it was on hold, because I think we have a much stronger plan to present to you. We're in a much better place than we were 4 months ago in terms of our thinking. It's amazing what just putting something in the back of your mind will happen. And one of the first things that happened is people started using our trails like crazy. I mean, they were out there in droves. These are a couple trailheads. You have Cusick Creek at the top. The Gibson Jack trailhead is in the bottom left. And then we have some trails that cross private property, and people got kind of annoyed at all the people hanging out on their private property at 2 a.m. So they put up some closed trail signs. And that really is going to tie into this conversation and why I'm going to stretch away from the river a bit, because as we think about our trails and where our trailheads, it's also important to remember where we might want a trailhead, and in somebody's backyard is often not where you want a trailhead, because it's really fun after a ride to go hang out and drink some beers. And if you're a teenager at 2 a.m., that's a great time to do it. We also have seen a lot of people on the river. So
Thanks for that free advice to all the teenagers in Pocatello.
Every teenager wants fun, Hannah.
remind you of, this is what we did in Pocatello when we were trapped at home and what we continue to do. This is what Pocatello is we have this amazing river that runs through us. We have these amazing natural lands on our hillsides, and that's where we go. And that's not just about hiking and biking and fishing and kayaking. It's also about bird watching and watching wildlife, or sitting on your front porch and watching the hills and the sunset. I'm on the Pocatello Trails Facebook page, and the pictures that people post of what they're seeing around Pocatello is just, it's breathtaking often, and I'm envious of their photography skills. But that is Pocatello. So what also happened during COVID is our consultant who was working on the Centennial Park plans came up with their 30% design sketches, which look a bit like this. So this is looking from Centennial Park towards the charter school. You can see, I can't see if I use my mouse, maybe you can, no. Oh yeah. Okay, on one screen at least. There's the charter school, the bridge, and looking west over the river, and you can see the wetland. There's some amphitheaters. And so our concepts have gotten a lot firmer and are ready for some real engineering design now. Looking at another angle, so a little lower down, not so high up in the air.
Can I ask a question specific to that? It was buried in the hundreds of mask emails, but there was an email from the property owner about Centennial Park and the parking lot, and I was wondering about, he not only raised an issue that he's having with the size and location of the parking lot relative to his properties, but he gave suggestions of ways that we could do it differently. Have you talked to him or looked at those? Or?
Yes, so Meg Clark has been coordinating that, and we have, I know she's had extensive conversations, and really one of the things we did was try and set back our parking lot plan. So our city standards call for, I believe, 10 feet, and this is 25 feet setback from the property line to accommodate this place where he suggested building. The parking lot goes into the hillside, so it's just I always think of Centennial Park as fairly flat, but it's really not. It's a hillside, and so that's a much more challenging place to put a parking lot. So it would be better for the parking owners, but to expand it that way would require retaining walls ultimately.
And expensive, I'm assuming.
Yes, it would certainly cost more money. So we've been looking at how to tweak it. But ultimately, what we've been trying to do is make sure that the parking area is as friendly, as nice as possible. So it's got these, you can see try to keep the trees, existing trees, so it would be a nice shady parking lot. Would have a much more landscaped feel rather than just a vast open space. And when we get to the next design part, certainly we'll continue to welcome his input. But it has been included, and I know we'll pass it on to our consultant to keep considering.
And there was also a comment on the sewer line as well, but I was wondering, Jeff were you gonna add something to this?
I was. So like I said, we've taken his comments into consideration, and we've moved the parking lot away from the property line. And then there's a substantial number of trees that are going to be retained behind that property there that would serve as a buffer between them and the parking lot. So we have taken his comments into consideration.
Okay.
The landowner's property then would be off-screen to the left?
Off-screen to the left, yes.
Yeah, it's on Idaho Street.
The left of the Centennial Park words, yeah. So there's 10 to 15 homes along there. So that's the one family is who we've heard from. But we definitely have pushed moved the parking away from their property to the beyond what is done at any other park or commercial space. So just tried to really provide that landscape buffer of 25 feet, which is really actually a fairly substantial buffer. If you think about 25 feet, you can put a lot of shrubbery in there and make it a fairly nice screen. And we'll continue to accept comments. Other questions on this one?
Well, maybe. So I'm assuming, because I'm seeing a lot of different structures and different elements, this design, so I'm assuming that it can be phased.
Yes. So what we're anticipating probably for phasing is it could be phased on either side of the river, and it can be phased with the parking and the structures can come in after doing the river work.
I mean, you can't build the structures and then do the river, I get that.
Yes, and there's certainly some cost efficiencies for what gets combined, and as we get to the next phase of design, we'll know what makes sense. I imagine doing all the river work at once will make a lot of financial sense, just because if you're going to be in the stream, there's a lot of mobilization at that point. But we can do one side of the river and then the other, certainly. Because there's a parking lot on the Centennial Park side and on the Rainy Park side, and those do not need to be done together. In fact, they can both be postponed until people complain a lot. Other questions on this? So anyway, this is the amphitheater and looking at the wetland, and we've added on the Rainy Park side a bathroom and a little pavilion as well. Based on, and this is going to go out to the public for additional input through a survey this summer. So we were hoping in person, but here we are. So how are we going to fund this? The Land Water Conservation Fund is past the Senate, what's the name of the act? Something.
That 900 million thing?
Yes, Great American Outdoors Act, which was sponsored by Simpson, one of the major sponsors, at least in the House. It's passed the Senate. It's expected to pass the House in the end of July. It's providing $900 million a year for the Land Water Conservation Fund, which is fully funded. It's also providing a whole chunk of money for doing maintenance, backlog maintenance on federal land. So it has two separate pieces. So the next 5 years, about half of the federal land maintenance backlog will be taken care of with this act. This fund was originally created in '64 and uses a very small percentage of oil and gas royalties to acquire, restore, build outdoor properties. So questions on this act? Anything on that?
It'd be interesting to get more information when you have more information.
Yeah, as I learned, I was looking to see what Idaho would get, once it's fully funded, and I didn't see that. There's some sort of formula that gets used. The state of Idaho, of course, then takes a chunk for our park system, and so figuring out how much they have available for grants. Pocatello has gotten a bunch over the years for everything from Hawthorne Park to Sacagawea Park to the zoo, it's just said Pocatello Parks 1 year, and sometimes some of the grants are $30,000, and some places, they've given $350,000 at a time, and that's in years when it's not been well funded. So pretty excited there. So the other thing that happened during COVID is the Sagebrush Step Land Trust acquired a donor for $50,000 to help fund this work we're talking about. And so they're asking the city to match it with another $50,000. So that's pretty exciting that there's actually cash in hand to do this work. It's not the city providing money to the Sagebrush and hoping that they can raise the money as well. So COVID, I think, really taught us about a lot of the hidden gems we have in this community. It also showed me how much use they can get, and many of these hidden gems aren't very hidden anymore. And that, investing in land management in these forgotten open spaces is going to become increasingly important as we grow, and protecting access is going to become increasingly important as we grow. So often people say, I wish City Creek was the way it used to be, but there used to be, 30 people up there in a week, and it was the same 30 people. And now we have probably 300 a day. So this is where I'm going. I'm going to come back to this slide at the end. I just want to make sure it was up front and center. Looking for a number of things from you today is one, a $50,000 budget addition for fiscal 2021 from the general fund to help fund this partnership with the land trust. We can't do that work if we can't buy land if we don't have money to buy land with. So using the capital contingency funds and setting aside $50,000 from that for land acquisition and river vision projects is my other recommendation. And then ultimately directing staff to work on a long-term MOU with the land trust to carry out this work in the future. So what that's going to look like is going to vary. It'll certainly come back to you. Then Centennial Park design, I have excess reserves and using $250,000 of that to complete most of the 60% design. In order to complete the design entirety, there's about another 100 and 150 is needed above the 250. But we'll get to 60% design with, the current estimate is $278,000. I'm waiting on approval from the Army Corps before that number gets finalized. But with some fairly well-secured private donations, we can hit that easily and hopefully get 60% design into the Army Corps by November for them to consider, and they have 6 months to review it and make sure it meets their criteria. And that mostly has to do with, do we have the flow capacity in the levees, and are we going to destabilize the levees with this work in any shape or form? So that is where I'm going. So just a quick reminder of the river vision and what it is about. How can we restore the Portneuf River to revitalize environmental, recreational, and economic development opportunities while increasing community pride, connectivity, and quality of life. So this isn't just about going fishing and tubing and wading in the river. It's also about buying fishing rods and buying tubes and buying kayaks. It's about events on the river that bring crowds. It's about activities when visitors come here to stay. And it's why we all stay in Pocatello rather than working from home somewhere else. So the River Vision has done a number of things lately. We have an implementation plan, and we're really excited. We have river signage that's in process. We've been working on a water trail that I know many of you have used. We've done a lot of outreach, community engagement, done some stream restoration projects on Pocatello Creek, Cedar Lake Creek, which is next to the golf course on Gulf Drive. You know, haven't heard of that creek. We also know we need to spend more time working with the Army Corps. They've indicated maybe we can modify their vegetation requirements, et cetera. Looking at increasing stormwater retention in Pocatello to improve the quality of water we put in the river, and integrated water management to help leverage better some of the projects that our wastewater and water department do to improve water quality in the Portneuf as well. But we need help, and this is really where we need help, and why I think this land trust partnership is a really great one, is land easement and funds acquisition strategy. I'm not going to get there on my time. I'm not really good at that either. So a GIS analysis for what we should be acquiring. So as we think about acquiring land, what makes the most sense? Working with residents to make sure it's in line with community values, business values in this community as well, and then ultimately carrying out that strategy. And then fundraising for Centennial Park and other major projects. So whether it's the Highway Ponds Meanders, whether it's Marsh Creek Sediment Removal Wetland, whether it's Raymond Park River Access or Old Town River Access. These are all huge projects, millions of dollars, and the first thing we need to do is figure out how do we acquire land and hold that money. And if we acquire land, it's one thing when we acquire land that's open space that we aren't going to really spend much money managing, but if we acquire a house that people live in, how does that even work? I mean, that to me right now sort of stops me from thinking about that because of all the things to work out. But it's doable. It's just a matter of spending the time and going through that process and saying this is how we're going to manage acquiring property where there's a renter in it.
I just have a question, and Mike has already talked to you. Mike Larkin.
Larkin, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had an opportunity that didn't materialize.
Oh, yes, you did.
Yeah, because I mean, I as I looked at, if that access out by, not at Batiste Road, but
Douglas Lane.
Yeah, I mean, what, and even if you started at the end of the concrete channel, what a great flow. What a great flow. What a beautiful part of the river.
Yes.
And anyway,
so we are working on, how to make it so you can float downstream, especially downstream of Simplot. It's just gorgeous. There's more water in the river, and the city does own some land on the river just above the reservation, just downstream of the treatment plant. And I had the luck of floating it 2 weeks ago, and I was just blown away. So we're working with a nearby landowner to clarify what is allowed.
So Hannah, we've got Roger.
Yes.
Well, I have a couple comments. First one has to do with, we have a number of people who have limited resources, whom I have really become more aware of how much they count on Pocatello or other entities to provide recreational pursuits. Not everybody can jump on a jet or drive their car or something miles and miles, pull a trailer. And so they really do a lot of the recreational activity with regard to what's available here. And the more we do that, the more we empower our people to have a higher quality of life here.
Yeah, it's amazing with the $20 tube investment, how much fun you can have.
And so that was one observation. And then there are other people, like you mentioned, that will provide the economic reinvestment in our community. The other thing is, I don't know why we haven't had people do this, or different entities. We could buy properties along what was going to be the Greenway access, and slowly a lot of those properties have come up for sale. We could buy them as some organization, deed off the access to the back, and then resell the property.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened to my knowledge, but that's what other places do. Is a great resource. It's what you just go in, buy it, and then you give an access part of it away and you sell it again. And sometimes because of that, you don't have any investment in it at all because it all transfers through.
And that's why I think the importance of taking some of the capital contingency funds and starting to build that up so that we do have the ability to do that, and you can be nimble and not be sort of scrambling of where are we going to get the money to do this $50,000 or $150,000 transfer. I think that is really important long term. And obviously 50 isn't going to be enough, but I thought we should start somewhere. Yes.
Well, and I think the other thing that's obvious, I mean, there are all the sort of, feel-good things like, hiking and beautiful scenery, and those all mean a lot to me, but in this particular job, what means a whole lot to me is providing good jobs, well-paid jobs, attracting thoughtful growth so that we can have a more robust commercial tax base, because all of that helps relieve private residential. And so I truly believe that the river is probably one of the greatest largely untapped economic development opportunities that we possess, and particularly given what we just heard from Reddy, when potential businesses who are thinking about where their employees might live, because they're probably not all going to come just from our current population, that's going to matter. That's going to matter. And so I feel even more compelled to start moving forward now in preparation for what is assuredly coming down the pike in terms of people moving into this area, and I want them to come here and help us.
Well, and it's undeniable. I mean, companies
care about the environment.
Well, and companies care about, because not everybody's going to be a hire from here. So it's very difficult to bring people with you if we don't offer a package. You know, we have to be well-rounded. It can't just be, okay, you can come here and you can work and you can buy a house, but there has to be something to do. There has to be more. There has to be a package offering, and I think that the river is a big part of that package offering.
I agree, and so I think it's not just about the floating, but also thinking, all right, how do we have these public spaces? So whether it's Raymond Park, you see these pictures. This upstream stuff is our best chance at improving water quality, and so it's where groups like Trout Unlimited get very excited and say, we want to take this on, and we can do the fundraising, we can implement the project, as soon as you work out a few details, such as getting the okay from the railroad, small ones. And then, as we talk about Ready and downtown, this downtown reinvestment and the value of that. And again, this is not my expertise, is not in economic development, but I know Old Town is very excited. These drawings come from Old Town, and I know in our planning department we have staff who are looking at the value of our Old Town properties and the value of investing in it. And so lots of opportunities there for economic development, and not only in terms of getting people into the river, but just creating a more vibrant downtown that connects to ISU. So,
well, I was just going to say, even our retirement community. I mean, if people are going to come from elsewhere because of the it's less expensive to live here, if on top of that, they cannot deal with Idaho Falls traffic and they can still enjoy a riverfront walk in the evening, to me, it puts us in a much more competitive relationship with Idaho Falls, because I don't have to deal with their traffic and I can still go sit by a river.
You can sit by a river, and you can go, great transition, you can go hiking in the hills. And those hills aren't just for my cute dog, although she would like it all to herself. So this is, we have existing plans for City Creek. The city owns the dark green property on this map. So we have a 2009 management plan for City Creek. It's kind of outdated. We have an open space plan that was written in 2010, just thinking about the value of open space and that the city should acquire more and how to map it. And then we have a lot of additional public land around Pocatello. The sort of yellow is BLM, the blue is the state land, the light pale green is Forest Service, and on the edge you can see a little bit of reservation, and ISU is in the center there. And one of the things that came up it's come up a number of times, is how do we connect it all? And so I took this red drawing from Bruce Olenek of sort of a horseshoe around Pocatello, and a trail system that goes from Northgate essentially through BLM and connects onto the forest and Scout Mountain and Kinport and down the city. It connects to the river. And critical to this, you'll notice there's a few spots where I didn't draw this line very well, but there's some large open spaces that have no color, and those are private. And so it's not that this particular trail system needs to be entirely on public land. There could be parts where you ride on the street. But how do we make sure that you can access this public land from as many places as possible, that it's an integral part of the community, we don't overwhelm our existing trailheads as we continue to grow. And so But thinking about that, again, it's like thinking about the river vision. What land should you acquire? What's valuable? Where are the mule deer? What's the habitat? Where are the sage grouse or the sharp-tailed grouse or whatever you want to protect? Where are water quality improvements needed? And so city has done a lot so far. I'm sorry it's dark, but we've done a lot of trail and road restoration since 2009 for erosion control, improved user experience. The Parks Department Outdoor Rec has been amazing. They just did a whole bunch of Russian olive removal, which, awesome, ouch. Lots of trailhead improvements, signage and maps. A big thing we need to work on, and I don't really want to talk about it today because it could be an hour, and I know you have a lot to do, is reducing illegal trail building. That's a topic for another conversation, and it's a really big one, and it's a really important one, and it's really hard. And you're probably going to start getting more and more emails about that. Managing invasive vegetation like Russian olives and improving wildlife habitat where we can. And then with that becomes updating our open space and our city creek management plan to include all of these natural areas, because when you go back to this map and you look at it, this includes some of our city parks, but most of these, if I go around to city departments and I did this and I said, who manages this land? Nobody. I mean, there's facilities on it. There's a water line that's managed, and there's a stormwater pond that's managed, and there's some trails here and there that are managed, but they're not managed. And so thinking about, okay, who manages it? What's our management objectives on these properties? Where are we going? Is going to become more important. So again, related to that, help with acquiring any land that we need, analysis for land acquisition prioritization, how should we manage the land, what should be priorities on these various parcels, and involving residents in that whole decision. So that's where using the land trust. So back to getting you out to lunch. So how do we acquire needed property to make...
You hit the thing to close the conversation.
That's right. That's right. That's right. How do we acquire the property to make the river vision a reality and enhance continued access to our trails? I'm recommending we partner with the Land Trust, $50,000 a year, to develop and implement a fundraising land acquisition strategy, and we set aside $50,000 a year from capital contingency. So for fiscal year 2021, this would be the Land Trust has a donor contributing $50,000 for sure. The city contributes $50,000, and we start building a land acquisition fund. And the Land Trust brings the city a land and money acquisition and management plan. They engage with residents, they do some GIS analysis, and they do additional fundraising. And that MOU would come back to this council. And we have a very early draft of it started, but wanted to have this before then. Yes.
I had one thought in addition to that. I think that if we can give abatements for industry, we should be able to give some abatements to property owners for access across their land, public lands. I don't know how that would work, but it seems like if we can do one thing, we could do the other, because it's an economic stimulus to keep our people here. The more people we captivate, as our airport says, the more we keep them circulating in our economy rather than elsewhere.
Okay, I will.
And that'd probably be a joint partnership with the county, because we can't do that.
I was going to say, let's have Jared look and see if there's any way the city can do any abatements.
We can't, but we'd have to do a joint partnership with the county.
And those abatements are all dictated by state code. I'm not familiar with one for recreational access, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. I've never looked.
Can you dig into it and take a look at stuff? Maybe that's something.
A donation.
Hannah, can I ask just confirmation? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're recommending $50K a year, starting with this budget for our partnership with Stage. You know what I'm talking about. Right, that one. And also $50K a year from capital contingency.
Yeah.
That we put so this year it would be 100.
Yeah, but the capital contingency would just.
But that's building it up
within the existing capital contingency.
But I just want to be clear, we're talking 100 this year, but 50 in
would
budget and 50 in capital.
So 50 would go to services and 50 the city would.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we might not spend the 50 in capital.
That part, yes.
That might just sit there and grow.
But at least it gets us, it gets us into a mode where, we're shovel-ready, so to speak, in terms of being able to hop on a deal if one crops up. And secondly, in my estimation, for these large projects, if we don't have a financial plan that gets us to the amounts that are unattainable in a short, in a 1 or 2 year budget, then the net result is nothing happens. And I think, so I'm glad that, thank you for laying out an option for how we begin to put ourselves as a city in a position to actually begin to take, to build toward the moment when we can take some significant action. I thank you for that.
Okay, Rick, sorry.
Hannah, is the city the proper agency to do this? I've heard increased rumors of a desire for a recreation district. Could this be a project that a recreation district could take on?
I am no expert on recreation districts. I would think so. I would recommend we go ahead year one, and if a recreation district happens, then we can transfer then, but this would get us all started. But I certainly see a recreation district as a big help, but I just am less familiar with how they're set up and what they can and can't do.
And I've been hearing those same rumors for at least 5 years now. And a recreation district would be another taxing district. And so with everything that's going on right now, the situation might not be very favorable to adding another taxing district. So, I think if that were to happen, that could be a really good place for this or solution. But when would be the question?
Well, but the concept I'm hearing is that it would take the need for taxes for the city and the county out of our budgets. It would lower our taxes and simply move it into a specific budget designed to do these kind of things.
Right.
To maintain the greenway, to do the river, to take over the trail system, instant Victor,
And I've
all those
heard all
kinds
that
of things.
too. But the issue is you'd still have, for the taxpayers, they'd still have this other entity to pay for.
The other entities would be lower.
Right, it would be shifted.
So I saw Claudia and then Chris.
So I guess part of the question is for Hannah. So $50,000 a year
This year.
for like forever?
I would recommend, we budget 50,000 and we start work on a long-term MOU and I want to bring that back. It would be ideally a 3 to 5 year, but I think you might only get 1 year right now, but I want to make sure in your heads, you're also thinking this is potentially a long-term partnership to make this work.
Right.
And I don't have the ins and outs of the MOU. It would have to have an appropriations clause where it would be subject to every year's budget.
Okay, because
Similar to Red
that was
Shore.
going to be my next question to Jared, based on the last meeting we were, and Rich was saying, we would have to, even if we did this every year, it would still have to be, have to be reconsidered because we don't know what the situation would be this year.
But we did it for the senior center, so we can do it.
Yeah.
We just followed it.
Almost all of our long-term commitment contracts include a non-appropriations clause, which allows a year-to-year decision on that process.
Okay, and that was all my only
Now,
questions.
remember, Council, last week we voted to put $50,000 into the budget from taxes, and we did that.
So it's in
So
there
that's
now.
in there for this year, and so Hannah's saying, at least this year, let's do something, and we've done that.
And I am in the process of working with the Land Trust on the MOU, and we're just council direction to work on that and consider that it might be a long-term.
You got set till October 1st.
Yes. But they just sent me a draft today, so I think they're excited.
So Chris and then Heidi.
Yeah, so I obviously, Rick, you know a lot more than I do about recreation districts, and I think it might be advisable at some point down the road for council to get trained up a bit on what, how that, it certainly would help me. Because I think if we knew, if we were better informed, then at least, it could be in our toolkit, so to speak. So I don't know how we would do that or where we would go or who I should ask about how to get that to happen. Anyway, so that's one request that I have. The second observation is that, again, if we are looking at this explosion of INL-related development, then over that period of time, 3 to 5 years or 3 to 10 years, there is at least the prediction that our growth would increase, which means that our taxable base is going to increase, and so it might be that growth would offset, so to speak, any potential tax increase, regardless of whether it's through this entity or the city or whomever. So I think it's important to keep this large project in the context of this other large event, so that we're really thinking apples to apples.
Heidi.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my question is for Hannah or if it's for finance or legal, but to what extent, since the river is largely an element of our stormwater, to what extent can we use enterprise funds for that? Because I know reserves, that's what we were talking about last time. And I would prefer if there's a way to have that utilized rather than having it come from tax. And I guess my other question too is just letting it accumulate in capital contingency? Do we need to have like a separate breakdown? Is that your recommendation also? I guess I'm just a little bit confused with the
So within
funding.
the capital contingency, I handed out a sheet, I think a few weeks ago. We earmark it for certain, like police has a certain amount earmarked, and like parks has a certain amount earmarked. So we would earmark it specifically for that project.
Okay.
As far as I believe that the use of reserves is appropriate because it has to do with the stormwater and the permitting and all of that. That was my same question. So we met about it and legal advised us that it was okay to do that.
So the only reason to not do that also is Jeff and I were talking after this discussion, so was that we're also talking broader, and we're going up onto open space in general, which sort of leaves behind stormwater. So
To both
and gets into a broader, more park-related.
So it sounds to me like it's a bigger discussion than today, is what it sounds like to me. But the idea of having 50,000 set aside in capital contingency, and then we've approved the 50,000 for this FY21 budget for this year, and so it sounds like you've got quite a bit of stuff that you've got to actually tighten up and bring to us, so that we know what we're really talking about, and then go from there.
And I appreciate your comment though about it does reach, starting to get into parks and things like that, but rather than just saying we're only going to use capital contingency, which is a tax ask, and we're only going to use it out of tax, like if there's a way to have some of that And I know we just did our rate
looked-
study and all of that, but if there's a way, I think that we should explore that.
So my only other concern with using my reserves is we're looking at, I'm gonna bring back to you in a month, stormwater utility and some costs associated with that, which are probably beyond the $50,000 I'll have left in reserves. And so I would prefer, but it is totally up to council. You know, we can always find more, move money around at a later time. So that's.
Well, and I don't know that we would have to or are legally able to say it's going to come from here, 5 years from now. I mean, I think maybe a kind of middle ground would be to say, yes, we're committed to this, but essentially it has an appropriations clause attached, and each year is going to be different. Because, in 1 year we might say we just can't do this, or whomever is sitting in these chairs might say we can't do this, and another year it might be, hey, this is, but I think we need to leave ourselves, or whomever, as much flexibility as possible in order to deal with the financial situation that confronts them at the moment they're making a decision.
And we can certainly, when the next rate study comes in, include this as part of that consideration. So that's a ways out, but.
That would probably be ideal, to be looking at the rate study and seeing what it looks like there as well. So, okay, sounds like you've got some work to do.
Yeah, so let me finish up. I got one more thing.
You're not done yet. Okay. You said lunch, and you never say that, and you have 5 slides now.
Yes.
You screwed that up.
All right, but so hold your questions, we'll get through it. Just say yes. So how do we complete the design for Centennial Park? Okay, $250,000 from my reserves. I'll be back to you with an MOU related to that. I'm gonna have to do fundraising. The phase to get to 60% to the Army Corps is gonna require at least another 30,000-ish, depending on the final numbers. So MOU, I will run through this. It's going to define our roles and expectations, and really this is big. So a small investment, I think, is a real game changer for the city, and I went over all that. So look at that, I did those fast. Any questions on any of that? I got my guidance, but I just want to make sure.
I think we'll be looking forward to seeing.
See the hunger.
Seeing what the MOU is going to be looking like. I think it's going to be our next step to see what that looks like.
And once again, as with John's and his staff work relative to the zoo with these community government partnerships, kudos to him for thinking outside the box. Kudos to you and the staff of Jeff and everybody for really contemporizing our thinking about how government and community can partner to create something that benefits all of us.
Well, thank you, and kudos to the community who have stepped up. This is, it doesn't matter what political stripe, what social stripe, what everything. This has been amazing of just who is invested in this, and I'm blown away every day by the offers for help I get.
Because it had good leadership, Hannah, from you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Then with that, we are going to break for lunch, and we will be back. We'll do everything we can to be back by 2 o'clock so that we can get going.
Could we just put it on a list and I'll put it on my list to get more.
Thank you very much for joining us after our lunch break here. We'll go ahead and get started. We'll jump to agenda item number 10 is the 2020 COPS Hiring Program Grant. Staff will present information regarding the 2020 Community-Oriented Policing Services COPS Hiring Grant designed to provide funding for 5 officers. The grant provides the opportunity to partner with Fort Hulsher Shombanic Indian Tribe and to combat human trafficking, violent crimes, drugs, and to build a community education program. Staff is seeking council guidance to apply for the grant.
So, Mayor, Council, Chief Roger Scheid, Pocatello Police Department, Lieutenant John Walker, and Corporal Zach Barchi, both from Pocatello Police Department as well. This was a grant that we presented back in March, and we moved forward and applied for it. We were one of a few Idaho agencies that did receive the approval for the grant. We are now coming to you in reference to getting approval to accept the grant and move forward with this. This is the numbers that are presented are within our 5-year plan. Specifically, they're at the specific numbers for this year. So this would help us accomplish that goal of adding additional officers for our 5-year plan and a continued partnership with the Fort Hall Tribal Police and Reservations. I'll turn it over to Margie.
Well, I know time is precious, so we'll be brief, but the main goal of coming is making sure that you're aware and answer any questions that you might have. Going back and talking about the grant and why we're here, we talked about in March that we saw several problems that we want to address. Human trafficking, violent crime, this area has been considered a HIDTA district, increase of drugs, gangs, mental health awareness, need for expanding resources, further our education, and current resources are maxed, and we're currently below the national average and officer per 1,000 citizens. Solution that Pocatello, we came up with a solution. That solution is the Pocatello Fort Hall Education and Crime Prevention Task Force. We understand we'll have to come up with some good acronym at a later time. Right now, the things that task force would be assigned to do is develop an addition to community-oriented policing. That's really important, especially in our department. We would collaborate. We have memos of understanding or MOUs with the Benton County Prosecutor's Office, the Crisis Center just across the street, and the Fort Hall Police Department. Our mission is to strengthen communities through an education program, provide meaningful responsible enforcement of local, state, tribal, and federal laws to combat the problems of human trafficking, violent crime, drugs, and gangs. So simply stated, we were awarded that grant. We're excited about it, and we want to break down this upcoming year. The federal funding would be $236,417.54. The city of Pocatello would have $165,674.20. Now what that gives us is that would give us 5 new officers to add on to the police department, and that's the first year cost. And by adding those 5 officers, we're then able to create that task force to combat those things that we just talked about. The second year, the federal funding would be the $212,375.07. The city cost would be $231,943.87. The third year, the federal cost is $186,113.31, and the city costs $265,078.71. And then the fourth year, the federal grant goes for an entire 4 years, but they will pay for 3 years. And we agreed that we'll keep those officers on for the 4th year. After the 4th year, the grant is over. So we would assume 100% of that cost on the 4th year, which right now is $477,101.80. So with that being said, I said I'd be brief. I kept my word.
Good.
Questions? Yeah.
Good.
Over 4 years, there would be some expectation of some raises.
Sure.
But that's not in there, right?
Well, so what I do when we apply for the grant is we have to put in certain numbers. We put in things like their step wages, right? And then there's expectations that health benefit costs are going to go up or down, wages are going to go, there's certain things that are moving. And so this is getting you to a 95% accuracy of here we are in reference to what the budget is, because we can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't.
So you have it anticipated increased costs.
So in reference to wage?
Yes, those costs are anticipated.
Yes.
So for that budget's getting.
Yeah, so for the base pay, we've gone off of what the current base pay is. Right. Now for like health insurance, we've put into the formula like a 10% raise each year.
Great.
Now, in reference to what you saw for the first year, right, we know what our health insurance cost is going to be now, and so we were able to meet with our CFO, and we were able to do those exact costs, and so that is very accurate. Where next year, we all hope that we have another reduction in health, in costs, but we've kept in the numbers for the 10% raise, and so that's why you'll see a huge spike for next year.
I'll tell you one thing I think is neat about this program too that you've done with it is you've included the Shoshone-Bannock tribe, and what an opportunity to bridge a gap that has never been bridged before, and you've done a great job reaching out to them, and I know there's been a lot of communication and a lot of work back and forth, and in fact has already started to happen with some of the investigations and some of the things that have been going on. So kudos to you on that.
Thank you very much. And one of the things that, and to go off of that, one of the things that the tribal council wants to do is they want to do a signing ceremony, which I think would be great for both sides. That would be wonderful.
I want to commend you on the wonderful acronym of PFHOOK.
I don't think she could say that twice, by the way.
That'd be really catchy.
It took me days to come up with this.
Good job. No, but in all seriousness, I think this is a great opportunity, and I also really do like the part of partnering with other law enforcement agencies and the tribes in particular. So thank you for doing this.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think, for the folks at home, I think when we look at these kinds of grants, we have to look at not just what it costs Pocatello, but we look at what Pocatello spends and how many dollars that leverages into the equation that we would not otherwise have available. The bottom line dollars out of Pocatello matter. And I think everybody's probably clear that they matter a lot to me, but there is also this other way to look at it, which is how much money are we leveraging in? So, in defense of your efforts, for anyone who is concerned about, who is looking at the bottom lines in isolation.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but regardless, you need officers.
Correct.
So if we can get partial funding for the first 3 years of that, either way, we're going to have officers. So we might as well, I appreciate the fact that y'all went off after this grant and clearly did a good job writing it because now we can move forward.
And that's these two guys here, these two officers. They did a lot of good work on it, and 100% their efforts. So kudos to them.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you, Zach.
So your next steps, you need to ask for permission to apply for the grant, or?
So that's a typo. We're sorry. We've been awarded. We're asking for permission to accept that award.
To accept that award. And are you asking to bring that to a future council meeting?
So we are set up on the docket for the 16th.
Okay. So I don't see anybody that's saying no to this, and so I would plan on being there on the 16th.
And I would just say this is a long-term commitment.
It is.
And state statute might not understand how we do this.
But our magnificent city attorney will straighten it all out for us.
We can't do this with the federal government if funds are available.
Well, let me be clear, and I hate to throw water on the fire, although that's what the chief would have me do, I think. If for some reason during this commitment you decided not to fund our portion of it, we would be most likely responsible for reimbursing their portion.
Right.
And so understanding that going in is very important.
And we will be eligible for the federal grants for years as well.
But having said that, we're making the 671,000. Is that what I'm reading? Yeah, 671,882. Commitment.
So the city share would be 662, 696, 78.
I guess I'm looking at the wrong.
So we were just able to go get with our CFO yesterday and update those numbers. And so if you'd like, I have an updated copy that I can give you.
So, but no matter what we do here and how we leverage, we're also deleveraging some of the other things for the city. I mean, that's a reality. So we have to have that consciousness of where we've shifted a priority to do this.
Yeah, but let me point out, the mayor brought this out, and this is really important on this grant. While we're after these officers, we are also really anxious for this partnership. I mean, this is an opportunity that we've never seen before. And for the tribe to be as receptive as they have been to us, it is an opportunity that we must go after and not squander. Our community is larger than the city boundary of Pocatello. And I think that it's time that we recognize that we encompass a large area, our impact is large, and we need them and they need us. This gives us that chance to
we're the
build that
closest
relationship.
large city for that group of people to do most of their shopping.
Well, and I firmly believe that's why we got the grant too, is by making it about those kind of relationships and partnerships. It's not just the money and what it gets us, but the long-term relationships. I think that is a big part of why you all were successful.
And so when we talk long-term commitments, yeah, we're talking long-term commitment financially, but also from a community aspect. You know, and when Chief Scheid talks about community commitment, it's encompassing. And then recognizing that the tribes are part of our community. They shop here, they work here, they go to school here. ISU has offered tremendous educational opportunities. And so as we work through and we put this education program together, we build that relationship and we become a bigger, better family.
Well, it's hard to quantify sometimes, but basically, collaboration stretches every dollar that every collaborator is spending.
Now, there are going to be things that we can't even quantify as we realize the outcome of this.
Do we have to do something to make this?
No, we don't. It's on the agenda, and so it was really, truly, they just want us to know. I think that we've received the grant, it will be coming. If we're not interested, they're going to pull it off. And so I think we're in good shape. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you for putting this together. It's been great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll move to agenda item 11 is Faro 3D scanner proposal, Police Department. Police staff will present information regarding the proposal to purchase a Faro 3D focus scanner to assist in investigating homicides, unattained deaths, and accidents. Staff is seeking council's guidance to place the scanner proposal on the future agenda, approving the use of capital contingency funds in the amount of $55,643.72 for the purchase. Did I say it right? Faro, is that?
Faro, yes.
All right.
Not as catchy as the other.
But it does some pretty cool things. So once again, Roger Scheid, Chief of Police, Pocatello Police Department, Captain Eric Anderson of Investigations, and Detective Teo Vanderschaft in Investigations. This is a Faro 3D scanner, and we actually used one of these in the past at a crime scene when they came to demo it on a homicide. And I'll let Teo talk about all the specifics of what this would do. Is it would give us the latest, greatest technology to be able to reconstruct a scene. And it not only is going to benefit us, but like there's an arson for the fire department, it can be used there. Or if Tom has something for the street department, we can loan that machine out to be able to do some other things. So it's not just going to benefit the police department, but it'll give us a little more capabilities within the city. So I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Teo and Vanderschaft.
So basically, the way it works is you set it up on a tripod, hit the start button, it spins around in a circle, and as it's spinning in a circle, it sends out lasers, takes measurements, and at the same time, it also takes pictures. It takes about 870,000 pictures each time it spins around. And then, so if we were to do this room, I could set it in the corner over here, it'd spin around, it takes 8 to 15 minutes to run a scan, and then I can move it to the other side of the room, and then it puts all the pictures in what's called a point cloud. And then you put that into the computer, and then you can bring it in and do all your drawings off of it. You can make 3D diagrams of this room, take the roof off, so if we had a crime in here, you can take to the prosecutor's office, jury, judge, defense, and you can walk them through the scene as you saw it that day. So you have all the photographs, and then later on, if someone comes in and says, hey, you know, this might have been a piece of evidence, you can pull up the pictures from it and go back and look at that and put it into your diagram or measure it if you need to. So 2 years ago we had the homicide, about 2 years ago we had the homicide on McKinley. I spent 6.5 hours inside that residence with an Idaho State Trooper doing hand measurements of the building. And And then after we got done with all the hand measurements the state trooper put in, all that information into the computer program, it took him another 10 hours to put that in. So we had 16 hours of work into one scale diagram, which is just a flat piece of paper. With the FARO, probably would have taken us maybe 2 hours to scan the entire house, and then another hour to do the computer program stuff. So we would have had 3 hours into it as opposed to 16. So it can save us a lot of money in the long run. Yes, it's expensive up front, but it will save us a lot of money in the long run. Clackamas County's been using it since 2014, and they figured that they saved about $550 per call out. And on average, I'm an accident reconstructionist as well as a detective. I get called out about 4 times a year for accident reconstruction, and then it depends on what crime has occurred for investigations. So,
Is this LiDAR?
it's similar, but it's not LiDAR. It does have a laser in it, and it spins in a circle and then spins in 360 degrees and then takes all the measurements.
So it's more efficient, you know, so.
How long will a piece of equipment like this last?
Clackamas County's been using theirs since 2014. They haven't had any issues with it.
Okay.
They do have warranties on it, and then you can send it back in and get recalibrated and all that kind of stuff, so it'll last years.
Okay, so they will recalculate it. They don't have any of the upgrades, the software upgrades and stuff like that.
I believe there's a fee every year, like $1,500 fee or something like that for the software updates and stuff like that. The first 3 years are included, and training's also included in the $55,000 price tag.
And that was my question, how many of you are going to be trained?
I believe
All the detectives will be trained to use it, or?
So the initial training is a train the trainer.
Right.
So whoever goes to the training learns how to use it, and then we can train whoever we need to.
Yeah, we want to train as many as we can.
Okay.
Initially, the company will probably pay for 4 of us to get trained, and then we want everybody to use their buildings.
And then, are there any other, like body cams, there's going to be storage fees and things like that? Is there any, is there anything else?
So you plug an SD card into the actual scanner, you plug that SD card in, and all your data goes into the SD card. Once you're done with your drawings and stuff, you put that SD card into evidence. So the defense attorney can say, okay, you can bring it to the defense attorney and say, this is the original data.
Okay.
This has not been manipulated in any way. These are our manipulations down the road, which are completely new programs.
Right.
So per crime scene would be an SD card.
Yeah.
Right,
So,
okay. So it's not like we're not paying like
no, there's not a
$60,000 a year storage fees for, okay.
And you said there's money in your reserves for this. Are we talking this year's or next?
I think we're talking this year that we have money for it.
FY20?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was this coming, Chief, remind me, was this coming from your capital contingency, or was it coming from the cities?
Yes, the cities, yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. So it's capital contingency money.
I said reserves as capital contingency, general fund, whatever we call that.
Yeah, this is an added thing that sounds like a great program to me.
One thing I'd like to see, I'm all for this, but I'd kind of like to see exactly how we've used all the various acquisitions based on capital contingency. We're doing this in the narrow column right now of this project, but I don't know how many different projects we've allocated over the year and who has received those and stuff. So
I thought that I handed that out.
Today?
No, a few meetings ago, but I can.
Yeah, but we don't have a library we bring with us, so.
Is there a way you can?
I can re-get that, yep.
Just email it so it's on.
Yep, absolutely.
So I think, Mayor, we're on for council next week as well.
Next week as well.
Yeah.
And that would be for a sole source. This was one of the items that we brought to a working session before that you guys told us to go ahead and get it taken care of. It was the same one with the body cameras. So that was, this is for your information, so you guys, I know this is a little bit different, and it's, body cameras are pretty straightforward what they are, so, but this has a few more intricacies to it, so that's why we brought it to you, so we could be able to explain what it was.
How big is this? How big is it? Is it like the size of an iPad?
No,
Is
it's
it a
about
box?
that long and about that tall, about that wide.
Okay.
It's put on a tripod. I think it weighs like 9.5 pounds.
Oh, okay.
I just want to be able to think about this at some point before having to vote within the larger context of the entire budget, because I don't have a good enough handle on the details. So I think that's essentially the same point you're making.
So Ashley, can you send that out to this afternoon or tomorrow morning, depending on how late we're here today?
I can show it right now.
Oh, she just sent it.
Well, I can.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may, just to kind of clarify the process a little bit, the next council meeting will be where you make a sole source declaration if you so choose. Then we have to publish that and give people an opportunity to say, no, we actually provide a similar product or something. If nobody does that, then at another council meeting, yet again, you will be presented with the actual purchase agreement, and you'll be able to make the final decision at that point.
So we have a week for a sole source, and then a couple, 2 or 3 weeks before the meeting after that for...
Ruth reminded me correctly that sometimes when you do the sole source declaration, you are also approving the purchase. So that probably, so either way, there's still some steps to be taken.
Yeah, if no one calls foul,
Right.
then they're not having to come back again.
That's true. I apologize.
And move forward. And so they always confirm with me, because if I get a letter or anything, they always check back, say, did anything come in? Nothing's come in, then they can move forward.
Next week is okay for this one there?
Let's do it.
No,
Thank you.
next week.
You're exactly right. Thank you.
Chris is busy.
Are you
looking
good
for
with
that
next
email.
week? That bringing us back?
Okay, yeah, perfect.
So as far as the logistics, you guys can work that out. We just wanted to answer any questions you had as far as the FARO. So.
I think it sounds good.
It'll be a great
and it'll be a
The
great
only
tool.
way I might have a hiccup is if, I'm just using this as illustration, if we had $2 million in contingency and you guys were asking for $1.5 million. You understand?
Sure.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just giving a context.
So,
I want to snap
do you
your...
have a video of how this works that you can email me? I'm just
Yeah,
super
that's a great
curious.
idea.
Pharaoh's
got
not as exciting as the other one.
Oh, okay, I'm just curious. I'm very visual, so I just want to kind of, I think it sounds cool, and I
It does
kind of
sound
want to see what it.
We could probably email a link to the account.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you go to their webpage too, FARO's webpage, they have a bunch of information on it.
Oh, okay.
We'll send it out.
Okay.
Send it to the whole council.
Send a link to
Yeah,
the
I
whole
just like
council.
to-
That'd be kind of neat. That's a good idea.
I just like to see it so that.
We'll buy it, but we'll never get to see it.
Yeah, and how come you guys get to play with all the cool stuff?
It's kind of like one of these computer-driven
Cameras.
It's similar, but it's programmed to do everything that, so it takes human error.
No, not yet.
Yeah, and it reaches out to 70 meters, so it goes 70 meters on both sides.
That's cool.
It's just a digitized program that drives the camera.
Yeah,
So,
it takes the pictures and then I do the drawings from the pictures in the programming.
I just want you to know, I think Claudia's got a good point. Send us a video.
Yeah, I mean,
Send us something, because it will be cool. She's right, you guys get.
I don't get a body camera, I don't get a new car, I don't get a new gun, I don't get a Pharaoh.
Pharaoh 3D.
Yeah.
Come to the Citizens Police Academy. You get to do all that stuff at Citizens Police Academy. So.
Recruit. No, that's good. Thank you very much. This is going to be a neat tool, I believe, so, thank you.
I think it's important too to, I mean, this is a cost, but what it will save us.
Oh, it's going to save, I think it's tremendous.
We really have to emphasize that.
No, I agree.
That's going to be a question.
Okay. Well, then, thank you. We will move to agenda item number 12 then, and public hearing, emergency ordinance. The council may wish to approve an emergency health ordinance requiring face
It's not a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing.
Public health.
You said public hearing, I just wanted to be clear that that's not what.
Oh, I'm sorry, let me start over. Thank you. Agenda item 12, public health emergency ordinance. Is that right now? Thank you. Okay. council may wish to approve an emergency health ordinance requiring face masks to be worn in all indoor spaces or when 6 feet of social distancing cannot be maintained, with exceptions. COVID-19 is a respiratory virus that can result in serious illness or death. The virus is spread between individuals who are in close contact with each other. I might just add, because I know there were a lot of people that were here that want to be in here because of timing, and there's just no way to tell when exactly it is they're not here, so I'm confident they're watching on TV. We have received a ton of emails. We've received, for both yays and nays to this, we've received a number of phone calls the same way. And so I want everybody to know that has participated, that has emailed us, that has called. The city council has received your emails. They are being read. They have read most of them, unless you sent them very first thing this morning while we've been in the meeting. And so Chris is going off again. It is my voice. If it is me, maybe that's the problem. I don't know.
Well, that's right. It's always you. Siri is really attached to the sound of your voice.
Some reason. So I just want everybody to know that your voice is being heard. It has been heard, and those emails and phone calls are being documented, and we will be available, or the council has them all. And so, yes, Rick.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a few remarks before we proceed on this.
Okay.
I won't take too long. Over the past couple of days, I've received, with counting today, over 300 emails, messages, and phone calls from Pocatello citizens concerned about the topic of mandatory wearing of masks. I know it will probably shock both sides of the equation, but when I count those opposed and those against, it's almost exactly even. Citizens from every walk of life, whether they're physicians, health professionals, teachers, business leaders, frankly, a pretty good sample of everyone in our community have weighed in, and the response has been both sides of the board, evenly split among even those same professionals. We've even received threats from both sides of the issue. I suspect the viewership of this meeting today is probably an all-time high for a city council meeting. Whatever decision we make will be wrong in the eyes of half the citizens of Pocatello. I'm a Star Trek fan. You'll appreciate this. This reminds me of the Kobashi Maru training exercise. There was a no-win situation. We've been hearing about COVID-19 now for 5 months. During that time, the opinions of those whom we probably should trust to know how to best deal with a pandemic have changed dramatically. And almost every day we hear and read about another expert opinion on the best way to deal with this virus. We're constantly bombarded with statistics and infection rates from major population centers and the problems they have encountered in trying to deal with victims. Our local health department is doing a very good job of keeping everyone informed about the number of confirmed cases and the treatment of those infected. Unfortunately, I think too much attention is being paid to Florida and Texas and Arizona. Let's all stop to really consider where we are in Bannock County, Idaho, before we take the drastic step of enacting a mandatory mask ordinance. So far, in all of Bannock County, as of yesterday, we have 131 cases of COVID-19 confirmed. That's 131 cases in over 85,000 people. That's a rate of just barely over 0.1%. While the rest of the country has ignored sage advice about avoiding crowds, social distancing, and taking personal responsibility when you can't do those things and wear a mask, Bannock County has done pretty well. We've had some ignore those warnings and gather in large groups, as we had at the high school graduation parties. And now we're paying that price in an increase in the confirmed cases of COVID-19. I personally think we'll see another spike in community spread in just a few days from the many 4th of July parties. But our healthcare professionals are prepared to handle the COVID-19 cases if needed. In the entire state of Idaho, only 20 ICU beds as of yesterday are in use by COVID-19 patients. There are 40 ICU beds available in the southeast Idaho region alone that I hope are never needed for COVID patients. That's enough statistics. I'm opposed to this ordinance. If it's passed, I think it will create civil disorder when someone is seen without a mask and masked persons object. I think it puts undue pressure on merchants and our law enforcement officials to try to enforce mandatory mask wearing. Our dispatch center will be inundated with calls about those not wearing masks. And the ordinance doesn't specify when the emergency will be over and those masks can come off. I sympathize deeply with those who've been directly affected by the COVID-19 virus. My age and my health put me in the high-risk category. But I have assumed some personal responsibility to not be part of a large crowd, to avoid situations where I cannot socially distance, and to put a mask on if those two criteria cannot be met. I refuse to force others to accommodate my needs. So for this reason, I'm going to move to not approve agenda item number 11, the Public Health Emergency Ordinance.
Second. May I comment?
Okay, just a minute. So, we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adams.
Can I add one addendum to that? I also would like to put in that motion that the city put in place a plan to educate people about the need for masks in those certain situations.
Accepted and still seconded.
And strongly encouraged.
Could you alert me when you want discussion to start?
Just 1 minute. I'm just getting, okay, now a second, and then you had a comment, and then Chris.
Okay. An ordinance is a law. It's not just a recommendation. So for that reason, I agree with Councilmember Cheatham. I believe that the strong arm of the law is not necessarily the best approach at this time. I hesitate to institute any law because a law is very serious if we don't have the either the ability or the will to really enforce it. So as you've indicated, I would prefer, if we want to talk about some other ways that we can encourage healthy habits, including hand washing, social distancing, wearing masks when appropriate, then I'm okay with having that discussion, but I'm not in favor of a law with fines and the police coming after people at this time.
So, then Chris, and then Roger. And then Claudia.
And then
So I think there are a couple of problems here. I think that that we are going from 0 to 100 and essentially blindsiding our public. And I've never been part of a situation where trying to get something done by blindsiding is the best strategy. I wish Southeast Idaho Health were here, because I am not an epidemiologist, obviously, but the R number, which is how many people get infected by each one person who is infected, is appears to be a pretty trustworthy and our best measurement tool. And that's why I wish Southeast Idaho Health were here, because I'm saying that, and yet I'm not an expert. So, and what that means is that if one person gets infected and they infect less than one other person, then the way the arithmetic plays out is that you're tailing off. If every one infected person infects one person, then you're basically flatlined. And if they infect 1.5 people or 2 people or 3 people, then you're on a serious community spread trajectory. So my personal belief is that we can come up with some kind of a plan that phases in based on that R number or some other similar methodology that an epidemiologist would recommend. I also believe that virtually everyone on either side of this that I've talked to is entrenched. And I think if we want to come to some kind of community solution, then we've got collectively to move away from this idea that the only thing will make me happy is if I get 100% of exactly what I want. Because there is no way, there's no wiggle room. I have nothing to work with. And I personally have a desire to represent the desire and the needs of everyone in the community, but it's impossible if nobody will move an inch off their entrenched spot. I believe that part of why people are entrenched is that they got blindsided, and all of a sudden it was like, oh my gosh, in 48 hours, whatever, there's going to be a decision, and so I've got to act now. And people just did what we do as human beings when we feel we're under pressure. We basically take a leap and say and do and express ourselves in the first way that comes to our minds. I also believe that every one of us in this community has a choice relative to at least influencing where we go from here. We have 30 days, as I understand it, in the way the ordinance is written, before there are any penalties attached to it. It's kind of what I call an education phase. It goes into effect, but we have these 30 days. If we, as a community, can be the caring community that we frequently describe ourselves as, and the community that steps up when it's necessary, then essentially we collectively have the choice to be smart, to get educated, and do what is necessary to solve this problem, or we can remain entrenched, thereby basically choosing that there's a good possibility that we will get to the place where government, us, tells you what to do. I don't think we need to even get there. I think we can solve this. And then we make the choice to keep government out of our lives because we have that capacity.
Yes, it's Roger and then Claudia. I wrote it down. So
okay. Part of the discussion for this originated by my talking to Brian, because I'm somewhat uncomfortable being out in the community and then coming in and setting, even though I'm social distancing, the data's not all conclusive that this isn't airborne now. There's some data that's starting to show it's more than droplet, that it's airborne. I'm comfortable because the design of masks is not to prevent me from getting it, it's to prevent somebody else from getting it. The design behind masks is much the same concept if you're going in for surgery and all the medical staff wearing masks to prevent infecting you during surgery. It's a cleanliness issue, and cleanliness begins home with my mouth and my nose. And so that's one component. Brian's wife is severely immunocompromised because she's going through chemotherapy. She just had treatment yesterday. And so that was part of the initial discussion for this. There are people who function without choices because their economics depend on them working. In fact, most of the people who have been infected over the course of this have been people who had no choices because of their working. They had to go in someplace.
How
An
do you
interesting
know
thing.
that, Roger, when they aren't identified?
Pardon me?
How do you know that when they aren't identified?
Well, for example, they have gone into the meatpacking plants and found that those people are there because they can't afford not to.
We don't have any of those in Bennington.
I know, but I'm saying most of the people, Rick, this is a general statement, okay? I'm not saying exactly here. And I think you had some things I didn't interrupt you on, so let me have my time, okay? So I really do think that we need to understand the dynamics behind this, and the mask is not a solve-all. The mask is one component, and I compare it to having to have spokes on a wheel. The mask is a spoke. Social distancing is a spoke. Isolation is a spoke. All of those things are the spoke that help turn the wheel. The major issue for me is, can we afford to not have our kids go back to school? Can we afford to not have people working? Can we afford to have economies crash? Because Idaho, if you watch the news, we're listed as one of the high spots right now for the infection rate spreading. We're a tourism-driven state. One of our chief economic drivers at this time of year is the economy. People staying in the motels and filling them up, using our transit system, using all of our cafes and restaurants and things like that. So I understand different components. An interesting thing for me when it comes to the freedom issue or constitutional issue, when I went to the Idaho statutes under health, we have 86 statutes regarding health issues in Idaho. And we say that we don't go for intrusive things. Read through all of those statutes, and you're going to find there are some very intrusive things written into Idaho law. In fact, I would suggest that Idaho law is probably one of the more intrusive states when it comes to health care issues, because there's a lot of choice eliminated from people. The idea that we do not comply with social mandates for the sake of others. We can't smoke in public anymore. We said that's an issue. You can't just drive as you want because you've been drinking. We can't take drugs. You can go on and on and on this list. And so there is a compliance to restraint. Now, I am on the side that we probably need to get education going, because I've seen all kinds of people quoting an expert here and an expert there, and they're spread all over. I think there are standards, and if you take what some of our health professionals at the highest level in the United States have recently said, I said one thing, but it's being taken wrongly. Fauci said, I talked against face masks initially because we needed the personal protection equipment in the hospitals. So, same with the Surgeon General. They both have come out and said, we need face masks. It's one of the tools in our kit to help reduce this. It's not the only tool, it's one of the tools. And then part of this spun out. I didn't know it until just a day or two ago. But our whole Constitution got its chance because George Washington was one of the first leaders to ever institute a uniform vaccination policy for American troops. And it was a very primitive form of smallpox vaccination, but that is what many people credit with turning the Revolutionary War, because they were losing 10 guys to smallpox for every one lost in battle. The revolutionary forces were minor in number compared to what the British could bring in. But when they were vaccinated and they quit losing so many people to smallpox and had more people able to engage in the fight, that's what turned the Revolutionary War. That's a little tidbit of history we don't understand very much. But he mandated it back before we even had a constitution, that we would have vaccination for his troops. So I think there's a premise here that the good of all is the good of the individual, and I don't necessarily go with that. I would sense that we are maybe on the precipice of an emergency. Now, I don't know the numbers indicate that, but I think science can indicate that. I think that the R factor, we use it for measles, we use it for mumps, we use it for all kinds of infectious diseases, and that's how we monitor, and it can be monitored for the spread of this virus. And so where I'm coming from is, let's try to get people to stand down and not have parties and not ignore social distancing and protect themselves in the best way they can. But if we get an R value that is showing that we're rapidly growing this virus, and remember, the data is usually 14 to 17 days trailing data on this, because you get exposed, you don't show symptoms, then once you start to show symptoms, and then you show up as getting diagnosed. So it's a trailing data. The death rate and all those things, the R rate, infection rate is a great thing for us to use. It's uniformly used in the infection control center. So I would rather us start to move towards an ordinance, but not enact an ordinance. And I think we can set into our ordinance a trigger mechanism. If we get to a certain R value, then we require masks. And if those masks, because we're counting on volunteers, if those masks prove to be inefficient, then we probably need to trigger even more things and take away some of the exceptions. I would rather inspire people to comply with this than try to legislate it. But I had one person talk to me and say, if we were able to inspire people to do what they should, we would never post speed limits. They would drive the speed limit. And we wouldn't have all the laws we have on the books if we could rely on people themselves to comply with what is the best for everyone. But that's not what happens. So I would rather we make this first attempt at inspiring people, educating people, letting them know that I pulled up the demographics from the U.S. Census Bureau. I think it was 12.7% of our people are 65 or older. That means that we're probably somewhere between 14.5%, 15% of the age-related category, which makes them susceptible. A lot of people are working past their 65th birthday, so there's a large people that are working still. Then you start looking at the other numbers of people who are susceptible to this disease, with diabetes, with heart conditions, with high blood pressure, obesity, on and on. We've got a great percentage of our community that can be exposed to this. And this is one of those hard things, because you can't tell who's going to get infected. One of my first real encounters with this infection, it was secondhand, but I was in a bank and I was talking to a guy doing a transaction. He told me that one of his best friends had contracted the coronavirus in Seattle. He said, this guy is a model of health. He's in his 40s. And he said he just got off the respirator. He didn't know if he was going to make it for several days. So this isn't just about a certain group, it's about all groups in our community. There are people who are susceptible but don't fit the profile. So I'm more inclined for us to keep our discussion going than to turn this aside. And I would say this look at some better parameters. I don't think any of us in this right here know the detail of the science that we should enact an ordinance and not enact an ordinance. And I would say that we need to go and get that professional guidance to let us know what should trigger our response and what our response should be.
Okay, Claudia.
Okay. I'd like to start by saying that I don't even really know how we got here today with this, because by that I mean we're talking about approving an ordinance I didn't even find out about until people started calling me. And they'd already read it in the paper. And I didn't even know that this was on the agenda, because I didn't get the agenda till much after the article in the paper was printed. That to me is just an unacceptable practice. I've been getting emails and phone calls, just like we all have, from people on both sides of the aisle. I think the lack of communication has polarized this community, and it doesn't make me happy to hear people talking the way they're talking. Even reasonable people are being completely unreasonable right now, and that's on both sides of the conversation. Hundreds of emails, tons of phone calls for the last 2.5 days. And I guess my question is, masks are making people's heads explode, but when we ask for participation on the budget, on code enforcement issues, on social issues, we hear crickets. So I'd love to keep this level of involvement in all of the issues that are important to the city. That would be phenomenal. Focusing on the mask issue, my concerns are this. I understand. I was a registered hygienist for 26 years. I know that universal precautions work. That's a fact. Universal precautions work. End of story. So that's not an argument that I'm not going to believe any argument that says that they don't. The science proves it. With regard to the constitutional issue, I don't believe that's an argument. The state has the right to legislate when it comes to a matter of public safety. We do it with seatbelts, we do it with car seats, we do it when the science backs it, it's done because it's for the greater good. So are those, I guess, minor erosions of our liberties, I guess you could say that, but it is what it is. The state has that right. I did some research for the last couple of days, and I've talked to some people. One of them was the CMO at the hospital, and he assured me that they are not overwhelmed, and that they are completely prepared for a spike if it occurs. He also did tell me that he is concerned about the upcoming flu season, because that's a regular season where we've got increased respiratory illness. So if we add the regular flu season and we pile some COVID on, that's an area of concern for him, and I understand that. And I understand that, and that makes perfect sense. With regard to this ordinance, though, I think if we're going to make a mandate and then have 9 exceptions to that mandate, that sounds like kind of like an oxymoron to me. It's either a mandate or it's not. I'm concerned that the way that this is worded we're going to have a bunch of Costco Karens running around town accosting people for not wearing face masks. And I don't think some vigilante-minded person is going to take, well, I have a medical condition as an acceptable answer. They're going to start demanding to know, well, you don't look sick to me, and I think we're going to find our police department responding to a lot more public disturbances, because there's going to be confrontations and altercations between you and me, or you and me, because you don't like my answer or I don't like your answer. And I don't think that that's going to be helpful in the least. The fact that people are so polarized in our community over this tells me that there are people who, the minute this ordinance is passed, if it passes, they will say, I will not do it. I will not, on principle. They will rack up fines if our officers are even willing to write the tickets, which is another question. So enforceability is another issue. How do you enforce this? You got 3 7-year-olds playing at the park, none of them wearing a mask. Are you going to go cite their parents? I just don't think that this was really thought through. According to SIF, last night at 5 o'clock, you read 131. I read 128 cases in Bannock County. Out of a population of 87,808, that means it's 0.0014%. So those are not astronomical numbers. We have had 1 death in Bannock County. And not that 1 death isn't tragic, but it is 1. It is not 1,001 or 100,001, okay? So I'm just trying to give us some perspective on the numbers. If SIF was here and making a recommendation, I would be more than happy to take that to heart. But I don't think I, nor anybody in this room sitting at these tables and voting, has the qualifications to make a medically driven decision for 56,000 other people in this city. So the bottom line for me is this. I think this whole thing was handled very poorly. I don't think there was any discussion amongst us before suddenly somebody ordered an ordinance to be drafted, and it was published to the public that we were going to be discussing this. And I just think I couldn't even speak intelligently when people were calling me, because I didn't even know if what they were telling me was accurate, that we were in fact going to be discussing an ordinance. So I think that has caused a huge problem. I will not be able to vote for an ordinance until we can have a discussion on other options to achieve the same goal. I don't think there's one person in this room who doesn't want businesses to stay open, people to keep working, and our kids to go back to school in the fall and resume as much normalcy as we can possibly have. I don't think there's one person in this room who doesn't want that. But I think that there are other ways of getting there. I think we can appeal to people's practicality. If the compassion angle doesn't work, do it for your brother, don't do it for yourself, then how about the economy? I mean, there are different people have different currencies, and we can approach this in multiple different ways before we start cramming something down people's throats because somebody as unqualified as me thinks that that's what we should be doing. So I do think we need a plan for the future, because if there is a spike and we need to respond and react, we can't be bandying it about for 3 weeks. So I think we need to start thinking about what the future may look like and what we may be able to do. But I think that involves a community discussion, not 6 people in a room in a bubble. That's it.
Thank you. Linda.
Oh, where to begin? I mean, one point that I definitely agree with Claudia on is that none of us are experts. I mean, I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm not a virologist, so I'm not an expert. I do believe personally in wearing masks. I believe it's effective. I agree with Roger's statement that it's one of many things. Masks are not the answer, they're not the cure-all, but they're one tool that we can use to slow the spread of the virus. And I do believe in that personally. But because I'm not an expert, since this came on our agenda, I have made a point of talking to as many experts as I could. And, you know, we have received hundreds and hundreds of emails, and all of us have gotten calls and texts and messages and, you know, any other way people could communicate with us, they have. And I appreciate all of that input, and I have read and listened to all of that input. From what I received from people, I would say that it lent on the side of support for an ordinance as opposed to opposition to the ordinance. But there definitely was both. And people, as you say, were very entrenched in those positions. And a lot of those emails, in particular, if they quoted sources or studies or data or information that they were using to make their case, most of that was national in some way. It was, you mentioned Dr. Fauci, or it was some study in some hospital in New York City or something like that. And so I thought it was important to look at here. We're Pocatello, we're part of Bannock County. Like, what's not only what are our numbers, but what are our experts locally saying? And that to me was really interesting. I reached out to Maggie Mann at Southeast Idaho Public Health. I have talked to and I don't even know what his correct title is, but the head doctor at ISU, Portneuf Medical Center, all of our local experts. And overwhelmingly, our local healthcare workers and public health officials are saying we need to do something. That they feel that we are reaching a point of crisis. Maggie Mann at Southeast Idaho Public Health had a very interesting statement. She said this is, it's a complicated issue, it's a difficult issue, and for her in particular, finding the balance, it's a very, very delicate balance between doing something too soon and too much too soon, or waiting till it's too late. And what is the tipping point between those, and many people feel we're not at that point, but by the time we know we're at that point, then we know it's already too late. So finding that has been her main goal or objective, and that is really, really difficult. And you may be wrong, but you want to err on the side of caution and not be too late. So I think that I definitely agree with the idea of a stronger education component and encouraging people to wear masks. My issue with that is we have been doing that. All the entities in town and in the county, and including Southeast Idaho Public Health, including the city, have been trying to educate and encourage people to choose to wear masks on their own. What we've seen is many people are still not doing that, and many people never will, as you pointed out. There are people who are just going to not do that. I looked at the ordinance as, and maybe this is naive, but I looked at the ordinance not as punitive, but as a next step or level in that education and encouragement policy, if you will, or idea. That it was just taking it to making it a stronger effort. We were not even considering an ordinance, or I don't think we were looking at doing an ordinance in order to punish people. So to me, the emphasis is not and should not be on enforcement. We're not looking to make money off of fines. We're not looking to cite people. Ideally, you wouldn't have to hand out a single citation. This was really just meant to encourage people a little more strongly to wear masks when they're in a situation where they can't social distance, or where it is more dangerous. So I didn't look at it as something that was overly, that was punitive or overly invasive, or that we were emphasizing the enforcement side of it. That this was just a way to more strongly educate and encourage. And so that, regardless of how I vote today, I did want to make that point. It was never a way to sort of force people to do something. It was a way to more strongly encourage participation and willing participation, hopefully. So I think that I definitely will support taking our education and our encouragement to a higher level. If that is not through an ordinance, we need to do something that does really, really encourage people to do what's right. I think that you can actually live in this community and, choose to not wear a mask and get away with that, basically. I mean, you don't have to go to bars and restaurants. The idea that there's no choice involved, I don't agree with that either. You can make choices on where you go and what you do, and if you could have someone else go to the grocery store for you if you feel really strongly about that. Just in the same way that people who are in a compromised situation have to choose to not go to the store or, not go to a restaurant. I mean, everybody can make those same choices. So I disagree with the idea that an ordinance is forcing people to do something they don't want to do, or that it's, going too far in that regard. You still have choice. It's not taking that away. But like I said, regardless of what we decide today or what we do today, we need to figure out some way to really strongly emphasize the need to wear masks. And I think all the science backs that up, that it is effective. I forgot my conversation with the ISU top doc, as I'll call him. I don't know what his title is, but yes, Dr. Ron Solberg. I had many lengthy conversations with him over the last, several weeks, but particularly over the last couple of days, with regard to specific things that I was reading in emails, and he was able to explain them all to me about carbon dioxide levels and detoxification and immune system strengthening versus weakening, and all of those coming from a medical professional whose specialty is on testing for, with regard to this virus, and also epidemiology, that kind of thing. He was able to answer all of those and basically kind of, I don't know how to put it, sort of debunk them, if you will, that those are not issues. I think that a lot of the resistance to this is really resistance because it's something new and different. But we have lots of laws that are for the greater good. We do wear seatbelts. We do drive on the right side of the road. We do. Well, I was going to say we do follow speed limits, sort of. Sometimes we do. But for the most part, we all agree to live by rules in a society in order for it to not be total chaos or anarchy. We do follow rules, and we do that all the time. It's just that this is a new one, and it's a new and unprecedented situation for most of us. So I think that that's really where the resistance is coming from. But ultimately, our goal here is not to be punitive, not to divide this community, and I would really, really hope and encourage everybody in the community to look at this as something that we do have to work together on and help each other through, and not let this be an opportunity to divide us and just become entrenched in our opposite positions and not willing to hear the other person, or even worse, threaten other people, or, I can't say strongly enough how much I want that not to happen. I want our community to work together and to get through this together. So if there's a way that we can encourage education on masks and what they do, and get our local experts, to be part of that, if we can have a campaign or something, but that we encourage people to do this willingly out of respect for their fellow community members, that, we all have to help each other through this. So that's all I can think of to say.
Okay, thank you. So everybody's had a thing to say. I want to say a few things, and then we're going to vote. And I guarantee I won't take near as long as everyone else does. And so just a few things. Maggie Mann is in a meeting with the governor right now about this very topic. And so it's being discussed throughout. If anybody is surprised that we're talking about a mask, the masks have been talked about for months. Social distancing has been talked about for months. Those things have all been out there, they've been happening. And so with that being said, a mask is extremely important to be able to wear. And I do want to also recognize that, this has nothing to do with whether or not my wife is compromised or not. We would be having this discussion regardless of that. And I want to thank Roger, because he did come to me and say, hey, I'm concerned about this because your wife is here. So thank you for that, because that is a big thing. He's not thinking of my wife. He's thinking of everybody out there in the community that is compromised. If you've not had the opportunity to go to the cancer center here in Pocatello, go up there and sit in the parking lot and watch how many people in our community are in and out of that building. Take 2 hours and you'll be shocked. They'll be your neighbors, they'll be your friends, they'll be your family. You'll be shocked at how many people are going in there. And if I can help one, we've had one death. That's too many in my mind. It's too many. We've had 2 in our region. It's too many, is what we've had. So I think that we need to be very careful. I agree 100% with an education piece. And I also recognize that our police department's going to be overburdened. And they're going to have a lot of calls. And that's not the intent. Our intent is to educate and get people out there. Let me tell you what's happened education-wise, though, and I'm not sure how we can step it up, but I'm committed to doing so. We've had over 1,000 posts on social medias about wearing face masks and about this virus. Over 1,000.
From the city?
From the city's Facebook page, that's been pushed out, is what we've had. I don't know about everybody else. This might tell you a lot about me, but I listen to KZBQ every morning. I get up at 5 a.m. and I listen to KZBQ. At 6 o'clock, Paul Anderson gets on the radio, and at least a half a dozen times an hour, you hear from him, wear a mask, social distance, wear a mask. There is a media campaign going right now, and I will absolutely 100% jump into the middle of it. I will include every doctor, every medical professional we can to do that. I am not one that is in favor of ordinances or laws that we just are not going to be able to enforce. I'm not a fan of that. However, I am a fan of protecting our economy, and I saw what happened to our businesses when we had to shut Idaho down. I have a great fear of having to shut Pocatello down again, or Idaho down again, because of it, of what we're seeing right now. I don't know what a spike looks like if a 200% over the last 2 weeks isn't a spike. I don't know what a spike looks like. And it scares me to death to think about a spike if it's different than that. I do know that if I travel to my son's place in New York, I have to quarantine for 2 weeks coming from Idaho. Now, if I go from here to, I don't know, North Carolina and then up, maybe I don't have to quarantine. I don't know. But to me, that's significant. It's not hard to wear a mask. If you cannot social distance, it's very easy to put a mask on. I have a 3-year-old grandson that wears a mask when he goes outside, and you ask him why he wears a mask, and it didn't come from his grandpa, I'll tell you that right now. But you ask him why he wears a mask, and he says to protect people. Not to protect me, or because my mom said to do it, but to protect people. If a 3-year-old can get it, so can we. I guess is what I'm saying. I'm in favor of doing a big education piece. And I'm in favor of looking at, okay, as we see what happens and we build this up and see, I'm in favor of bringing an ordinance back and saying, okay, let's see and take a look at it. I think a tiered approach is appropriate. But it's disheartening to me from the community that we have, because I know we have a really good community. And the threats that have been out there on both sides is disheartening, because we have a good community. And I know that it does bring it up to be something, and I know this stirred a lot of people, and there's no question. I agree with Claudia when she says, I wish everybody was involved with the budget like this. I wish everybody got involved with a budget like this, because you trust us, 7 people here, to decide how to spend your tax dollars. But when we start talking about putting a mask on, all of a sudden you all come out. And so please, 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 education, get the education you need. We will absolutely start an education piece. And I lied, because I said I wasn't going to go as long as everybody. You got me on a soapbox. Ruth, we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adamson. Would you please call?
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know if this is proper protocol. I wanted to, I guess, propose well, I don't know, because I sort of don't remember what your motion was.
You can amend his motion.
So here's what I'm wondering, and then somebody tell me what's the right way to do it. So I was wondering how it would work to have something along these lines as the motion. We craft a community plan to educate and protect our community, maximize the chances our businesses remain open, maximize the chances our people have jobs, and our kids go back to face-to-face education in school, that triggers based on professionally accepted trend data and recommendations from the Southeast Idaho Health Department. Because I do believe, since the data we're looking at today is 2 weeks old, I mean, those people were impacted 2 weeks ago, so we really don't know what today looks like. And I believe that if we get to a situation where community transmission is clearly what's happening, that we can't, I think, Heidi, it was you who said we can't then talk about it for 3 weeks. I mean, we've got to be ready to move and act if we have to act. Or was it, yeah, anyway, whoever said that, I think that makes sense, you know. That's why you have your fire evacuation kit packed and ready to go in Idaho. So I don't know, do we vote on Rick's and then do I make a different motion? What do we,
I think
what do we do?
what you're talking about needs to be a separate motion, because what's on the table now is the ordinance itself. But even before that motion, we need a motion as to how you would like that ordinance read, so that then you can vote on the motion. Whether it be by suspended rules or at 3 different times in 3 different meetings. I think you know what I mean.
We don't have that.
We still have to read it and then vote on the ordinance, have it read once before we vote.
And so is that by title?
So
then I make a motion that we read the...
Well, could we make a motion to carry this discussion to our council meeting? And so that we have more time to process?
I mean, you could.
I make the motion that because we don't have the medical expertise to make any decision right now, that we continue this discussion at next week's council meeting.
With medical expertise present.
With getting some medical expertise present.
And my only question, well, I guess someone has
Well,
to say.
it's either we
Well, I guess
continue or we stop.
my only question is, and I don't know the
All right, we
answer.
don't have a second, so.
We got a motion.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
guess
so,
we need to first say how we're going to read it.
well, hold on.
There's no second.
There's no second to this motion, and so hearing none, then the motion will die. For lack of second, yes.
I move the ordinance agenda item number 12 be read only by title and posted in at least 5 public places of the city.
And that 5 posting would be if it's approved.
If approved?
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Stevens.
Okay, so if this fails, then what happens?
Then the ordinance doesn't pass.
Okay, good.
Then we can have a second motion.
Well, I'm sorry, you're correct. If this fails, then we would have to have another motion to have it read 3 different times. This is just a motion on how we read the ordinance.
So I was going to remind the council exactly what you're voting on here. So remember, when you have an ordinance, we have 2 votes. The first vote is how that ordinance will be read if it passes. The second vote is on the actual passage of that ordinance. And so,
I guess I'm confused. I'm sorry to be so dense. So
And then
we read it, and you say, shall the ordinance pass?
Right.
But the motion was that we not do the ordinance.
No, the motion was that the ordinance not pass.
Well, that's not doing.
Before we vote on an ordinance, by our protocols and by state code, you have to decide how you're going to read the ordinance before you vote on the ordinance.
Okay, so I got to vote.
So then the mayor will ask, shall the ordinance pass? And there'll be a second vote. And if you are in favor of the ordinance, you vote yes, and if you're not, then you vote no.
But the motion was that it not pass. Was to not approve the ordinance, so we're voting in support of that motion.
Yeah, the motion was not.
Well, I thought there was a superseding, sorry for the procedural confusion. Was there not a superseding motion to have the ordinance read only by title?
so,
I thought you told us we had to.
you
So
said
that's
that
why-
we had to have.
We need to have a motion to decide how the ordinance is read.
Well, that's what she put.
So that's what she said.
And Chris
is-
seconded it.
Yeah,
Right.
so she said by title only.
Right.
And then, so you'll read that, and then we vote, the second vote on the ordinance, shall the ordinance pass, will be voting if we are in favor of not doing the ordinance.
We have a motion about not passing the ordinance.
I understand. But that motion couldn't happen until we had determined how it was read. And then you can, instead of the mayor saying, shall the ordinance pass, because we don't do that with a motion, that's just part of our ordinance approval process. We can have a motion that says, I vote to not approve the ordinance, or move not to approve the ordinance, or the mayor can say, shall the ordinance pass, and you vote yes or no.
Can we vote to ignore agenda item 12?
Yes, you could do that as well, which would not require you to decide how the ordinance is even read, because what agenda item 12 is for you to consider the ordinance. If you make a motion to not consider the ordinance at this time, then we don't have to go through any of those procedural processes.
That's what I thought he was
That's
doing.
what I meant to do.
Yeah, so I withdraw my motion for reading.
Yes, I withdraw my second.
So we have a motion that's been withdrawn, a second withdrawn, and I'm disappointed because I was going to have to ask Ashley to use the gavel up there. Use the gavel.
She's more disappointed than me.
Okay, so we have
Are we on first base, second, or final?
we don't know. So let me
first?
Let me try to
We're in the dugout. We're not on the playing
Yeah, we don't have a floor.
Warming up.
Let me try to clarify this. We have a motion on the floor to not
Consider
the ordinance.
Not
At this time.
At this time.
Oh,
At this time.
Right?
and let me be, I need to be really clear about the words. The motion says to not even deal with this at all.
Not tonight. At this time.
At this time.
At this time.
Right.
And that would be
So
a
since
second
we
vote,
closed, we
then-
could always talk more later.
Then,
And
yeah.
you can make your you had a proposed, but you can still make that next.
Then you can make a motion.
I think I get
To
it.
do it, okay, I think I get it right. Okay, so we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adamson to not consider the ordinance at this time.
And did you
Is that correct?
modify that to put in place a plan to educate people about?
Yes, he did.
He did.
He did.
Yes, in certain
The
situations.
plan for educating, for an education.
Education and encouragement.
Encouragement.
And Heidi
In
seconded
certain
that.
situations. Is that the word?
No.
So I thought it was just to put a plan together for education and execute that plan. And part of that plan will probably tie in with the motion that you're thinking of anyway. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that?
So about mass period, not in certain situations? Do I need to take that out?
Read the whole thing, I don't know where.
So give us the motion again. If you can remember how you said it.
I would move to not approve not consider agenda item number 12 at this time concerning public health emergency ordinance. And to put in place a plan for education about masks by the city of Pocatello. Something like that.
Is that how you remember the motion to be seconded?
That sounds pretty good to me, yes.
Sounds like that's
I think
it.
that's what it was.
So your second stands.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adamson. Ruth, could you
Ruth, call the roll.
please call the roll?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
No.
Lurick?
This is really difficult. And I think if we are going to do the education and come up with some specifics about how, then I will vote yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
I'm hung up on the words. So I support what that motion says, but I'm hung up on our words and process here. So because of that, I have to vote no.
Okay.
Okay. So the
Motion passes.
Motion passes, and I will just let everybody know that had it been a tie, I would have agreed with the motion because of the education piece and the opportunity to bring it back.
Okay, I have a question.
I think we're going to be back here.
Yes.
Yes.
And we probably should, but I have a question. So now we voted on an education piece. So who handles that? What does that look like? Because we can't just, it doesn't do any good to vote on something and then it's just.
So what will happen with the education piece is we'll have more discussions as we're doing it, because I believe there's another motion that's going to be made in a minute about it, but my anticipation would be that we would have Southeast Idaho Public Health and the city of Pocatello's Logan McDougall working together to pull together in fact, they already are pulling together a media campaign and stuff, and we'll continue to do so.
And can we add in maybe like ISU and PMC, like the medical experts?
We'll involve everybody we can, yes, to do that.
And I think
this is an important topic.
And I think just, even just tying in ISU issued their protocols for going back to school in the fall. And, but I think if our campaign included, students and student athletes and, we've got to do what they do when they sell us one of these or one of these. We have to appeal in different ways to different groups, to different mindsets so that we got to hook everybody. Please wear a mask is not going to engage a whole lot of people. So we really need to be creative, whatever that campaign looks like.
We will make sure that is the case, yes.
Okay, I'm going to probably need groupthink on fixing these words, but Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we craft a comprehensive community plan to educate and protect our citizens, maximize the chances our businesses remain open, our people have jobs, and our kids go back to face-to-face school, which will trigger, based on professionally accepted trend data and recommendations from Southeast Idaho Health.
Sounds to me.
So the part of it that I'm not clear is communicating is I believe that we have to be ready to roll because I don't think we're going to have a whole bunch of time if it looks like we're
going to be 2 weeks behind when we get.
Right. I mean, so we got to have it in the bag, and all we got to do is
I'll second her motion.
press go. And I'm not sure, is that clear?
Well, I just had a question about what does
So
that
hold
will
on,
trigger.
just 1 minute. I have a motion and I have a second by Bray. Okay, now.
Yeah, just the question is, what does that will trigger mean? Like, what, do we need to define that, or do we just need to, I don't know if you, she asked for kind of some.
Right, and I'm totally open. What I mean is that we have, with, appropriate input, blah, 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 that we've got a plan.
Yeah, and I understand
And the plan is, it's on the shelf, ready to go, and then it activates based on accepted epidemiological trend data. And so that means, for example, we might have a mask ordinance sitting on the shelf. I'm not saying that's not what I'm advocating here for only, but we might have it. We've done our discussion, we've taken community input, and it's there. And then on day X, 2 weeks from now, Southeast Idaho Health says our number is at 2.5. We're in community spread. We got a problem. And then we say, okay, now we're really in it. We know we're in an emergency situation. Our emergency plan, whatever that is, activates.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying for
sorry.
purposes of the motion, since we don't know exactly what that trigger would be.
Well,
to vote on it right now, would it be an easier motion to say, for the reasons that you listed, develop a plan, or bring it forward at a future meeting for discussion? I'm just wondering what the phrasing of how it's most appropriate to phrase it, and maybe it's fine as.
Well, I'm not, I guess I'm not suggesting that we right here to now craft a plan. So is that your
I thought the motion was actually fairly clear. And
okay, sorry, maybe I'm the only one
but we
who.
just have to define it when we're sitting down, define what that trigger is.
Right.
Yeah.
What to get
We can't do that without experts.
Right.
That's the one part that worries me a little bit when you said accepted data or whatever, like that gets in, what does that mean? I mean, accepted by whom? And that gets in, how do you define that? Gets into a very tricky area.
How about if I change it from professionally accepted trend data to epidemiologically accepted? Because that means that the people who are experts in epidemics, they have ways of determining whether or not we're in community spread or whether or not our R is at 2.5 or 0.1. I mean, that exists and it's been used for years.
Well, and Idaho may have.
And they may have something else.
May have a different trigger point.
Well, and that's why I'm questioning whether we would even need to get that specific in this motion, because you don't know how to define that at this point, and we don't even know what that accepted thing is.
It's for the wording of the motion purposes, just to say, let's carry this forward for future discussion rather than
and not say by whom and when and
well,
how.
I guess what I want to avoid is the idea that it will trigger based on another community argument or, opinions from my experts and your experts, and then we can argue about whose experts are most expert.
But that's where the word accepted becomes a problem.
That's why I changed it. I mean, we could just say
Logical.
We can't just.
Well, we could just say trend data. We could just say.
Why don't we just say trend data?
I mean, I'm just trying to get it data-based instead of opinion-based. That's all I'm trying to do. And how.
One of my concerns is the data that we have is countywide, not Pocatello. And so if Lava Hot Springs has a problem because of their tourist traffic,
right.
I don't want that to reflect on what the actions of the city of Pocatello or the citizens of Pocatello.
Well, and that's why I put in and recommendations from Southeast Idaho Health, because if they say...
They don't break it out by city.
They probably know, but they can't.
But they probably know. Well,
they won't.
Okay.
I asked yesterday. They won't. It's county only.
I think to not get into that in the motion would be the best way to deal with this, because people are going to argue over which data to use.
Give Chris an idea of what you're thinking about, though, for a motion.
And I can't even remember the whole motion, but I think that we, develop a plan, or that we, discuss this further in a meeting or something. But if you put in there exactly who's going to decide and based on what, then you've limited yourself to something very specific that may not be what we want. But I can't remember the exact motion to come up with the exact language. I just think it needs to not get into those. A lot of the argument in the emails we got was over what data to base an opinion on, and so people aren't going to accept trend data.
Right, but that's why I went to a government agency that already exists. I mean, it's an Idaho agency.
Yeah.
It has been designated as the state health department official agency in our area.
And I have no problem with that, but we also talked about wanting to include ISU's, medical people and the hospital and everything, so I don't necessarily want to limit it to Southeast Idaho Public Health. I think they are the lead on all of this, and I would definitely trust them.
Give me a phrase so that it's not based on what my uncle's cousin thinks, but it's based on someone who has some medical expertise in terms of epidemics.
A plan based on, with input from local experts or something like that?
What about a motion to continue the discussion at a future meeting with...
For the reasons outlined by council.
Involving experts.
My problem with the discussion is just going to be us.
It's just,
I think we need a plan.
We need to be developing a health-based, population-based response to what's going on in our community. And you got to have the inputs from the healthcare people to do that.
Yeah. I think if you set a plan, develop a plan.
Continue the discussion at a future meeting.
So...
No, I'm not comfortable with continue the discussion because it doesn't make us, I think we got to start working today.
How about this? How about she makes a motion for us to invite experts from public health, from the local hospitals, from ISU to come and help us craft a plan for if and when things start to go sideways, we've got something that we can pull off the shelf and go, boom, here we go. This is what we have to do. How about that motion?
Is it worth a special session?
If it were time-bound,
I think it would be worth a special session
I think
to
it
have
is.
one.
I think it's get Maggie down here, get the hospital, get the university. Let's hold this
And we'll have to do it on another than a Thursday because the governor's calls are always Thursdays.
Well, that's
All right, I amend my motion. I'm going to try to amend my motion, my motion.
So what had happened, Claudia, you just made a motion. If you
No,
just said,
but on her behalf.
but if you just said, I move that we
city council and staff.
to come and talk to us and help us come up with parameters for a plan, and I move that we try to make that happen within that meeting happen within the next 7 days.
Okay, so.
She did.
That's your motion.
That's the motion.
I know, I don't want that motion. Thank you, but no thanks. All right.
Well, does anybody else, hold on.
Well,
Well, she just made a
so if
motion.
one of us
Second.
seconds it. Yeah.
Okay, we've got a second on the motion.
Substitute motions.
A second on.
Yes.
What happened to my motion?
Your motion actually is still sitting there, so first of all, what we'll do is vote on this motion. If it passes, then your motion is null and void. If it fails, then we're talking about your motion again.
Okay, and if mine becomes null and void, then I can make a similar one again.
Yes.
Well,
instead of amending.
Well, we can go through this.
I'm trying to take input, and except now I forgot what I was going to say, but I was going to try to craft an amended version of my original motion that included what I've just heard. That's what I was going to try to do.
I think that's what Claudia just did. Simplified.
She said 7 days we got to get with people and develop a plan.
But that's not what you
In
want.
7 days,
Well,
well,
I
not
don't know.
available though, you put that in your motion and then
If available.
if they're not available.
Well, I know.
All that are available.
Well, you said try.
Can you be here?
Well, I know, and I guess I want it more concrete than that, because I'm not comfortable saying that we're going to take whatever time we need, and if things
She
go.
said 7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
I said that the meeting happened within the next 7 days.
All right, could you try to restate the motion you made on my behalf?
That we have a special session where we invite local healthcare experts from ISU, from Portneuf, from SIF, from any other organization that can give us good information to help us give us information so that we can come up with a plan with their assistance.
To be completed within.
And that the meeting, the invitation, we make the meeting with them for their input happen within the next 7 days, if possible. If possible.
Well, I would just say it happens, and if there's somebody can't make it.
So what will happen with this motion is we have a motion.
Right.
I will go to work, I say I, and I mean our staff, the mayor's office staff will go to work trying to get as many healthcare professionals in our community with ISU, Portneuf, Southeast Idaho Health District. They'll look at some others probably and see if we can get some of them in within a week. And whoever can show up can show up. Whoever cannot won't be here, and we will be starting a plan in a week.
And what would the completion date for that plan be?
Well, we'll find out when we're in the middle of the plan. Maybe we can get it put together in a week. Maybe it will take a couple of weeks, but.
Well, and that's why I'd like it time-bound, because 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, if we don't have a plan and things have gone south, we're in a mess. And so that's why I would like to say we have the meeting within 7 days, and the plan is completed within 7 days, which I understand that may mean we're here 24/7 for a week. I don't know what it means, but I do feel some urgency. I mean, if Maggie is meeting with the governor today, I feel some urgency.
I have a feeling that Southeast Idaho Public Health probably has pretty close to a plan that is sitting there, and I'm sure that Maggie will be happy to share that with us. I don't know that. I just assume that they do because that's what they have been doing.
So would people be comfortable saying the meeting happens in a week and a week later the plan is done?
Sure.
I'm okay with the original motion, actually. I think that the professionals who we invite to the meeting will be more than happy to help us
Well,
put that plan
they
together
can
as soon
convey
as possible.
urgency at that time.
Yeah. They'll drive the plan in its complexity.
Yeah, they want it. So, I mean, I don't
They
think there's
want it. I
any.
mean, I spoke with Dr. Sell, CMO at Portneuf yesterday for quite a while, and I mean, I'm me, and I'm sure others would be happy to drive that bus.
Okay, I'm still uncomfortable without the time bound, but I get it,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by Ortega and a second by Cheatham.
Okay, I think I have
Hey, listen, I propose that we have a bonus in the wings, and if Ruth gets this right, that she wins the jackpot.
You get an extra $410.
Are we putting that in the budget?
Yes.
For this circumstance, yeah.
So,
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Lorick?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
okay, thank you. As painful as that was, thank you.
I can see how long it'll take
So,
to develop a plan.
Look, it's taken us 3 hours to get through that one motion right there. It's going to take a minute to build a plan. So that being said, we will move to agenda item 13, but before we do that, we're going to take a 5-minute break so Ashley can get set up. Thank you very much for joining us again after our break. It looks like Ashley is ready to go, and so we can go ahead and get started. We'll move to agenda item 13, fiscal year 2021 budget update. Finance staff will be available to give an update regarding the fiscal year 2021 budget. Council direction is being requested at this time in order to prepare the budget amounts necessary to meet notice requirements for the August 6th public hearing. Ashley.
All right, good afternoon. Ashley Welsh, Chief Financial Officer. Just have a quick budget overview for you. As we were going through the department presentations, it was brought up about the cemetery. There were some remaining sections out there for development, and so John Banks put together some estimates, and this is just a brief overview, and then this slide kind of has a little bit more detail of what the remaining costs to finish the cemetery sections 56 and 57. So the total amount is going to be $84,849. He was basically just looking for guidance to be able to use cemetery reserves for that. If council gives guidance, then we can go ahead and do a budget amendment, and you will see that again during amendment time. They do have reserves needed to be able to finish this project. So it's just something that came up during presentations that we wanted to touch base on.
But this would not be a tax impact because
Correct.
you've got the reserves, right? Thumbs up. We've got a thumbs up. We're good?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Runs
good.
What if it runs more?
Huh?
What if John's under by 10 grand?
If he's under, then that money will just be sitting in capital for him to be able to use for future capital purchases.
But if the actual cost is 95,
Oh, if it's 95, I think that he'll still have a little bit, and he'll have to come back and ask for another amendment at that time.
I'm good then.
But there should still be reserves available. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said.
I think we should make John get a shovel now. So
He has to do it himself.
Call the commissioner.
Okay, that's right.
They're good at digging.
Yeah. This was
Wow.
that was brought up.
You said that out loud.
We just wanted to wrap this up as part of the budgeting process. So today we're going to talk about, I'm going to turn the time over to Heather. She's going to talk about one-time employee pay. I did give you some handouts. There is an abatement handout from the Bannock County financial statements. There's also median property taxes in Idaho by county. We could possibly have some discussion on the water revenue, and then I'm just overall today needing budget publication guidance from the council so that we can get the publication sent to the paper in preparation for the public hearing on the 6th.
And this is the sheet sheet that I mentioned last week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So these are just kind of handouts for your information. I did email out the abatements, but I thought that I would print it for you so you could have it readily available for you.
Do we know anything more about how the money from the state, remember we talked about, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, so yes, we do. Real quick, while Heather's changing over, no, that's okay. The money from the state, because we aren't going to take another, we are going to sign a letter of intent. They should get us a number back by the end of the month, and we can really look at it and see what that is. But they have looked at most of the things that we've asked as cities, and I don't know what all the cities have asked for, but it will not affect next year's new construction. We will be able to put it in our foregone, so we will not lose the foregone. If we do need to take it, we just have to go through the foregone process to be able to use that in future years. Not next year or the year after, but in 5 years down the road, if the council needs to look at that, then that money will be available. So they have taken the steps that most of the cities have asked for. So
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm probably not tracking well. If whatever money Pocatello gets after we do all the things we have to do, give or take, when might that show up? Is it going to be, and is it supposed to be expended next year, or is it like the airport where it can go over 3 years or something?
So there's enough different pots of money, and so I'm assuming you're talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about the first responders money.
The property tax relief.
Property tax relief.
Yes.
The citizens in Pocatello, if we so choose to use that, will see that reduction on their property tax in November.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it
So
comes in
essentially,
November.
it just comes off the top of our tax ask. I mean, once it's all
Yes, so
sifted out.
basically, I think they said they would send the city a check in December or January to cover that portion that we would be missing out for not taking in property taxes. As far as the taxpayers are concerned, they would see that credit on the property tax that will be due December and July.
Okay, thank you.
So that's when that is. There's a whole other pot of money that
I think it's probably just a
we don't like.
Spare me.
I'm not sure.
There's no windfall at all.
So I don't know, like, if they
No, there's no windfall.
split it, or
What do you mean by windfall? I answered that because, no, they're not throwing us a big check. Well,
Here, ask
do I need to wear a mask? That's right, Siri.
I mean,
That was funny.
it's a pass-through. I mean, we're just a replacement.
Yes, it's a pass-through.
There's no money to be leveraged for something else.
Yes.
Right, so basically, we just are able to keep our budget whole, but we're taking less in property taxes, and it's replaced by one-time money.
Yes. Okay, thank you. It's a good question. It's something we need to know because we are signing that letter next week.
One, Rick mentioned and it might be a county question that we might need to ask, is if the credits apply to your December bill or like if it's split in half, I'm not sure on that, so.
My understanding was it will show up, all of it will show up in your November statement, so it will be the January bill that it will all come out of. That's my understanding. But with that, December. So with that, why don't we for sure ask, but I think that's the intent of it, is you'll see it immediately.
One time.
One time.
Yep.
So, okay. Heather.
Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director. I have 4 slides. So I'm here to
Well, that
talk
was an
about...
introduction.
4 slides. I'm here to talk about possible one-time spending, bringing an HR recommendation. So I'm doing this because council asked me to last week.
Is 4 slides 12.74% of your usual presentation?
It is. It might be a little low. It might be 6.
Just kidding.
So HR did a lot of research. I bothered Ashley, I bothered the mayor, I bothered department heads. And my recommendation is a one-time cash payment to employees that's 1% of annual base. So this would be for all benefit eligible employees at the city, the one-time cash payment. The payment would occur with a regular pay cycle, so it would come on a regular check. This payment would only be for fiscal year 21. It would not carry over to 22. The 1% of base does not include any ad pays. Some examples I listed are shift differential, longevity, holiday pay, clothing allowance, etc. HR is recommending the first pay of November, and this recommendation excludes elected, seasonal, and variable hour employees.
And what will it cost us?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So this looks a lot more complicated than it is. When council originally asked for the recommendation, they said a flat $350,000, and we put that in the tax as tax. The problem is not everybody's paid by tax. So if we do the 1%, enterprise funds are in green. The total for that is $53,000. The county budget, which is the ambulance, is $10,000, and then the tax-funded impact is $236,000. I did include interfund and grant funds with total tax funds, even though they're not 100% supported, just so this chart didn't get any bigger. If I actually get $350,000 to use, I could do a 1.5 if you give me an extra $4,000.
So there's tax implications to it?
Because we put 350 tax. If you just want a flat 1% to come in under 350,000 overall, it'd be a one-time 1%, and the tax impact is 236,000 approximately.
Yeah, I'm not talking that. They would pay taxes on this income?
Yes, it would be income.
Okay.
And so if column 1 were accepted, what would our bottom line money still on the table be, Ashley?
We could put that in the spreadsheet and look at the updated information, because right now we have the 350 in there, and that puts you at 542. So it would
remaining on the table.
Mm-hmm. So that number would go up, and we
go up by 100.
Yep, we can throw that in there.
13,000 and something.
It's kind of been a long day. What's the very bottom line in the brown?
It's just overall cost, including all 3 impacts.
Okay.
Ambulance, enterprise, and tax.
So essentially, with some perhaps variation based on wait a second, fire and police. I mean, this is a variation from their typical process. But basically, we're giving all the STEP employees their 1.74.
No, we're giving all the STEP employees a STEP if they're not at table max.
Well, I'm sorry, what was the 1.74?
1.78 was the collective.
That's an average.
Right. Okay, so basically then, a better way for me to say it would be all employees would be getting their STEP or their whatever they're entitled to, and longevity, whatever it is, and an additional 1%.
As a one-time payment.
But as a one-time payment. But how is that different? How is that different than what we would have done anyway, which I thought
because that money does not carry over to fiscal year 22.
Right.
If you adjust the table by 1%, when you start 22, that 1% is built in.
Right.
And this is different than anything we do.
Right.
This is not something I've seen the city do.
Right. I just wanted to understand the difference between this 1%
it's not adjusting
and the
the table.
other 1%.
It's a bonus.
And I can't
I don't really
see
like
the
that word, but
numbers
yes.
from here, unfortunately. I can't read them. My contacts are acting up. But I just want to clarify, you said if we give an additional 4,000, so it'd be 354, then we could give all employees 1.5%?
Yep. That's with tax funds, so it's this column right here.
And these are just estimated based on internal service and grant funds being 100% tax funded, which isn't the case. We just, in order to calculate that 100%, we have to put it in, and we would have to add this code to every single employee that's eligible, which is going to take a couple days. So where we were just running this by council, this is more conservative of a number than what it would actually cost. So you would still realistically, you're going to be under that 350 for tax funds.
Okay. One thing to note is this does not include the new positions that are being considered. This is only the positions that are actually funded at this time.
Because I'm kind of in a, I think if we're going to do something, we don't want to necessarily leverage to where we're having to give raises on raises. At the same time, I went to the state labor department today and found that in May, we're down 4,651 working people. We dropped from 41,360 to 36,709. And
what does that mean? They moved away, or
no?
They're not working.
They're not working. Unemployment didn't absorb them, so I don't know what happened to them, because unemployment only grew by 2001. So there's like 2,500 people floating around out there somewhere.
So if you back up, you had about 2,500 people that were not working before COVID happened, that were the workforce was 2,500 people were not working before, I believe is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that before that, well, it doesn't give me the month before. I'm doing May to May.
Yeah.
So May 19, we have 41,360 people employed in Pocatello or Bannock County. And in May 2020, we had 36,709. That's 4,651 differential drop in employment numbers. And the unemployment, though, only grew comparably by 2001. So there's 2,000 people that we lost somehow. 2,500. They don't show up on this chart.
Did some people move?
I don't know that they moved because our housing's so tight.
I think what happens too is they can only be unemployed for so long before they just come off their workforce.
Well, I don't think they were unemployed that long because it's not long enough to exhaust, especially with the extensions from COVID. There were extended things, so I can't see them dropping off that drastically. So I guess where I'm coming from is, I think we've attended steps. I think Linda said it very well. When we do steps, they were designed to address our inequities in our pay plan. We've given steps across the board, and we've given longevity in other ways. I just don't feel like this is the year we can go beyond it. The other people aren't even working, and we're giving people raises that have secure jobs. And I just can't equate that with what other people are enduring.
I don't know, Roger. I drive up and down Yellowstone, and I see help wanted signs on every building. Would you go work at those places? A lot of people. I have.
Well,
many businesses are adding people. As some businesses are struggling, others are booming, and that's been the effect of COVID. Is it's just sort of shifted. But I was talking to a woman who's a manager at Fred Meyer's and said they cannot hire enough people and they can't hire them fast enough. And I'm hearing that not just from them, but other businesses as well. So, there are jobs.
But they're professional service people that aren't working.
Well, that's why I said I'm hearing that was one example, but there are other companies too that are hiring as well.
And I'm still stuck on the fact that, last year justifiably, when the taxpayers were, which I know includes some employees, were really hit. The city made a robust financial gesture that was well-deserved toward city employees. And I cannot get myself to a place where to me, it comes down to when we have a chance to make a robust gesture, and I understand this isn't going to, $625,000, $100,000 or something isn't going to lower anybody's tax bill by anything of great significance. But I don't think it's the dollars. I think it's the fact that as governance of the city, we are doing our best to acknowledge both the worth and value and using the steps to try to address wage inequities with employees, and we have nothing in place to acknowledge the struggles of our taxpayers. And I just cannot get myself to the place where the financial stream always flows to one half of the equation. I just ethically cannot get myself there.
And part of my position is, if we want to address pay inequity, I think we got to come back October 1st and say, how do we aggressively address that comprehensively? We've got a plan, but it's 5 years old. So how do we tailor that plan for this next era? Because there's just stuff there that I think we got some people that we probably need to be attentive. I'd rather take and raise another 15 or 30 people by a step that are the lowest on this, lowest and most inequitable, and to get to more parity.
So I'm just going to throw this. I'm sitting here listening to this, and I understand what you're saying. I really understand the desire, and I'm looking at a $542,000 return. That's significant to most people. Maybe not to you, but to me and to most people in Pocatello, $500,000 is significant to return to the population. We just went through a mask ordinance discussion where we have 300 plus emails. We had people in the foyer and we had people here, and I don't see anybody here. Claudia and I both made the mention.
No, actually, you agreed with me.
I agree. Which always makes Claudia nervous.
That's like 3 times this year.
It makes her nervous when that happens. But I guess my point is, I think that the population, what that tells me, and maybe I'm reading something that isn't there, the population, the general population, is very satisfied in the way the budget is being built and has been built, and satisfied in the way that this council has put things together. Or we would have people out there. I haven't seen emails
they'll tell us.
like that. I don't see people in the foyer. I don't see signs being held. I don't see any of that stuff. What I see is a population that's fairly happy with the way the community and the city is functioning. Personally, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And so to me, if I had 300 emails of saying, look, you can't give wages or increases, then I would really be looking at this saying, wait, maybe we need to be looking at something. I think people are looking at a $500,000. Actually, I don't think anybody has a clue if we're returning $500,000 or if we're taking an extra $5 million. I don't think they have I don't think that I think they're happy with the way this community and the city is operating right now. And so I can understand that we worry and we do worry about people that are unemployed and the underprivileged and stuff. But I am seeing by the actions of people that they're okay with it. And last year we did give a decent raise, but that was really truly a lot pushed because the public said you need to pay your employees better. And so we did that. That was, but the public got involved in that. I think they were involved, though they got drugged there, kicking and screaming a little bit, but I think that's what happened. And so if I'm misreading nobody in here and nobody questioning and nobody talking about the budget, if I'm misreading that, then please somebody tell me where the people are and where that is.
I don't think they were here for a one-item thing based on a one-day experience. They haven't slogged along like we have, and they've lost interest, a lot of them. I'll bet you that if this comes out and we took $1 million and gave it to the employees, which is what 350 plus 653 is over $1 million, and we returned half of that amount to them, the citizens, I
How
think
is
they
that
will.
over $1 million?
Huh? We've already given $653,000 in the STEP and longevity program. $653,000 is what we have taken and set aside for the STEP program, which brings people closer to equity. If we take $350,000 net, that's $1 million, and we're only leaving $500,000, a little over, in the pool for the taxpayers.
You might be right. Maybe people are tired, but I'm not seeing it. Is my thing. I'm not seeing them and I'm not hearing from them. That being said, Heather had something, and then let's jump. I know Linda had something, and then Claudia.
And I agree that we have funded steps. However, you are also forgetting that employees very vigorously and educationally use their health benefits this year and saved the city over $700,000. And that is solely on the backs of employees for using their health benefits wisely, for choosing not to use the ER, for using preventative medicine. Negative 12.74. That number.
There we go.
But the big part of that was cutting a
And that's
group
with
out.
us adding options to our healthcare to help control costs in fiscal year 21. You're right, we did eliminate retirees, but even if we put their cost ratio, the $350,000, employees still help save the city over $400,000. And I think that that's something we're forgetting. We normally pass those costs along, so when we have a savings, I think we should pass those on to the
I thought AJ said that if we did a parallel program to last year, it'd be about the same cost.
I don't know, we'd have to actually, running a parallel program is a lot.
I know he said he didn't do it, but he didn't run it. But his guess was that if we did a similar program with those people in it.
And I'm just pointing out that earlier in the budget session, before we had numbers, you sat here and said that if there is an increase in healthcare, we should not pass those costs on to employees this year. So now that we have savings, I feel that we should be helping funnel at least part of those back to employees. And I'm sorry, I don't get to advocate for employees a lot. Most of my job is about protecting the city overall. So when I do get the opportunity to try to get something small that means a lot, I'm very emotional and I'm very dedicated to doing that. Because employees don't come in here. Because they've heard council say, why are employees in here? They're wasting time, they're wasting money.
Linda and then Claudia.
Just a couple of things. One, about the statement of that, that we're funneling it all towards employees and not the taxpayers. I think $542 and $542,191 is a substantial amount. So I don't agree that it's only, that we're only helping the employee side and not the taxpayer side. And again, I'll repeat, almost all our employees are taxpayers, either mostly in Pocatello, but those who aren't are mostly, if they're not in Pocatello, they're in Bannock County. So they are part of the tax-paying citizenry that we are trying to help. So, I think to just say that we're only looking at one side is not accurate. The other thing is, we did give a decent raise to employees last year. The process was not very fun, let's say, but the outcome was pretty good and something that most people were happy with. And it took a lot to get to that point, and I think it was way overdue. But it also was just a step in the right direction. It wasn't like we've done that and now we've accomplished, everybody's where they should be and we don't need to address that issue anymore. It's an ongoing issue. we need to do something each year to not just fall further and further and further behind. So while we did the 6% average roughly for everybody last year, that's still, like I said, that is a step in the right direction, but I think it's not the end. More needs to be done. I also really feel strongly about not just doing steps, because there are many employees, particularly senior, experienced, loyal, seasoned employees who get either nothing or next to nothing with the STEP program. That program is aimed at people to get people at the lower end up to a more equitable rate. So you're having employees who are maybe, 20, 30-year employees who are not really getting anything from that. So to me, the 1%, and I would like it to be a permanent thing in the budget, not a one-time thing, but that was the compromise. I would go with one time as opposed to nothing, but I think that's the least we can do to take care of long-term loyal employees. For example, in our police department, we have almost a third of the police who are topped out, of the STEP program. They're not going to be getting anything. So to say we've taken care of them with the steps and to average it out, it really is unfair, because there are many people who won't be getting anything or who'll be getting very little. And I don't think that's a way to reward long-term loyal employees. So I'm definitely in favor of a percentage that, to do the steps, but then to do a percentage for everybody, evenly spread, so that the people who aren't getting the steps get something. So that is my position on this. And I would actually like to make a motion. I'd like to add the $4,000 in to get to 1.5% and to have it spread evenly in the way that Heather has recommended here.
Second.
Just as a clarification, you didn't actually say she thought it would be that anyway.
It'll probably be closer to the 350. We just have to run it through salary projections, which will take us
okay. So
and I just want to
stick with the 350.
I would go with the numbers that she has up there. Just it's more conservative to be safe.
And if we don't need to spend them, then they go.
Then we won't take them.
We won't take them, but that covers it in case. So I'm going to say add the 4 in, but then maybe we won't need to spend that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Lyric and a second by Cheatham. I also had in line a comment by Claudia and by Heidi, and so I don't know.
You can go first. I'm thinking now. I'm thinking about something that Linda just said. So go ahead. You can go first, and I'll go.
Well, I was just going to make an effort to try to move us along with the motion. The comment that I was going to make was previously when we were having our mask discussion, Councilmember Stevens pointed out that sometimes we have two camps and both get very entrenched in their thinking, which is understandable. People have their positions and they adhere to those. I was really proud of the council last week when we kind of came up with this compromise. Neither side was 100%, totally into it, but the fact that we got a consensus and we got everybody to be on the same page with it, I just wanted to say thank you to the council for that, and I hope that we can continue with that spirit of working together and compromise and not, retreat back into our own individual camps. But I just wanted to say thank you for the spirit of compromise, and we can go ahead and proceed with the vote.
Okay,
So what I was going to say is I don't know what this 1% one time works out to in dollars for any one employee. But whatever it works out to be, for some people it's going to be more than for other people, clearly, right? Because it's 1% of their base pay. But that's taxable. Of course. Okay. So if we and I may not be getting this, but if we put that 350, take that 350 out, and then we've got a total of 892, 191, would that be correct? Okay. If we returned all that to the taxpayers, like Linda said, most of our employees are taxpayers. That's not taxable, and that's a direct relief. And I, as a person who works and pays taxes out of my paycheck, I would always rather have something that I can have 100% of versus something that I have to give 35% of to the feds and another 10% to the state. So if I can have, if I could give somebody $100 in cash that they're gonna have to pay $30 on versus give them a $250 break on their property tax, if it's me, I will choose the break every time because I feel like the government has enough of our money. So is that not something that anybody ever, I mean, like, does anybody follow my rationale?
It's spreading that money out for the whole city. So our employees would get
the same as everybody else.
Right, but it would be, so maybe they might get $20 for the year or something, or even on the high end, maybe they get $80 for the year. But that's nothing compared, I mean, you're taking that money and dividing it up between everybody in the city. You're not, so it minimizes the amount that the employees get.
With that argument then, what you're saying is that you've got no problem giving everybody, including the tax-paying employees, a share of the 542, even if it's $20. But if it comes to sharing the 892 amongst everybody, that becomes a problem because the employees won't be getting a bigger piece of that.
If you want to put it that way, that's not how I would look at that. I think that
but that's exactly what we're saying.
No, we're looking at how we can provide both tax relief for our citizens and pay our employees a fair wage and recognize, the work that they're doing and the sacrifices they've made. And I think that just taking all the money in tax savings and saying, well, you're taxpayers, so you get a little piece of that, is not adequately taking care of our employees.
We have a motion.
We do have a motion. So
that was just my
they were
comment.
discussing, that was the discussion part. Yeah. So we do have a motion. The motion was by Lyric and seconded by Cheatham that we add $4,000 to the 350 to be able to allow a 1.5% pay increase. Here, I'll help you with that. Pay increase.
One-time payment.
One-time pay to the cities.
Thank you.
Yep, to the employees of the city is what the motion is.
And I guess I have a question for Ashley. Have we included yet the $187,500 from the water?
Yes.
And we've included additionally the $200,450 for the abatement.
For new construction, there is also an estimated abatement amount of $397, which is not in there currently, because that was an item to discuss.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's 397.
In addition, yep.
Okay.
So in addition to what?
To the current new construction. So new construction is estimated to be $200,450. That's based on $20 million new construction. If we look at the abatements, Amy's Kitchen abatement comes out of abatement, which should go on the tax rolls as new construction, which would be approximately, it's almost $400,000 in new tax that we can take.
So that's $400,000 of new construction.
In addition to what we already have, yes.
But that's in.
The 397 is not in. Only the 200,000 is in.
The 200,000 was our estimate for new construction.
Yep, and then we looked at the abatements, and we could potentially add more hopefully we can get some numbers from the county so we know exactly what new construction is.
Well, and the abatements will come to us regardless, right? So whatever it is, it just lowers taxes.
Yeah.
It'll increase the tax base.
Increase the tax base, lower the tax ask, which if this is correct, this number 542 will go to $1,900,000. Yeah,
We'll be adding $400 and something thousand to that 542 actually.
Yeah, not quite 400.
But I mean,
937 something.
Yeah.
I just need it like Barney style.
Yeah.
So if you look, this is the numbers, Claudia, right here.
Okay, so that would put it at 941.70.
Right, but she's adding 400.
This right here is what the abatements that will be coming on.
And that's all approximate.
That we do not have this number yet.
Okay, so we'd be adding.
And I got another question. If we get ready to do the budget, we can't add more to it, but we could readjust what our expectations, like we talked about sales tax last week. So if sales tax looks like it's going to way overperform, we could add that more money onto our budget in August?
No, once we publish,
We can't take more.
we can take less.
Sales tax.
But sales taxes, we can't increase anything. Nothing. No revenues, no expenses. We
They're going to
cannot
pay a
increase.
sales tax whether we ask for it or not, aren't they?
We'll get it, but we can't spend it unless we amend the budget. Because what I publish in the paper, we cannot take any more than that in revenue or expense either way.
Well,
We
but
can
I'm
only take
saying-
less.
So
If like 6 months into the year, if the sales tax came in way higher, then we could amend to use that money.
Okay, and I guess my point is, if we are really bad in our estimates and we way underperform in those revenues, the taxpayers are stuck with that bill, right?
No, we have to use reserves.
Well, but I mean, ultimately, they're stuck with it. It comes out of their whole banking account structure.
No, so if let's say our sales tax revenue came in half of what we thought it was, we either need to cut our budget and do a holdback, or we have to use reserves to cover that, or we have to find an additional revenue source. It does not affect property tax in any way. It could potentially the next year if you plan on that again and you have to make that up, without doing any cuts, that's your potential.
Well, that's what I think the city's done a few times, is when things have got hit, they cut and rated reserves and then made up reserves.
With the lawsuit, during the lawsuit, that's what happened, is everybody's budget was cut, and then we used $1 million of reserves to take care of that, and then we've built that back up, and
Okay, so
where we are now.
So if we were to do any changes to the revenue estimates, it'd have to happen today. Do you really feel confident on sales tax rate?
I feel very confident that the governor's team said that it came in $130 million over pre-COVID anticipation.
Okay, so do you have a number? Are you ready to add something there so that
We need to vote on.
We have a motion.
Well, it's part of the discussion. I mean, I'm not ready to vote for it unless I know we got revenue.
Okay.
Well,
I guess we're
think we've
pretty
got
confident we do.
the revenue in the new construction, the $397 million is well over and above what we're talking about.
$397,000.
Did I say million?
Yeah, which is a nice thought.
I was hoping, Claudia, and I think I could have got you on board. See, I got her on board like that.
You get a car.
That's right. You get a car. That's right.
So, but I think that we've got that. I will tell you, I spoke with Stephanie the other day, and tourism is down right now only 3.79% for the year, opposed to what we anticipated.
Well, just go ahead and vote this other thing and then go back and do that.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor from Lurick and a second by Cheatham. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir.
Lurick,
Yes.
Cheatham,
Yes.
Adamson,
Yes.
Gray,
No.
Ortega,
No.
Stevens,
No.
Black.
I'm going to, as I look at the budget, I'm going to be a yes, because I'm confident that we are returning closer to $900,000 this year. Okay, now discussion, you had...
Can we go back to, do you have the revenue estimates? Yeah, that's what we've got. Do you have, you don't have the thing that showed projections versus, you probably erased that. You know, you gave us a sheet that had projections versus, this is what we extrapolated from that.
Oh, yeah, the AIC recommendation.
Yeah, AIC, you know, it gave us some parameters for discussion, that's all. I looked for that this morning, but I said, golly, I got about 1,000 sheets of paper here, how do I find it?
I got two.
I mean, it's piled up, you know.
It's up there.
Let me.
You just want to watch everybody take their check.
If I could have found it, I brought it, but I couldn't find it.
So while she's looking for that, can I just ask a question so that somebody can clarify for me?
Absolutely.
What did we decide on Aid for Friends, Family Services Alliance, Free Clinic, and SECA? Did we? And Ready. Did we ever make a final decision? Because that was all just put it back until we meet next week, but here we are this week and...
Ready was pulled, everything else has been left in until you had the discussion to pull it out, because the decision was not made to pull it out and then discuss.
Right. And I'd like to revisit, I mean, we made a decision, but then we had about Ready, but then we had a significant conversation, and they presented today, so I personally don't feel as though we've ever made a formal decision.
Let's look on this cap.
So
We had a vote?
sales tax is, the amount we have in the budget right now is the AIC estimate for fiscal year 20.
It's the exact estimate?
Yes.
Okay. And it was how much below?
A decrease of $139,961.
So are you guys feeling comfortable go that 139 back in?
With the new numbers I've seen from the state, I feel real comfortable with that.
Okay. So are we willing to put that back in based on record?
So you're saying add in so basically keep it flat to what it was for this year, right?
I am.
And then you mentioned tourism is doing real well.
That's what Stephanie told me. I haven't seen actual numbers, Stephanie has just told me that, so.
So has anybody seen highway user tax returned?
Do you have any idea, Tom, what's happening with highway users?
We're getting close to where we were, but I don't think we're there yet. It's climbing pretty good. We're seeing in Pocatello, the traffic is way up. North Gate was 5,000 a month, so it's 6,000 now.
So what did...
Car count in town is high, but I haven't got any data.
If I remember right, that's when we hit pretty hard.
Thank you.
What was the estimate by AIC?
Highway user was 2,192,580, which was a decrease of 396,000.
So what do you feel there?
I personally believe it.
I think it's good.
Leave it as is, or you don't think we can put the AIC estimate?
Well, you're estimating 2.1, right?
Yeah, so we're 92,000 below.
They told us to do about 100,000 more than that, which is down 400 from what it was before, right? I think we're safe.
Okay.
And you don't think we're safe if we bump it up slightly?
Well, if we get more, as Ashley said, we can always do
An amendment.
a budget amendment down the road. And this way, at least we're conservative with what our estimates are.
Does Ashley have more slides for us, or are we
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, yes, Heidi.
Well, I feel very comfortable with what we have before us. If anyone has just now tuned in because they were listening to the mask meeting and then this is their first time listening to a budget meeting, which as the mayor pointed out is probably no one, but in case they are, just to clarify, this means the city of Pocatello is taking over $1 million less this year in tax than we did last year. On top of that, we'll be getting the property tax relief from the state program. And so that to me is amazing. And I just want to say thank you to the council and to the mayor, and thank you to the departments for sharpening your pencils and helping us to come up with some ideas where we could find some of these savings. I think this is really excellent. And so I move to prepare staff to present or to prepare this for publication as presented.
Second.
I'm going to offer a substitute motion because it was brought up or amended.
Okay, just a minute. We have a motion by Adamson and a second by Cheatham. That's who I got. Okay, now we have another.
I think our discussion still has to go to Ready and the, and I would amend after the discussion of Ready and the other agencies, I would do that. You guys got a second?
Yes, second.
After.
So we have a motion by Bray and a second by Ortega. Now, except for I'm very unclear what your motion is.
My motion is there's like 4 or 5 things to look at. There are the social service agencies and Ready. I think we wanted to look at those again.
Yeah, I want to make final decisions on those because we left them in until further discussion, but now we're just ready to leave them in, and I'm not ready to leave them in.
Well, from my perspective, I thought we were leaving them in until we received that additional information from the entities, which we did receive, and we've had ample opportunity to review. And so from my perspective, I wasn't necessarily feeling like we needed to make any changes to that at this time. But if somebody has a specific item that they would like to change, I guess I would be interested to know what that
Well, I
is.
mean, I have two, we had a presentation from Science and Environment this morning. And so if I believe what I'm understanding is after giving a one-time 1.5 donation, pay bonus, whatever it's called, to employees, we still have $1,076,134 on the table. So I am wondering whether or not this might be one of those years when we might say, yes, $50,000 of that $76,134 could be set aside and earmarked as per staff recommendation from the presentation this morning.
It's already in there.
We've already done it.
So, well, there would be the 50,000 match and the 50,000 in capital reserves to begin building a fund.
Okay, so the way the capital contingency is we take $1 million in tax to fund that. Then the council has the opportunity to spend that as they see fit. If the council wanted, they could build a $50,000 budget, so you'd only have $950 to work with instead of $1 million.
Well,
And that wouldn't increase taxes in any way.
Okay. Well, I feel as though we had a staff recommendation this morning that is budget related, and we took the presentation, but we haven't done anything with the rest of it.
It's already in there.
The
50's in there. It's already in there. We never took it out. We put it in last week.
I think she's
saying in addition.
she's talking a collective 100,000 instead of just 50.
But that's what we did this morning, was we got this 50,000 and then Hannah asked for another 50,000.
Capital contingency.
And that's
out of contingency.
And that's included in this.
We take $1 million, and so you basically would only have $950,000 to work with instead of the full $1 million, because that amount would be earmarked.
It's not.
So
It won't affect that.
are you suggesting taking $1,050,000?
I just wanted to honor the staff recommendation from this morning to make sure that we, since it appears that we can, that we are doing what Hannah asked, which is set aside, however we do it, $50,000 to begin to build the fund she was talking about. And we also make sure that she gets the that the department has access to the $50,000 as a match for this land trust.
So-
That's all I'm trying to clarify and make
So-
sure that we've dealt with that.
So that money is available, that she will have to come back to council to ask for that when it's the appropriate time. Remember, she said she's not ready for all of that right now. She
But it's
just wants to
earmarked,
raise
and
it.
she's not going to be in a all right. And the other entity I don't feel that we've dealt with, is actually two, is Bannock County Development and Ready.
We voted 3 times on Ready. We took them out, we put them back in, we took them out again.
I didn't vote to take them out a second time.
We've had 3 votes. The council, the results of those
Well, we
votes
did it
were...
3 times, we can do it 4.
Yeah, we can do it. If you want to add... if you
It'll
wanna
be a
add-
4th vote.
Well, but after today's presentation, I have a different...
Make a motion.
I'm just pointing out, it'll be a 4th
So we
vote.
include the funding for Ready in our budget, and we reduce our funding to Bannock County Development by 50%.
Let's do that.
Second.
So we have a motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega.
I think that needs 2 motions.
I know, would it be better, Jared, in 2 motions?
What was the first part of your motion?
The first part was to fund Ready, and I guess, given the fact that it is apparently somewhat flexible, Ready is, so I don't know. I mean, it appears to me there needs to be discussion about how much.
Yeah, what we had in the budget was $35,000.
All
That's what we...
right, so my motion then is that we leave the $35,000 for Ready in the budget, and we reduce...
No, put it back in.
Well, put it back in.
Return it to the budget.
Return it, include it, and we reduce the funding
That's
for
2
Bannock.
different-
All right,
It's your motion. You can combine them, but then they have to be voted on together or separate them so that they
all
can
right,
be
I'll separate
distinct.
them. So first, I move that we put the $35,000 for Ready back into the budget.
And you had a second before. Are you still okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega.
And I want to speak to this. We were led to believe that Ready was demanding and wouldn't be satisfied with $35,000. That's what was said at the last meeting.
That's right.
Today, they said they would take whatever we offered. That's
true, but they
far
may still
different
not.
than what we were presenting.
They may still not give us the same
Well, we don't know
attention
that,
to
but
somebody
she
with
lives here.
favorable amount.
She did say that. It's interesting after being told that you're out, that you come back with a whole new story. That's been the story of Ready from the get-go.
And I just think that...
So...
Well, can't we just put it back like on a probationary period and then come up with benchmarks? We absolutely need to see this within the next
Totally
9 months.
get where you're coming from on that, but that's what we've done in the last 3 years.
Well,
Yeah.
but
But it wasn't her. It was somebody else. And it was a soup sandwich, apparently, because they've never even done an annual report until she's preparing one. So if there's no captain steering the ship's just going to go wherever it wants to go. But now apparently there's...
I'm not opposed to considering them in a future year, but right now I'm comfortable with how it is.
Okay, so we have a motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega to add $35,000 back into the budget. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
I need clarification, Mayor. I have a first motion was made by Adamson, seconded by Cheatham, to give guidance to staff to publish as presented. That was never voted on. We got a second motion by Bray, seconded by Ortega, to as proposed, but still wanted to discuss nonprofits and Ready. Then we have a third motion, that was not voted upon either. I'm just trying to make sure.
No,
Separate motion.
Okay.
She gets a raise.
So this is the thing. Thank you for keeping that out. I forgot about the first two motions. Then I was going to ask how do we handle this one. So, Jared, what do we do?
Well, I'll give you my typical answer. This council has not adopted any set parliamentary procedure rules. So you need to handle the motions that you have in the order that you as mayor, because you run the meeting, is most effective for the outcome.
Okay, then I'm going to start with the last motion that was just made now. A motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega to add $35,000 into the budget.
For ready.
For ready.
Okay. Are we ready for roll call?
We are, please.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Stevens?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Adamson?
No.
Bray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
I can't believe I'm about to say this since I was the one who made the first motion to eliminate ready, but after this morning's presentation, I vote yes.
Okay. Laura?
No.
Okay, thank you. So please add $35,000 into that. Thank you. Then we're going to jump to the second motion that was made, Bray and seconded by Ortega.
Well, we don't want to do that in county development?
No, there's no motion there.
Well, what do I mean, that's.
There's no motion. I'm not taking any action until we do this.
I know, but one is to.
This is the motion that we're talking about right now. Bray wanted to discuss the nonprofits, the social services.
And I just think.
There was a motion to do so.
Yeah, and I'm okay with where we are in a pandemic here, but we made a commitment to have discussion, and I think to make everybody a full member of this table, we have to have that discussion.
So we have a motion. Ruth, would you please call the roll?
Just a second.
We're talking about the 4 agencies.
We're talking about the social services.
So this is to go as proposed, but
No, just discuss them.
just discuss.
Have the discussion, have the discussion.
To discuss nonprofits.
Yes.
Like, do you mean go through them individually?
Yeah, I think that's what they want to do, just see where we are. I think that's what
Actually, I don't need to go through the entire packets. I've taken the time and I've gone through them. But after this morning's presentation with
CBDG.
yeah, then I've got an opinion on, because they get more than 50% of that CBDG.
We need to act on this motion.
Okay,
before we
yes.
discuss it.
This is a part of our problem.
Can somebody read
To
the
open
motion?
discussion for nonprofits?
Yes.
We're just going to discuss
Okay.
nonprofits.
All right. Bray?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Laura?
No.
Stevens?
Yes.
Just had a motion to discuss something. Okay.
Are you done with the motioning?
Well, right now, because we've got a discussion.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that after the CBDGB, it's like an alphabet.
You're the liaison to that, right? You're going to have to learn it.
Yeah, I feel like it. Along with that dealie that Linda figured out over the...
Would you repeat that just so I can get it down?
the acronym.
It was. I have it.
No, let's not do that.
Anyway,
discussion.
PSHECPTF.
Yeah. So since they give 50% or more of city money already, which is taxpayer money, to nonprofits, I would say that and one of those nonprofits is Aid for Friends, because they were very specific about that we nix Aid for Friends and Family Services Alliance, keep the free clinic, and nix Meals on Wheels.
I would like to, I think we have a bit of a unclear situation around, after today's presentation, around CDBG funds and nonprofits. And I would like to see us kind of stay where we are this year so nobody gets blindsided, and kind of do what we did with the ordinance and say that we are going to get it cleared up. We're going to have a clear process. We're going to have a plan that is complete and published to everyone, involved, with plenty of time for them to ask questions, give opinions, not be blindsided. But I think pulling the rug out, this would potentially really pull the rug out from under some organizations this year, and especially since some of them are serving probably additional clients because of COVID-related hardships. I'm loath to do that this year.
I think that's especially important this year because of the lack of opportunities for fundraising so many of these agencies have had. And that CDBG money for Aid for Friends was committed as part of their new building construction process. It was a match for funds from IHFA, not toward their operation. This 8,000 is toward their operation, so I think there's two separate issues there.
I agree with that, and so given that, I would like to vote on my original motion.
Okay.
Can I just clarify one thing too on the CDBG money? I mean, in the general sense, it's tax money, but because we all pay federal taxes, but I just want to be clear, it's not property tax money, it's federal money.
Right.
So it's very different than the tax money we're discussing here.
So I just need some help, procedural help here.
I don't know that we got the time.
Somewhere in this process, and it seems to me that maybe it makes more sense before we vote on a motion to publish. I'd like to have an opportunity to make an official decision on Bannock County development, and it seems goofy to make that motion after,
Well, right now we're discussing the nonprofits,
We haven't voted.
All right.
we're
Okay,
discussing.
well,
we're
if
in the
everybody
middle of
wants
the
to keep them in,
discussion.
I'm fine keeping them in this year, but I'm going to definitely want some serious convo before next year.
Is it possible to make the motion kind of again the way we did, to amend it?
I think that it's in the discussion that Roger, if I understood him right, we just said, look, we were going to discuss it, and that's what he wanted to do, is make sure that we had the discussion, so that's what we're doing.
Right, I just want to again have it, I'll make a motion about,
Okay, but if you do that, once we're through with this, you've got to do that. You got it, or her motion goes to the floor.
Well, I'm going to have her motion next anyway.
Unless she
Unless she does a substitute.
She can.
If she does an amendment.
all I'm wondering, Heidi.
No, just back to my first one, which is to instruct
The original
that we
motion.
publish. The original.
So
The motion that you
it's the right procedure.
just made is basically around the nonprofits, right?
No,
I was just calling for a vote on my original request to be
We've
done with the
taken
budget
action
and
on my
publish it.
amended motion.
I know, but if the budget passes, then there's no point in me saying anything.
No,
So
but
I'm trying to figure out when I can say something.
You intercede right now.
Yeah, this is, go ahead.
Well, okay. So I move that we leave the nonprofits in the budget this year, and we timeline out a calendar to get our system cleaned up and published no later than December 15th of 2020.
Okay, hold on. I have a motion that we can't do because we have to publish this before the 17th.
No, I think her motion is for that we leave budget the same as it is right now, but she's also adding a codicil to it that for the next process, we have them bring in their stuff when they're putting their annual budget.
No. What I'm trying to do is make a motion that we get a process, a calendar timeline process to get the whole nonprofit, CDBG, all of that, get it clarified, cleaned up, and set up.
It wouldn't be on here.
So do you want them to come and report, give us
No,
a
I want
report
us to
before?
do work. I want us to do work. So right now,
Yeah.
I believe that the current process is, there are questions about CDBG and other city funding. There are questions about the process through which we fund these nonprofits. And rather than spend time discussing that now, I'm saying I am making a motion to say that becomes an official action that the city is going to take so that we don't end up in this same place again next year. That's what I'm trying to.
So I have a motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega.
To set up a process for those city grants, essentially.
Right.
Well, I have to intervene. You're suggesting that we set a deadline for which that process be in place. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, that would be a discussion about next year's budgeting process. And we're here to talk about this budget for this year at this point. And so you absolutely should make that suggestion, and we should set up that process if that's what you want to do. I understand where you're coming from. I don't think it should be part of a budget meeting motion at this meeting.
So how do I get it in a meeting? I mean, I'm making that request, but I've requested things beyond the budget before that have just quietly died a silent death.
Well, I believe the mayor is keeping a list of things that we have to discuss.
We've got things. We haven't been able to have any meetings, if you remember correctly.
Okay, all right, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to be back here again next year in the same spot.
So before we publish, I make a motion that we cut Bannock County Development's funding by 50%.
Second.
So we're still haven't done anything with the nonprofit.
Well,
No, that was just to discuss.
I think.
Oh, she said I make a motion.
Well, that's because I was in error.
Okay, so you're withdrawing that motion?
I will withdraw my illegal.
There was a flag. There was a flag on the flag.
I withdraw my illegal motion.
Good idea. Flags to throw out.
Councilmember Stevens, are you withdrawing your motion?
I am yes, because it was not.
I can't just
appropriate.
take it out.
I withdraw it. I think you can just, I don't know what you need.
You should probably withdraw.
I will withdraw my
Officially withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And we have a motion to remove 50% from Bannock Development by Ortega, second by Stevens. Let's hurry up and vote on that, and then we'll go to
Okay,
the...
let's discuss it for a second. I want more out of Bannock Development. I think all of us do. I don't know how we get there, and I know that the county cut them last year when we didn't. But it's the only horse we've got to ride right now besides Ready. And I really think you got to have two horses, one for your county and one with Ready. So I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's kind of like what we're discussing with the nonprofits. Show us what you do and how it helps us, and before we consider funding down the road.
I think there has to be a local advocate for Pocatello, and that's Bannock Development. That's all we've got.
And we took out our economic.
Right, and I don't disagree with that, but if it's,
Just don't think they're.
if we say that by simply funding it and getting nothing for it, we're fulfilling some kind of duty, I don't agree with that. So I will save another illegal motion for another time. But Mayor, if you would please put on the list that we work with Bannock County
Bannock Development.
Bannock County Development.
No, Bannock Development.
Bannock Development.
I know what she's saying. I know what she's saying.
And develop measurable performance benchmarks.
Okay.
So they're essentially on probation.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion by Ortega, a second by Stevens. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
to reduce Bannock Development Corporation by 50%.
What would that number be? I'm not seeing it.
Well, it's not on here because when we did the non-departmental, I was only told to put these 4 on here.
Okay.
And that we wanted to reduce ready. But Bannock Development was always, when we had that discussion, it was in, we got rid of ready, we were 100%.
So I think it's 70,000, right?
It's 75.
75, so half of that.
37.
That's what we're voting on, cutting them.
Yeah, 37,000. Ruth, could you please call it roll?
37,000?
37,500.
Okay, Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Adamson?
No.
Bray?
No.
Gina?
No.
Laura?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now let's get to the motion that was originally made by Adamson and seconded by Cheatham.
About an hour
Please
ago?
call the roll.
Let me get back up there.
Thank you.
She must go home and drink coffee.
I guarantee she pulls her hair out.
And this is to publish
Publish
the
the,
budget as presented.
yes.
Hold on, I have to intervene. When you made the motion, that number was different. Are
Yeah.
you making the motion for that number where we are now?
Sure.
Just for clarity of record.
As of 5:40 PM.
41134.
According to the screen in front of all of us.
Okay. Adamson?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work today, Ashley, and our staff and council. It's been a long day, but it's been a good one, so thank you very much.
Somebody wake Evans up, please.
We'll have to wake him up a little bit there. With that, we are adjourned.